Hello everyone, welcome back to another exciting tutorial. I'm Zuli. At the end of this tutorial, we're going to learn to build a complete full stack e-commerce website from scratch, and we're going to be using React, Node, Express, and MongoDB. Also, we're going to be using Stripe, Power Payment Gateway, and Razorpay as well. Okay, so let me walk you through all of what we're going to be building. So this is the front end here, and then this is our admin panel where you can add products list, check your product list, your orders, and then log out as well. So let me walk you through the front end first. So here at the top, you're going to see the navigation bar where we have the logo at the left hand side. We have the searching, we have the search filter at the center, and then we have all of this here. The icon, we have a drop down list here, login and sign up, orders, and then log out. And then we have our cart page as well. At the bottom of this, in our navigation bar, we have these categories for men, women, and kids. Okay. And then we have our hero section. We have all of this collection here. This is the best collection. And then we have our collection section as well. So you can view the detail of the products when you click on any of the products. So I clicked on that, and then I'm getting the image of the product and then every other details relating to the products. Okay, so back here to the home page, we have all of these collections right here. Now to the main logic. So for this tutorial, we're going to learn to filter, we're going to learn to create categories, we're going to learn user authentication, creating users, logging in, and signing up for accounts. Okay, so we're going to be doing all of that, and then getting our cart page at the front end and at the back end as well. So let me show you. First off, the user needs to sign in, have an account before they can place another, before they can check out basically. Okay, so let's say here in the kids section, let's say we want to view the kids category. Okay, we're going to get a banner here, and then we're going to see all of the products that falls under kids category. Now for women's category as well, we're going to get a banner here as well, and then all of the product that falls under the women category. And for men as well, we're going to see a banner as well, and then we can search for products in this field, in the search inputs right here. So let's say we want to search for joggers. So just type in here joggers, and then we click on search. So the product that will be displayed would be joggers alone. Okay, so this is it. Now let's go to the kids section as well and do the same thing. So right here in the kids section, in the kids category, we can search for sweater. Okay, so here I'm just going to type in, then we'll click on the search button. All the products, okay, so no product is found in this category because of, okay, so no product is found in this category, no product matches with this name. Okay, so let me enter another one. Let me just say plain, and then if I click on search, we have a product, we have three products that matches with plain. This is plain sweater top for kids, this is simple plain top, this is another simple plain top. Okay, so if we do the same thing for the men's category, we can filter out different products. So let's say we want to find a product, a clothes in the men's category that is gray in color. So we're just going to type in gray here. Then if I click on search, all the product that will be displayed will have gray in the name. Okay, so this is working perfectly well. Okay, so now let's try to add products to our carts. Okay, so right here, right now, we're here to create an account at home. So we're just assuming that this is a new user. So let's say we want to click on this. We're seeing this product details, and we have other images right here that is displayed in different color. If you click on these images, it's changing right here. Okay, and if I click on this as well, I can see the other colors and patterns. So let's say I'm selecting this medium size and I want to add it to my cart. It's showing here that the product has been added to cart, right? And then if I click on the cart page, okay, we have this in the cart. We can increase and decrease, and it will reflect in our subtotal and the total. So if I click on proceed to checkout now, I will be redirected to this checkout page. So in the checkout page, we have our payment option, we have the shipping address, and then we have the cart total. Okay, so let's say I want to make a payment with Stripe. I fill in all the details: phone number, street address, city, the state, the country, and then the zip code. And then I want to place an order without having an account. Here is going to show me that I need to log in to add item to cart. That means you need to have an account on the website before you can add any item, before you can place an order. Okay, so we're going to head here to log in or sign up. Okay, so I'm going to enter an account that I created. Then it's going to be demo@gmail.com. Okay, demo. Then I'm going to enter the password as well. If I click on sign in, we're going to get a notification that is saying login successful. So we're back on the home page. Now let's add an item to carts. Let's say we want to add this item to carts. Let's say we want to add this size. Product has been added to carts. We're getting the notification. And then if we click on the carts page, we have our carts page right here. And then if we click on proceed to checkout, click on Stripe, we're selecting Stripe payment method. Now, as you can see, only users with an account can place order on the websites. So now I'll fill this. If I click on place order, it will redirect me to Stripe checkout page. Okay, and then I'm paying with card. So first off, I need to enter my email. So I'm just going to use a dummy card here. I'm going to show you how I got to this website in the tutorial. So I'm going to copy the card number. This is just a dummy card. And then the months, I'm just going to select an expiry month, and here 1 to 3 card. So because we're using US dollars and we're using US dummy card number, United States, zip code, just a random zip code, then click on pay. So once the payment is successful, we're going to get a notification that is saying order placed successfully, and then you're going to see the orders page. Okay, so this is working well. So back to our own page. Okay, we can create an account, we can log in and sign up, we can view our orders. This is it right here. Let me add more orders. So here we have it. Let's say I want to add this jacket. I click on this size, click on add to cart. Product has been added to cart, right? And then in the cart page, I click on checkout. I want to pay cash on delivery. So I'm just going to fill in randomly the country, the zip code, and then if I click on place order as well, it will redirect me to the other page because the payment here is cash on delivery, while the payment here is Stripe. Okay, so this is working perfectly well. Our filter is working, our category is working. We can log in or sign up, we can view our orders page, and we can log out as well. If you click on log out, it will redirect you to the login form where you're going to enter your email and password to log in. Okay, so this is the front end page. This is the front end here, and it's looking okay and good. And now let's check our admin panel. So if I click on orders here, I'm going to get the order that I just made. Okay, so these are testing. I've made several tests, so that's why we're getting all of this. But this is the last two that I just made now. The customer's name is here, the shipping address, the name of the product, the quantity, the size. The item is one, payment method is Stripe. Payment is done because it was successful. We use the dummy card, and then the date and the time that the user made the order as well. So all of this is working. So at the admin panel as well, we can add products to the front end, and it's also going to be stored in our database. We can check for the list of products that we've added. These are the list of products right here. Okay, this is the list of our orders. So let's try to add a product. So if I click on add to, and then let's say I want to add these products here. Okay, let's say I want to add it as kids unicorn sweater. And then I'm just going to add a dummy description here. The products category is going to be kids, and then let's say it's going for $17. I'm going to add all of the product sizes. Okay, if I click on add to products, add products, you're going to see a notification that's saying that the product has been added successfully. Okay, so back here, if I click on kids and then I reload it, we're going to get the product right here. Okay, so it's here kids unicorn sweater. If I click on the details, you can see that this has been added to our front end. Okay, so this code is working. We can add products from the admin panel, and then we're going to see it in the front end as well. We can check the list of all the products that we have in stock. We can check the list of all the orders that have been made. Okay, so back here, let me show you something. If we click on this orders page now, so our orders is not showing anything because initially we logged out, right? So we need to log in now. So let me log in again. So I'm just going to log in with another number5@gmail.com. Then I'm going to add the password. Then if I click on sign in, saying here that our login is successful, and then we still have our orders stored. Okay, so now at the admin panel, you can let the user know what's up with their order. So here you can show them that the order has been placed. Right now, by default, all products will show that order has been placed once payment is successful or if they're going to pay on delivery. Okay, so order placed. Let's say that this order is being packed. Okay, so right here, if I click on track order, track this order as well, you can see that it's showing here that it's being packed. Okay, for the second one, let's say it's out for delivery. If I click on track order, it's going to show me here that it's out for delivery. So the users can get updated on their orders if it is being packed, if it is shipped already, if it is out for delivery, and once it is delivered, they will be updated as well. Okay, so this is working, guys. Do not forget to subscribe. So let's dive into the real code. Okay, do not forget to subscribe to my channel. The likes, the subscribe, the comments count a lot. Thank you so much, guys. So let's get into the real code. Let's get started. So I've opened the folder for YouTube project where I'm going to create my React app. So I'm creating this folder here, and I'm going to name it full stack e-commerce. Okay, and then I'm going to open this folder that I just created in VS Code. So here on my VS Code, navigate to file, click on open folder. I created the folder in YouTube project, so I'm just going to look for it now. So the name is full stack e-commerce. I'll select the folder and open it in VS Code. So I'll close this and then open this folder, open an integrated terminal. Then I'm going to run this command. I want to create frontend. So npm create bytes at latest frontend hyphen templates react. Make sure you're connected to the internet for this to work. So you're going to change directory to frontend and then npm install to install all the necessary dependencies for React app to work. So our folder has been created. So we've successfully installed the necessary packages and dependencies for our front end. Now we have the node modules, we have all of the files working. Let's test if the front end app is working. We'll have npm run dev. So if you run the command, you're going to get all of this. Okay, so you just need to follow this link, click on follow link, and then it will open up in your browser. Okay, so this is what we have. Our React app is working. Okay, I'm clicking on this button and it is counting. Okay, so our React app is working. We have our node modules, we have the public folder, we have the src folder as well, index.html and all of that. So in our source folder, I'm going to delete app.css, click on delete, move to recycle bin, and then we're going to begin with cleanup. First, we're going to clean up our app.gsx, Ctrl A, delete it all, and then to create a React app, you're going to use the shortcut REFC. This is a very easy shortcuts that helps to create React app. Okay, so to use this shortcut, you need to have this dependency. You need to have this extension installed. You need to have the EX7 React Redux React Native snippet installed. I have installed mine, so do well to install yours as well. So back to our cleanup, we need to clean up our index.css as well. So for our entire folder, I want to set the margin to 0 and the padding to 0 as well. We're going to come back to index.css because we need a lot of code in here also. And then this is what we're going to be working with. So in our source folder as well, we need to create our pages folder and the component folder. But before all of that, we need to install other necessary dependencies like the React icon, because we're going to be needing React icon, and then we need to install React Router DOM so that we can navigate through pages, so we can work on our routing system. So here, I'm just going to open a new tab, enter React icon. We're installing the npm package, and then for React Router DOM as well, we're doing the same thing. So once you're here, you have to click on the installation code that is right here, and then navigate back to your terminal. So here, just create a new terminal. Okay, so this terminal is actually for the entire full stack. So we need to open the front end terminal. So you just open integrated terminal once you click on the front end. So now we're installing React icon in the front end. Okay, so while all of that is installing, in our SRC folder, we need to create the pages folder, and we need to create the component folder. So in the pages folder, we're going to have the home page, we're going to have the login page, the cards page, product details page, our order page, and all of that. While in the component folder, we're going to have the navbar component, the footer component, the home collection, latest collection, the hero, related products component, and the cart total component. Okay, so it seems like our React icon has been successfully installed. Now React Router DOM for routing. Okay, so you come here as well and paste the code. Make sure you're connected to the internet for this to work as well. Now let us create the pages. So we're going to have the home page. I created a folder for home page. Now we're going to have the login page. We are also going to have our collection page, which is for our entire collection. So here, collection page. In the pages folder as well, we're going to have the carts page, and then we're going to have the product details page. So as we move further in the coding, in the tutorial, we're going to add other pages as well. So for each of these pages, we need to create their file. So this is going to have carts.gsx. Okay, to create this refc, the shortcut. Now for the collection as well, we're going to have collection.gsx. Okay, refc as well. Now for the home page as well, we need to have home.gsx, refc as well. This is for the home page. Now for the login page, we're going to have login.gsx as well, refc. And then for the product details also, so we're going to have product details .gsx as well, refc. Okay. So I'm just going to close all of this. So with the pages that we've created now, we can now move forward. So the next thing we need to do is to set up our routes using the pages that we just created. So we're going to open our main.gsx. Let me reduce this terminal so that we can have more space. And then we're going to remove this React strict mode. So I'm going to delete this, and I'll do the same thing here as well. Now we're going to wrap our browser router because we want to set up our routing system, right? So we're going to wrap our browser router around our entire application. So I would create the route tag, the browser router tag here. So here we're going to have browser router tag. Okay, I'll cut this and paste it in between the browser router, because we want to wrap our entire application around the browser router. And I'm going to import, so I'm just going to comment this out, and then I'm going to import browser router from React Router DOM. So we've installed React Router DOM, and now our entire application has been wrapped around the browser router. So the next thing we need to do now is to create multiple routes for multiple pages. So we're going to open our app.jsx. I've opened mine, and then we can now start creating. So first off, we need to import our routes and routes from React Router DOM as well. Okay, and then we delete this. So here we're going to have our routes, the route tag. So in between the routes, we're going to create our routes, each of the routes. So the very first one is for our home page. So the paths we have added / and then the element here, the property, we have added the home page. And now I'm going to import the home page from the pages folder. Okay, so this is the pages and this is the home. Now we're going to do the same thing. We're going to create another route with the path. So this path is going to take for our login page, and then the elements here. So here we're going to mount the login page, and then we're going to close the tag. Okay, we're going to do the same thing for the cards. We'll create another one. So the path here is going to take cards, and the elements, we're going to render the cards page, and then close this. Now we're going to do we've done for home page, login page, cards page. We need to do for collection and product details. So for each of the collection, we have categories in the collection, such that we have men, women, and kids category. So we'll create another route with a path. So this is going to take category, and then we'll have a / followed by a colon with the URL parameter category with another property category, and then the elements that we want to render here is going to be collection. So this is for collection. So the / and the column that followed this part here is to tell React that the URL parameter can change based on different properties. So this is what we call dynamic routing. Okay, so in this situation, the URL parameter can change based on the property. So the property here is category. So we're going to do the same thing for product detail as well. So here, route, and the parts here, / products / products ID. Okay, sorry, I missed the colon. Okay, so / product ID, and there for elements we're going to render products details. So here we just mounted product details. This is more like the same thing. So for each of the products, we are going to have different URL parameter for the product details. Okay, and we're getting each of the product details by their ID. For the collection, we're getting it by the category. Okay, so now I'm going to import all of these pages here. So I'm going to copy this and then paste it. We're importing so this will be for login, for the login page. This will be for the cards page. The next one is going to be for collection page. and then the last one is going to be for product details page. So now that we're done setting up our routes, we need to get the images that we're going to be using for this entire project, for the front end project, and then we need to get our the file that we're also going to be using. So this is all of the images that we're going to be using for this project. This is our file here. I'm going to open the file and show you, but let me copy every image here. Okay, so I'm just going to copy and paste it in our assets folder. I think I made a mistake. Let me cancel. Okay, so this is it right here. We've copied all of the images that we're going to be using, and we have our asset file as well. Okay, I'm just going to give this. Okay, so this is our asset file, right? I've imported all of the images that we're going to be using. We have the images, we have this image as well. Now we have our asset objects, and also we have the product array where we have multiple objects. Okay, so this is the product array. This is one of the objects, and each of the objects represents a product and its detail, starting from the ID, the name, the description, the price, and the image as well. And the image is in form of an array. We've added an array in the image so that we can add multiple images, right? So just like this, here we can add multiple images in our image. Also, we have the category, we have the sizes, we have the dates, and we have this bestseller option for latest collection. Okay, this is another one as well. We have the ID. This is another product. I said earlier that each of the objects is representing a product. So this is another product. This is the name, the description, the price, the image, category, sizes, dates, and this bestseller option. We have over 30 to 40 details here for each of the products. Okay, so that is that about this, and I have inputted all of this product as well. Right, so the first thing we need to work on now is our navigation bar. Our navigation bar is available in the entire project. Okay, it's available in all of the pages. So I'm going to mount our nav bar before the route. So here we're going to have nav bar. Okay, we're here to create the nav bar component. So for the component, we need to create our nav bar component, and then we're going to have the hero component. We're going to have the home collection component. We're going to have the latest collection component. We're going to have the footer component. We're also going to have the cart total components, and then we're going to have the related products component. Okay, I'll start with the navbar, and I'll create a new file, and I'll give it a class name of navbar.gsx. Okay, so RAFC here. I said earlier that our navigation bar is going to be present, it's going to be available in all of the pages. So I'm going to mount the navbar in app.gsx. So if we check our browser, this is what we have. Our navbar has already been mounted here, followed by the home, right? Now we'll open our navbar. So let's start by working on the UI of our navigation bar. So I'll create nav tag with a class name of navbar. So in the navbar, we have the top section. So we have the top, nav top, and the nav bottom. So at this top section, we have the logo at the left hand side. So we're going to use an h2 tag, and this is going to give us, we're going to enter the name of the app. So the logo is leading directly to the home page. So I'm going to cut this, and I'll use the link tag from React Router DOM. and then I'm going to paste this in between. So this is going to lead to the home page as we've defined it here in our routing system. Okay, so then we're going to have the search bar at the center. So I'll create a div tag for search bar, and then we're going to have our input field, which is going to take a text, and the class name is going to be search input, while the placeholder is going to take search for products. Okay, let me just close this so that we can have more space. And then we're going to have a button with a class name of search button, and it's going to take search. So after the search bar at the center, we're going to have the icons on the right hand side. I'll create a div tag with the class name of icons. So in the icons, we have two icons, the profile icon and the cat icon. So for the profile icon, I'll create a div tag for profile group. I'm doing this because we have a drop down menu after under the profile icon. Okay, and also I'll create another div tag for the cat icon. So this is going to take cat icon. Remember earlier that we've installed React icons. So here we're going to use the user icon. So I'm just going to use the icon directly, and I'm going to give this a class name of icon. So this is going to take icon, and then right here we need to get this icon from React icons. Okay, so we have the icon here. Now we need to work on the drop down menu. So I'll create a div tag with the class name of drop down menu. So in the drop down menu, we're going to have the account text and the logout text. The account text is going to, if you click on the account text, it's going to navigate us to the login page. Okay, so this is going to take link, and here for the p tag, I'll give it a class name of drop down item, and it's going to take accounts, and the account is going to lead us to the login page that we have also worked on here when we're setting up our route. And then we're going to have another text with a class name of drop down item, and this is going to take logout. Okay, so drop down, it's supposed to be an N, and also an N. Okay, now for the cats, we're going to use the cat icon, and I'll also give you the same class name with this user icon. Right, so here, and then I'm going to close this. Now we need the cat count, so a span tag with a class name of cat count, and I'm going to give this the value of 0. Now we're going to continue with the nav bottom. So for the nav bottom, I'll create a div tag for the nav link container. In our nav link container, we're also going to create another div tag with a class name of nav bar link. So this is going to have nav bar link. This is we're going to have this as 3. So 3. We're starting with men. This is going to take women, and this is going to take kids, which is going to be the category. Okay, So for each of this category, we need to create a function for this nav link. Each of the nav link is going to lead us to a category, right, in our collection. So we need to create a function that will undo navigating to a new page based on the category. So here I'm going to create a function and I'll give it a name of undo navigation. So this is going to take paths, and then we're going to set navigate. We're using navigate from, okay, this is supposed to be use navigate. So here we're going to have navigate paths. Okay, this is supposed to be, so we're using the use navigate from React Router DOM. And then right here, before we use our navigation, we need to define navigate here to use navigate. Okay, so that we can undo the navigation and the paths. Okay, so for each of this link that will be here for the category, we're going to have an onClick function, and then we're going to call the undo navigation function and pass their paths. Okay, so right here we're going to use an onClick, and then we're going to call the undo navigation, and then we can now pass different paths. Okay, so this is going to, the first one we take category / men. The second one will take category / women. The third will take category / kids. Okay, so so for each of this link, we use the onClick function to call our undo navigation and want to navigate to different category in our collection, as we have defined it here for when we're setting up our route. So we're going to have category followed by, Ctrl Z, that's a mistake, followed by the property. Okay, so for here is men, women, and kids. Okay, and we're going to do the same for the cat as well. So I'm just going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste this here. And for this, we're navigating to cards. Okay, so this is navigating to cards. This is to the category. This is going to link us to the login page, and this is going to link us to the home page. So for our React icon, we have the cat icon here, and we're not yet imported it. So here, buy cat from React icon /buy. We're not using this use navigate now, so I'm just going to comment this out. I'm not starting over. So this is what we have. We have the logo, we have our search inputs, we have our button icon, and all of that. So we need to style it. So the next thing we need to do now is to style our navbar. So I'll create another file in our navbar folder, and I'm going to give it navbar.css. Okay, but first we need to import our CSS file into our JSX file. So navbar.css. So we're going to start with the navbar itself. Okay, so display here, we set it to flex direction will be colon with a gap of 15 pixels, and then padding of 1.5 area with font size of 1 area. Okay, for the entire document, we want to set the body. We want to add a padding inline of 80 pixels, and the background color will take this color code. That is for the entire document. Okay, back to our navbar. we need to style the nav top. So display here will be flex, and justify content will be space between. Now we have an h2 tag here at the nav top. Okay, so for nav top h2, the font size will be set to 30 pixels. What next? We have our search bar. So for the search bar, display will be flex grow by 1, and the max width will be set to 650 pixels, while the margin will be set to this value. Now we have the search inputs. So for our search inputs, display will be flex as well. No, padding. We need to start with the padding since we're working on the input. Padding will be 10 pixels. Okay. Flex grow as well will be 1. And the border will have 2 pixels solid with this color code. Then the border right will be none. Then the border, we're going to set it to this value. Outline will be none. Or the font size, we're going to set the font size to 14 pixels. Okay. So for the search input placeholder, the text color will take this color code. And then we have the search button. So for the search button, our background color is going to take this color code, and the text color will be black. The border will be set to none, and then the padding will be 10 pixels for the height, 15 pixels for the width. And then the border radius, we're going to set it to 0, 20 pixels, 20 pixels, and then 0. The font width will be bold. So this is supposed to be border radius as well. Okay, so the font width here is bold, and the cursor will be point. And then the next thing we need to style is the icons. Okay, so you copy and then you paste it here. For the icons, display will be flex, and then align items at the center with a gap of 1 rem. And then we have icon for each of the icons. So for icons and icon, okay, the font size is going to be 35 pixels. Cursor will be pointer. And then we have the profile group. So for the profile group, position will be set to relative. And then we have the drop down menu. So in the drop down menu, we're going to add our CSS. Display will be none. Position will be absolute. Top will be 28 pixels. And then the right will take, okay, would take minus 30 pixels. Background will be white, and the border, we're going to set it to 1 pixel solid. Light gray. And then the border radius, we'll set it to 5 pixels. The width will take 150 pixels and the padding will take 10 pixels, while the box shadow is going to take this value, 0.1. Now for the drop down menu, we only want to see this drop down menu when we hover on this user icon. Okay, so that's what we're going to do here. So when you hover on profile group, hover, want to see our drop down menu, and then the display will be blocked. Next is the drop. So for the drop down item as well, you paste it here. The color will be gray, cursor will be set to pointer, and then margin will be 5 pixels there. Okay, now we have cat icon. So for the cat icon, position will be set to relative. Also, we have the cat counts that would be on top of the cat icon. So for the cat count, position will be absolute, bottom would take 15 pixels, the right will take -5 pixels, the color will be red, that is the text color. The text color would be white, background will be red. So the color white with the background red, and then the border radius will be 50%, and the font size will be 0.7 rem, 0.7 em, and the padding would take 0.2 rem by 0.4 rem. Okay, and we're going to close this. And then we have the nav bottom, where we also have the nav container. So for the nav container, the display will be flex, and the gap of 30 pixels. We want it at the center, so justify content to be at the center. And then we have the navbar link. So for navbar link as well, we're going to paste this here, and then we're going to set the font size to 22 pixels, and the font width will be 600. Okay, this is supposed to be 22, not 220. Okay, so this is what we have now. This is the navigation bar that we have now. For all the links, we need to change the background color. Okay, not the background color, we need to change the color to black, and then text decoration, we're going to set it to none. Okay, so now we have this here. Okay, so now that we're done with styling, all right, there is a little error here. This is supposed to be after this, and this as well is supposed to be here. Okay, so I'm going to uncomment this and then use navigate. Okay, so I can handle the navigation. Okay, so if it was here as it was earlier on, it wouldn't have worked because the hook is supposed to be defined inside the React itself, not outside it. Okay, so now that we've defined it here, let us see. Now our home, we're at home, our search products. If you click on this, if you click on the account, it will take you to login, right? If you click on the cat icon here, it will take you to the cat. Now if you click on men category, it will take you to this collection. If you click on the women category, as you can see, it's showing right here. Okay, and then if we click on kids, we're going to be in the kids category. Okay, so we need to change the font of the text. So we're going to use Google Fonts. We want to change the font of the entire text. So we're using this font actually. This, oh, I don't have the font here. Okay. Then we're just going to search for the font. We'll go to Slab. This is the fonts that we're going to be using for this entire project. So click on Get Font. Click on this button to get the embedded code. And then you're going to copy all of this. So you open index.css. So it's going to be before any CSS, and then I'm going to paste it here. So you go back and then you're going to copy the CSS properties. So for the entire body, this is what we want to. So we'll set the font width here. We're using 400. Okay. And now you can see the effect of it now. The text is different from what we had before. We're using this font style, the Roboto Slab. So the next thing we need to work on now is to create the spinner animation such that when you click on when you're navigating or when you click on any link in the navigation bar, there will be a loading spinner at the center. So in navbar.gsx, I'm going to create the loader state. We're going to create a state variable. We'll name it loader and set a function for set loading so that we can track whether to show the logo spinner when we're navigating. So here, so here I'll create a state variable and I'm going to name it loading and the setter function for set loading, and I would initialize the states with false. And in our undo navigation function that we created earlier, we would set the set loading to true to indicate that the loader should spin when we're on a path, when we're navigating. And then we're going to use the set timeout method to set the loading to false to show that we're after 2 seconds. Okay, so that means that after when we are navigating to another page, the loader will be set to true, the loading spinner will be set to true, and after 2 seconds it will be set to false using the set timeout. Okay, so we're going to have that here. So set loading will be set to true here, and then we're going to use the set timeouts. We'll use this method to set it to false. We'll use set loading, we'll set it to false. So after 2 seconds, so this is going to take 2000 milliseconds. So this is to simulate the 2 seconds delay. Okay, and then right here before our nav, we're going to have loading. If it is loading, and then I'll create a div tag. I'll give it a class name of loader container. Let me just give it this loader container. Close the div tag. So in between this is where we're going to have the loader spinner. So we'll have loader, and it's going to take this icon. So here we're going to have this icon, which I'm going to give a class name of loader icon. So class name will be loader icon. Okay, so when it is loading, it should display this loader icon. That is what this code is for, and it simply means that if we're navigating to a path, we want to see this loader icon. Okay, that is going to last for 2 seconds. All right, And the next thing we need to do is to import this icon right here. So we're going to import CentOS from React icons file. Okay, and then we're going to style this. So for the loader icon, so the position here will be fixed. Top will be set to 0. Left will be 0 as well. The width will take 100%, and the height will take 100% as well. Display will be flex, and then I want the spinner to be at the center. Align items at the center, and then Z index of 9,999. Okay, with a background color of this color code. Okay, there should be a comma to separate this. Alright, then we need to style the loader icon itself. So you copy this, paste it here. So for the loader icon, we're going to set the font size to 60 pixels, the animation to spin for 1 second, linear infinite, and then the color will take this color code. Now we need to also get the CSS for the animation, the rotation animation. So we use the keyframe for spin. So at 0%, transform, it should rotate by 0 degrees, and then at 100%, transform, it should rotate as well by 360 degrees. Okay, let's see if our logic is working. If I click on men, this is working. If I click on women, this is working. If I click on the cat, this is working as well. Okay, back to our own page. So the next thing is our hero section. So we're going to close the navbar.css and navbar.jsx, and then so now in our hero section we're going to create hero.jsx. So refc. For the hero section we have the top and bottom. Okay, so let's start designing our UI. So here we're going to have hero top, and then after the hero top we're going to have hero bottom. On the top section we have the left and the right side. So this is going to have hero left, and this is going to have hero right. So for the left section we have an h2 tag that is going to take this text, and then we have an h1 tag as well, and it's going to take this text as well, and then we're going to have a p text that is also going to take this text. Okay, so that is for the left section, and then for the right section we're going to have an image. So this is the image that we want to use. So we're going to be using this image for our hero section. So I need to import this image. From our asset folder, and the name of the image is woman1.png. So we're going to use curly braces here for hero image. Now we're going to, for hero bottom as well, we're going to have hero. Okay, we're creating a div tag. So for hero content we need it in 3. Okay, so the first hero content we're going to have the info icon, and in the info icon we're using an icon, the shipping icon. So I'm just going to type shipping. Okay, so we're using this icon, and I'm going to give it the class name of, let me give it a class name, hero icon. Okay, and I'm going to close this tag. So after the info icon, we're going to have the details. So here you type detail. So first we have h3 tag, free shipping. And then we're going to have a p tag that is going to take free shipping on order. Okay, we're going to do the same thing here. Info icon. And the second one would be worldwide delivery. So we're going to use the send icon. Okay, so I'm using this other one, and it's also going to take this class name. So you copy this and paste this here, close this. Okay, after the info icon we're going to have the detail, just like we have it here. So the best thing is just to copy this and paste it right here, and I'm just going to edit this. So this is going to take worldwide delivery, and then the second one is going to take we deliver to all countries. So we deliver to all countries. And then for the last one, we're doing the same info icon, and the icon we're using here is the support icon. So we're using this icon. Then I'm going to copy this and paste this here, and I'm going to close this, and then we're going to have the detail as well here. So I'm just going to paste it. So I'll edit this to 247 supports, and then we're going to edit this as well to full support on process, and we need another content, hero contents. So for this other one, we have the secure payment option. So we're just going to do for info icon. So this is going to have payment icon. And we're going to use this icon, MD, payment icon. And I'm going to copy this class name and I'll paste it here so that I can close this tag. We're going to create another tag for the details. Copy this, paste it here, and then we're going to edit this and change it to secure payments. And for the P tag, it's going to be your payment is secure. Okay, so this is all about our hero section. We've done the top and we've done the bottom. So if you notice, we've only imported the React icon for shipping fast and support. We need to do the same for the payments. So this is MD payments from React icons MD. And then we're going to do for send as well. Import FI send from React icon as well /FI. Okay, so the hero section is going to be in our home page. So instead of mounting in app.gsx, we're going to open, let me close this. We're going to open our home page. and then we're going to mount our hero section in our home page. So here I'm going to mount the hero component in the home page. As you can see, it has been imported here as well. So if we check our browser now, what we're going to see in the home page is our hero section. So this is what we have in the home page. This is the hero section that we have. This is the image that we added, and this is the bottom section. So all we need to do is style it now. So in our hero folder, I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to name it hero.css. Okay. So in our hero.gsx, we need to import our hero.css hero.css. Okay. Okay, so the entire hero section is supposed to have a div container that is going to wrap it up. So I'm just going to wrap it here. Let me see. So this is going to be .hero, and then within this we're going to have the hero section. Okay, so let's start styling. I'm going to copy this and paste it here. So because it's a class name, I think we know that already. That is why we're using dot. Okay, so the height, I'm going to set it to 100 VH. And now for hero top, if I paste this here, display, I'm going to set display to flex, and then padding inline of 20 pixels with a gap of 20 pixels as well. Justify content, it will be space between, and then the background color is going to take this color code, while the border radius take 10 pixels. Now in the top we have the left and the right section, right? So we'll start with the left. For the hero left, the max width will be 50% and the margin top will take 100 pixels. We have an H2 tag at the left, so I'm going to set the font size of that to 26 pixels. And also we have an H1 tag, so I'm going to set the font size of that as well. I'm going to set it to 3.5 rem, and the margin top will take 10 pixels. We also have a P tag, so for the P tag I'm going to set the margin top to 15 pixels, and the font size of that will take 18 pixels, while the color is going to take this color code. Now we have the right section. So for the right, we'll add the CSS. The max width of the right section will take 50% as well. And then the bottom section now. Before the bottom section, at the right section, we have an image tag, right? So for hero right, the image, you need to set the width to 600 pixels. The height will be 500 pixels. And then object fits will be contain. And now we can now style the hero bottom. So for hero bottom, display will be flex, justify content, space between, and then margin top will take 40 pixels. The width will take 100%, padding will take 25 pixels, and the border radius will take 10 pixels. Okay, and we have the content as well. So for hero content, display will be flex with a gap of 15 pixels. Then we have this info icon section. So for info icon and for the hero icon itself, the font size will take 44 pixels, and the icon color will be red. And then we have this detail section here. So for detail, the font size will take, for the H3 tag in detail. So this is going to be for the H3 tag in the hero content detail. Okay, so the font size of this will take 22 pixels. We also have the P tag. So for hero content, for the details and the P tag, the text color will take this color code, and the font size will be 18 pixels. So this is what we have now. Okay, this is our hero section right here. And the next thing we need to do now is the best collection and other things. So I'm going to close this. Okay, I'm still going to open this. And then I'm going to close our components and pages. So in our SRC folder, we're going to create another folder for context. And this is where we're going to manage our shop context. In the context, I'm going to create a file, and I'm going to name it shop context.gsx. The shop context is basically a context provider that holds and share data related to products, cart items, etc. across different components in the application. Okay, so in this shop context, we're going to manage everything that has to do with what we're trying to build. So the shop context acts as a central place to manage and store states. So any component that is wrapped around the shop context can access and modify the data without having to pass it down as props. Okay, so before we start working on the shop context, we'll head over to the main.gsx because we need to wrap our app. We need to wrap the shop context around our app. So here we're going to have shop context provider around here, but we need to work on it here first. So I'm going to start by importing create context hook, use state hook to manage states, and then the use effects for side effects. So here I'm going to import create context, and then we're going to have use states and use effects. And then the next thing is to create our shop context. Okay, so here we're going to create our shop context right here. So const shop context equals create context. Okay, I'm going to add exports here so that other application can have access to it, other components, other pages can have access to the shop context. Okay, and then the next step now is to create our shop, is to define a context provider function. So I'm going to name it shop context provider, and then we're going to wrap it around the application. So let me just show you what I mean. So here we're going to have shop context provider. Okay, so after we've created it, this is going to wrap around the entire application, and also we're going to import the context provider function that we just created now. So export const shop context provider. Okay, so this is supposed to be default. Okay, shop context provider. So now that we're done doing that, we are now going to start returning, and then we're going to work on every other logic that's going to be needed here. So the first thing is to import our products that we want to manage here. So we have it here in our asset folder, our product array. Okay, we're going to import it here, import products from asset folder, and the assets. Okay, I said earlier that we're going to wrap our entire application. We're going to wrap the shop context around our entire application. So that's what we're going to do here now. So we'll open this tag, shop context provider, and then we're going to wrap this entire application, and we'll paste this here. So the shop, we've wrapped our app around the shop context provider so that every component and pages in the app can have access to shop context provider. Okay, so I can now close this now. And then we've imported our products array from our asset folder. And then the next thing we need to do is to return our shop context dot provider. So this is going to take shop context dot provider, and it's going to take children. I'm going to pass children here as props as well. Okay, so our shop context dot provider is going to receive value as well. So here I'm just going to define the value that would pass to it. So the values that we're going to pass here are going to be values like setter functions, state variables, and other functions. Okay, so now we need to create a state variable to manage our products and to update our products as well. So I'm going to create a state variable and I'm going to name it product, and I'm also going to create a setter function which I'm going to name set products that will update the product state variable, and we're going to be using our products array. Okay, so here we're going to have state variable for products, setter function for set products. Okay, products with an S, and the use states, we're going to be using the products from our products array. Okay, so we're going to pass the value here as well. I said earlier that the values that we're going to be passing here, so we're passing the product value. Okay, now in our shop context dot provider, we're going to pass value. Okay, so every app, every component pages that is wrapped around this application that shop context is wrapped around can have access to these products. Okay, so we're using this shop context to manage our entire application. Also, we need to set the currency that we're going to be using. So this is going to be dollars. We're setting this currency to dollars. So I'm going to pass this here as well in the value so that other application can have access to the currency. Okay, so I'm going to close this. Now we can now start working on the, let me close this as well, the latest collection components. Okay, so our latest collection actually consists of the best collection, basically the best seller. So I'm creating bestseller.gsx. So refc here. Okay, so for our best seller, which is also the latest collection, we need to access our product first from shop context. So this is products. So use context. So what we're doing now is that we're extracting our products from shop context. So from shop context, okay, so the best seller product is going to consist of the first 4 products. Okay, and then we're also checking if we're using use effects. Okay, so here open your curly braces, const the best products should be equal to our products that we extracted from shop context dot filter, and then we're passing item, and then we want to check if the item dot best seller Okay, then we want to set bestseller. So if the item here, we're creating a variable for best products, and this is what we want. We want to filter items. We want to filter the products where the best seller of the item is considered to be true. Then we need to create a state variable to manage the best seller and to create a setter function also for set bestseller. So here, set variable bestseller, setter function set bestseller, and our use states will be an empty array. Okay, so right here we're setting the bestseller to best products dot slice 0 to 4. So all we did right here is that we're setting our best seller to the first 4 products. Okay, that we're filtering here. We're filtering our products that the bestseller is set to true. And then for the best products, we want to make sure that we want to display the first 4 products. So that's why we're setting our bestseller to the first 4 products whose bestseller is set to true. And then here we're going to pass, and then we're going to pass products as the dependency array here, so that every time the use effects runs, the product is going to be changed every time. Okay, so after all of this, we need to work on the UI. Okay, so I'm going to create a div tag with a class name of product container. So in our product container, we're going to have the list header. So in the list header, we're going to have an h1 tag for best collection. And then we're going to have an hr tag. And I'll give it a class name of divider. Okay, so after this, we need to create another div tag for product grid. This is going to display the grid. And now we're going to map over this bestseller. Remember that we've set the bestseller to the first 4 products that matches with this here, that matches with this condition that we set here. So we're going to map over the bestseller. So here, bestseller, we need to check if it's, we need to, before mapping, we need to write a logic to ensure that if the product is greater than 0, then we're going to map over the bestseller. But if it is equal to 0 or less than 0, it should display that no product is found in the category. So we're using the length. So if this is greater than 0, we're going to show this. Else, we're going to show this. Okay. So else, we're going to show that so here I want to show that no product is found in this category. Okay, and then right here we want to show, we're going to map over our bestseller. So bestseller.map, and then we're going to pass products. So we'll continue with our UI design. Div, close this div tag here. So the first div, I'll give it a class name of product card and a key. The key will be the products, and we want to get the products based on the ID. So this will be .id. So in our products card, we're going to have our product image. Okay, so here we're going to have the image, and then We'll replace this with the curly braces. So this will be product dot image. Our image is stored in form of an array so that we can add more products, but we're using the first image in the array. Okay. And also our product is going to, if we click on the product image, we want to be able to see the product details. Okay. So I'm going to write the logic here. We're going to use the link tag from React Router DOM. So the product image will be in between the link tag. And then this should lead us to, so we use backticks, and then we're going to have / products / we'll use a $sign, open another curly braces, product dot underscore ID. Okay, so what this link tag is doing is that we want to be able to view our product details based on ID when we click on the image. Okay, so we're done with the product image, and we're going to have the product name. So I'm going to have an h3 tag here, open the curly braces, product dot name, and then we're going to have the price tag as well for products dot price, and we're going to have a $sign here. Okay, so this is for the best products, and then our bestseller, we're going to mount it in our own page. So we're going to mount bestseller in the home page. So this is what we have now. We have 4 products here that we're using for our bestseller, and they match the filtering method that we did earlier. So the next thing we need to do now is to style the bestseller. So we'll go to our index.css. I'm sure you must be wondering why I am styling the bestseller in index.css. You're going to understand soon, because we're going to apply the same style with our collection, and we're going to apply the same style with the home collection. So it's best to style it in our global CSS. So we'll start with the product container. I'm going to set the margin top to 50 pixels, and then the list header has an h1 tag. So for the list header, we're going to set the font size to 38 pixels, and we're going to set the font weight to bold. That is for the h1 tag. And then we have the divider. So we're going to start the product grid. So for the product grid, as the name implies, the display is going to be grid. So grid template column, we want to display 4 on each column, and then we're going to have a gap of 20 pixels between each of the products, and the column gap. Okay, so the column gap is going to take 10 pixels. Justify contents at the center, and then margin top should take 30 pixels. And the next thing we're going to do now is to style the product card. So for our product card as well, we're going to set the width to 250 pixels, and the border will take 1 pixel solid with this color code. The padding will take 10 pixels. Text will be at the center. Position will be set to relative. Overflow will be hidden. And then the transition, we're going to add transition on the box shadow for 0.3 seconds. is. Okay, so when you hover on the product card, we need to add that effect as well. So if you hover on the product card, our box shadow is going to take this value 4 pixels, 12 pixels with this color code, and then we're going to style the product image. So for the product image container, position will be relative, and then for the image itself, the width will occupy 100% of our product card container, and we're going to set the height to 260 pixels, transform, and scale of 0.8, and then we're going to add transition and the transform property here 0.5 seconds is as well. So if you hover on the product image, so I'm just going to copy this and paste it here to work on the over effect transform. So I want it to enlarge by 1. Initially it's set to 0.8, so if you hover on it, it's going to increase to 1. So what next? We have an H3 tag in the product card and a P tag as well. So we need to style that too. For product card, for the H3 tag here, we're going to set the font size to 20 pixels. And then the margin 5 pixel by 0. And the margin bottom will take 10 pixels. And then the P tag, the font size is going to take 20 pixels. And the text color will be red. Or the padding bottom will take 15 pixels. So this is the best collection here. This is our image. If you hover on it, okay, this is the name, the product name, and the price as well. So this is looking all good. Now we need to work on the home collection. Okay, so now to our home collection, I'm going to create a file and I'm going to name it home collection.gsx. So if you open this REFC, the shortcut, and then our UI is also going to be the same as the bestseller UI. Okay, but before that, we need to work on our logic. First, we need to extract our products from shop context. So here we're going to have use context, and the context we want to use is from shop context. Okay, and we also need to create a state variable that would manage the home product and the setter function to update the home product. So here we're going to create a state variable for home products and a setter function for set home products, and then the use state, we're going to initialize this with an empty array. So for the home products, for the products that will be in our home collection, we want to make sure that we have the first 10 products in our product array. So we use the use effects to create a function. So we're going to set our home product to the first 10 products. So here products.slice, we use the slice method to get the first 10 products. And then we're going to pass the dependency array as products right here. Okay, so I said earlier that our UI is going to be the same thing as the home collection. So I'm just going to come here and copy. Let me reduce this a little. So I'm going to come here and just copy what we have here, and we can just tweak a little. So I'll paste this here Okay, we have a B2 issue. Let's see what we have. So we're going to close this div tag. Okay, so this is lacking a closing tag. That is why we have the error. Okay, here I'm just going to change this best to our collection. At bestseller, we are mapping over bestseller. Okay, so but for home collection, we need to map over our own products here because we have updated our own products with the first 10 products using the slice method. So here, what we want to map on is going to be the home products. Okay, so just like the code for the bestseller, we're checking the first line is to check if the home product is greater than 0. Like if any of the products is available, then it should map over the home product. And if it is not available, it should display that no product is found in this category. Okay, so this is a very simple method. And then we have this right here. So we need to mount our home products, our home collection in our home page. Okay, so now we can now check our browser to see what we've done. Okay, also we need to import. Remember that here we're using the link tag from React Router DOM. Okay, so that when the user clicks on the product image, they are going to see the detail of the product. Okay, so here I'm going to import link from React Router DOM. Okay, so this is what we have now. You know, earlier I said that I styled the bestseller in index.css because I want to ensure that every other components or pages that is going to use this particular CSS property can have access to it. So that is why I styled it here. So if you check here now, we don't need to style the home collection again and again because we have the CSS property in our index.css. Okay, so we have our hero section already, we have our best collection, and we have our collection. So also in the code, I said if we click on the image, we are going to see the product details. Okay, it's going to lead us to our product details page. So if I click on this, we're seeing our product details page. Okay, and if we click on the logo, it's going to lead us to the home page. If you click on this, it's going to lead us to the collection page based on the category, right? So the next thing we need to work on now is the collection page so that we can display each of the products in different categories. So that when user clicks on men, they should only see products that are in men category. If they click on women, they should see products that are in women category. If they click on kids, they should see products that are in kids category. Okay, so let's do that. So I'm going to close all of this. Okay, I'm going to close, and then I'm going to open the collection. Okay, so for our collection as well, the collection is, we want to view each product in the collection based on their category, right? So first off, we need to get the category from the URL params. Okay, so here, let me import the necessary things. So imports, okay, that's a mistake. Imports use params from React Router DOM. I'm also going to use link as well. I've imported that. And then we need to extract our products from our shop context. Okay, so here we need to have const products. Okay, so equals use context, and this is going to be shop context. Okay, we're extracting our products from shop context. Okay, and now the next step is to get the category from the URL params, like I said earlier. So here const category equals use params. And the very next step is to filter products based on the selected category, such that when you click on men, it should display products that their category matches men. Okay, so we need to filter products based on the selected category. So const here filtered products should be equal to products.filter. We're going to use the filter method, products.filter. We're filtering the products that were extracted from our shop context. Okay. And then we're going to pass products. So I want to check products.category to lowercase. That's to lowercase. Okay, we're missing an A here. I want to check if it's equal to category. That's to lowercase as well. Okay, let me close this so that we can see all of this. We're creating a variable for filtered products, and what we're storing in this variable is the products that we're filtering. What we're storing here is the products that were filtered. We're filtering the products based on their category. Okay, the products that were extracted from our shop context, that's what we're filtering based on the category. Okay, so now that we're done with this, we need to define the images for each category. Remember that at the beginning we have images that we're going to be showing we have banner images that we're going to be showing for each category. So here const banner images will be equal to, we're going to have for men, and then we're going to have the image, we're going to have for women as well. We're going to have the images, and then we're going to have for kids, and we're going to have the images. Okay, so first thing, we need to import all of those images. So this is for kids banner, we have for women banner, and we have for men wear banner as well. So right here, we're going to import women wear from our asset folder, and then we want to import women banner .png. Okay, and also we're going to do the same thing for men. So import men wear from the asset folder slash men wear.png, and then we're going to import kids banner as well. So this is going to be kids wear. We're using an underscore for everything. So let it rhyme. Dot forward slash from our asset folder slash the name is kids banner. So we're going to have it here kids banner dot png. Okay, so I'm just going to close this. So here we're going to have for men, we're going to have men wear. For women, we're going to have women wear. And then for kids as well, we're going to have kids wear. Okay. Okay, so the next step is to design the UI section. Okay, so we're going to start with the banner section. Okay, so I'm going to create a div tag with a class name of banner. So for this banner section, we're going to map over the banner images based on the category. So this is going to be banner images for category. And then we're going to return the image tag. So here, what we are doing basically is to, let me finish this code. Okay, it's now double. So here we're using a ternary operator to check if the banner, if the banner images matches with the category. Okay, so this is supposed to be in form of an array. This is also supposed to be in form of an array. Okay, so that is basically what we're doing. So if the banner images matches the category, then we want to display the image. So here we're going to have SRC, and then we'll replace this with a curly braces. So this is going to take banner images based on the category, and then our alt will be equal to banner image. Okay, so we have an error. This is supposed to be outside, not inside the SRC, not inside the source itself. So here, if the banner image does not match the category, it should display that no image matches the category. Okay, so this is for the banner section. Now we need to do for our product grid. The product grid is going to have the same thing as our bestseller. That is, it's going to take the same logic as the bestseller. So I'm just going to come here and then I'll copy this. Then I'll paste this here and I'm just going to adjust little things. So for bestseller, we're mapping over bestseller, right? But for our collection, we're going to map over our filtered products. Okay, so I'm going to copy filtered products and then instead of bestseller here, I'm just going to paste this here. Okay, so we're mapping over filtered products. And here I explained earlier that what we store inside this filtered products is the products that matches the. So this first line is to check if the filtered product is greater than 0. If we have more products that matches with the filtered product, and if it is more than 0, we want to display this filtered product here. And if it is less, we want to display that no product is found in this category. And remember that I have already styled the CSS here in our index.css right here. So let's test if this is working. So let's test if this is working. If I click on men, we should. So if we check this, we should see this banner here. Although we're yet to style the banner, we're yet to add the width and height, but we should see all the products that matches with the category. Okay, so everything that's displayed here matches with the main category. So let me just style. So if we click on women as well, this is loading for 2 seconds. We should see for women fashion as well. Everything here matches with the women category. And then if we click on the kids, this is also matching with the kids category. Okay, so let's just style this banner here. So we'll come back to our collection. And then for our banner image, back to index.css, banner, the image, we're going to set the width to this value. Okay, so this is what we have. If we click on men, this is it. If we click on women, this is what we have. If we click on kids, this is what we have. Okay, so everything is looking all good. If you click on this, if you click on the image, it will take you to the product details, right? Click on the logo, it will take you back to the home page. So now that we're done with our collection, the best collection and all of that, the next thing we need to work on, if we click on men, we can search. We should be able to search for products in any of the category. Okay, so we need to work on our search input right here. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to close index.css. I'm going to close bestseller as well. Now we need to manage our search in our shop context. Okay, so I'm going to create a new state that will manage the search term. So here I'm going to create the search term state variable. Oh, Control Z, Control Z. Okay, this is going to take search term state variable and then a setter function to manage to update the search term when user enters a value. So use state here, we're going to set it to an to empty. So by default, this is going to be empty. The search term is going to be empty. And then we're going to create a function that would update the search term every time the user enters a new term. So here we're going to have function updates search term. This is an arrow function, and I'm going to pass them as the parameter. So here we want to update the search term to the term that the user would enter. Okay, and in the value here, we're going to pass the search term and also the function that would update the search term every time the user enters a new term. So we're passing the value here so that other components can have access to it. Okay, so we're going to open our navbar components. Let me close this assets folder. So in the navigation bar component, this is where we want to get, well, we have the logic already to get search term and also update our search term. Now in our navbar, we need to also write another logic that is going to accept terms in search inputs. Okay, so I'm creating a state variable for search inputs and a setter function to set search inputs, and then the use state for this is going to be initialized with empty as well, with empty text. Okay, and now we're going to create another function that is going to undo the update search term. Okay, so I said earlier on that I passed this value here, update search term, so that other components can have access to it, can have access to the function, right? So we need to extract it from here. We need to extract it from here. So we need to get the update search term from our use. So here, use context. We're getting this from shop context, right? So now after this, we're going to create another function right here to undo the search. This is going to be an arrow function, and then we're going to update our search term by the search inputs. Okay, now to make it make sense, we're going to head over to, let me close this, our inputs tag itself. Okay, so we're going to pass the value. So the value that our input tag is going to take is going to be our search inputs, right? And then we're going to use the onChange method to, we'll use this event here, and then we're going to call the search set inputs, and we're going to update it by the target e.target dot value. Oh, e.target dot value. Okay, and then for the button is what is going to undo the search here. So this undo search, for the button here, we're going to have an on click, and we're going to pass this undo search. Okay, so here we created a state variable that's going to manage the search input whatever our user enters, and then we created a function here to undo the search by updating the search term with our search inputs. And then in the input field itself, the value is going to be the search input, and we're using the change method here. Sorry, Ctrl Z. We're using the change method here to update the search input by our target, which is the value, the event. You know, when you click on the input, you're creating an event. So we're updating the event by the target and the value. and then the button itself is going to handle the search. So, and the on-click function, where you click on the button, is going to undo the undo search function. So that is why we have an on-click method here, and we pass the undo search to it. Okay, now what we're searching in the collection, right? So we'll head back to our collection. So we'll open our collection. Remember that we've created filtered products here, right? So we also need to extract search term here, SEAR. So we need to get search term from our use context, right? Okay, as I was saying, we have already filtered our products here. We want to display the filtered product based on the category. Also, we also need to display, now we need to filter also based on the product name. If the user searches, we want to display based on the product name. Okay, that is included in our search term. Okay, so here, what we're going to do is to use this statement here. So we're going to have products dot name dot to lowercase dot includes into search term dot to lowercase. Okay, so what our filter product here is doing two things. We're filtering products based on their category, such that when the user clicks on it is going to display products based on category in the collection page. And also, we also want to display products based on their name when our user searches for them in the search term. Okay, so let's test if our idea is working. If I click on men, okay, let's search for products that has slim in it. Any product, this has no slim, this does not have slim, this does not have slim. Okay, so I'm just going to type in slim here. If I click on search, I should have product. It should filter product that only has slim in it. Okay, so our idea here is working. In the women section as well, let's say we're looking for products that have jackets. Let's say we want to look for product that has jackets. If we click on search, we should only have products that the name matches with jackets. Okay, so that is what we're just doing here. Now our search function is working. Okay, so back here, so our collection, the search term is working in the collection. So now that we're done with this, the next thing we need to do is to create our login page. So I'm going to close our shop context. I'm going to close in the navigation bar. Remember that we have created, we've set up our routes to the login page here, right? So let us create the login page itself. So in the pages, let me close up the components. Now in the pages, we're going to create our login page right here. So this login page actually is going to contain login and sign up. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is to create a state variable to manage our current states, and also a setup function to update the current state. So here I'm going to create a state variable, current states, and then a setup function, set current states. So here use states would be login. So by default we want to be on the login page. Okay, this is what this line means. Now for our UI, we're going to, let's design this. This is going to be a form, right? So I'm going to give it a class name of alt form, something like this. So in the form, we're going to have the form header, div for form header. So in the form header, we're going to have a p tag for our form title. And our form title is going to be our current state. Okay, we're here to define which is our current state, which is the login. Okay. So immediately after the form header, we're going to have our inputs, and the first input is going to take text. Okay, so here I'm just going to delete this. The class name will be form inputs, and then the placeholder will be name. That is for the form, and it's going to be required. Okay, so the second input field is going to be for email. The class name is going to be the same thing with this. So I'm just going to copy this, all of this. Let me just copy this, and then I'm going to paste it here. So here, this is going to take email, and the third one is going to be for password. Okay, so I'm going to copy this input here and paste it here. So this is going to be the type. We're going to set it to password, and here as well, password, and it is required also. Okay, so after all of the inputs, we're going to have our form footer. So for form footer, oh, okay, dot form underscore footer. Okay, we're going to have a p tag with a class name of forgot password. It's going to have forgot password. Okay, so after the form footer, we're going to have the button with a class name of form button. So now we're going to use a ternary operator to check if it's the current state. So if current state is equals to login, we want the button to display sign in, and if it is not, we want the button to display sign up. Okay, okay, this is supposed to be 3. Okay, so for this button here, actually, if the current state is login, which we have initialized here, we want the button to display sign in, and if it is not login, we want the button to display sign up. Okay, so after I forget password as well, we want to display to either create an account or to log in here if you are in any of it. So we're going to check as well if the current state is equal to login. We'll use ternary operator to display login, to display create account, and also to display login here. Okay, so this first one here, I'll press enter, and this is going to take a p tag, and it's going to have create account, and the second one as well is going to have a p tag, and it's going to have login here. Okay, and then in our p tag we use an onClick function to, we'll create an arrow function here. So here we're going to have, we want to set the current state to sign up. Okay, and for this as well, I'm just going to copy this instead of having to type. So for this other one, we're going to have login. Okay, so here we're checking, we are using the onClick function. If it's to create an account, then it should set the current state to sign up. And if it is to log in here, you should update the current state to the login state. So that's what we're doing there. We need to create a class name for this p tag. So I'm going to give it a class name of toggle alt states. So I'm going to copy this and then I'm going to paste it here as well. So this is what we have. Now for the login and the sign up, in our login page, the state that is managing the login, we do not want to show the name. We only want to show the email and password, and then this button. Okay, so right here we're going to use ternary operator again to check if the current state is equals login. Then it should display null. If it is not, it should display this name. Okay, it should display the name input field. Okay, so if the current state is none, is login, it should display none, and if it is not, it should display the name. That is, if it's a sign up, it should display the name and every other thing, every other property that is in our UI. Okay, so now let's check our login page itself and see if all of this is working. So this is our login page now. If you click on create account, it's going to show you the sign up. If you click on login, it's going to show you login. So we are going to style this now. So in my folder, the login folder, I'm going to create login.css. Okay, but first we need to import our CSS file into our JSX file. So now let's start. We're going to start with the form itself. I'll copy this and paste it here. So display here will be flex direction. I'll set it to colon, and then I want all the items at the center. So align item at the center with a width of 90%, and the max width will go for 24 rem, and the margin will take 3.5 rem also, with a gap of 1 rem, and the color will take this color code. And then we're going to style the form header. So for the form header, display will be inline flex. I want the item at the center as well. I want item at the center and a gap of 0.5 rem with a margin top. Margin top of 2.5 rem. Then we have our form title. For the form title, we're going to have the font size to be 1.875 rem. Now we'll start with our form inputs. So for the form inputs, so we'll set the width to 100%, and then padding will take 0.5 rem for height, 0.75 rem for the width, and then the border we're going to set 1 pixel solid with this color code, and the border radius will take 4 pixels. Okay, so the next thing we have after our form inputs, we have this. We have the form footer. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this, then I'm going to paste this here. So for form footer, display would be flex, and then the width will take 100%. Justify contents with a space between. The font size is going to be 0.875 rem, and the margin top would take minus 0.5 rem. Okay, we're going to style this as well for the forget password. So I'm going to paste this in the CSS as well. For styling this, okay, so cursor will be pointer. For this text as well, cursor would also be pointer. So I'm just going to paste this, put a comma, add a comma to this, and cursor of this will be pointer as well. So let me add these dots. Now for the bottom section, which is the button, I'm just going to copy this as well, paste it here. So the background color is going to take this color code, and the text color will be white. The font width will be 300, and the padding we're going to have 0.5 rem for the height and 2 rem for the width, and margin top will take 1 rem. Border will be none. Border radius, we're going to set this to 4 pixels, and our cursor will be set to pointer. Okay, so now that we're done with this, let us view it on our browser, and this is what we have here. Okay, so this is looking all good. Okay, so this is what we have. Back to our own page, we still have all of this working, and then the very next thing we need to do is to work on is our product details. So we need to work on our product details such that when user clicks on the image, they should see the detail of the products. Okay, so let's work on that now. I'm going to close the login, close the home, and now for product details. Okay, so the first thing we need to do here is to extract the products and currency from shop context. Okay, so right here we're going to extract our products, const, products, currency, and then use context would be from shop context. Okay, shop context has been imported. Just in case if yours doesn't work, just import it manually. Okay, and then the very next thing we're going to do is to extract the route parameter from product ID using use params. Okay, we need to extract the route parameter. Okay, so that's the very next thing we'll do here. Const product ID, because use params from React Router DOM. Okay, and then the next step we're going to take is to create a state variable, and we're going to name it product data that will store the current product details. Okay, and a setter function as well that would always update the product detail when the product changes. So, and we're going to initialize that with false. So I'm creating a state variable for product data, and a setter function sets product data, and we're going to initialize this state with false. Okay, and the very next thing we're going to do is to create another state variable for image to store the currently selected image products, the currently selected product image to display as our main image. Alright, so here we're creating another state variable for image, set a function sets image, and the use state for this as well, we're going to set it to empty, and we're going to do the same thing for size, so that we're going to create a state variable that will track the selected size. So, okay, now caps lock, const size, set a function set size, and then the use state here as well is going to be empty. Okay, so now that we're done with our state variables and all of that, the next step we're going to do is to create an asynchronous function, and within the function we would map over the product array that we've extracted from shop context to find the product that matches with product ID. So let me show you what I mean. I'm going to create an asynchronous function and I'm going to name it fetch product data async. So within this function, we want to map over products that we've extracted from shop context. I'm going to pass item here, and then we're going to use an if statement to check the item that matches the item with the ID that matches the product ID. Okay, so I use an if statement here. I want to check item that matches with product ID. Okay, and then we're going to set our product data to that item, and also we're going to set our image to the item dot the first image. Okay, remember that we stored our image in form of an array, and to access objects in array, to access data in array rather, you're going to use the first one is going to be 0, right? So this is what we're trying to do here. Once we find a match here, if this is correct, we're setting the product data with the item, and then we're initializing the first image of the product as the default display image. Okay, and then the very next thing that we're going to do is to check. The very next thing we're going to do is we need to ensure that fetch product data runs whenever the product ID and product itself changes. That is, when we want to view a different product, okay, we need to make sure that the fetch product data runs again. So we're going to use the use effects hook and pass product ID and product as dependency array. Let me show you what I mean right here. So here, use effects, sorry, that was a mistake. So use effects, then we're going to call fetch product data to ensure that it runs again. So whenever fetch product data runs again, this dependency array, product ID and products would run again. Okay, so now that we're done with all of these, the next thing we need to work on is our UI. Okay, so I'm going to start by creating a div type with a class name of product container. In the product container, we're going to have two divs for the product content and the second div would be for the review. Okay, so this will be description, review section, something like that. Okay, we're going to start with the product contents. In the product contents, we're going to have the product image section on the left, the images, while the product info on the right. So here we're going to have product images, and then we're going to have product info on the right. So we'll start from the left. We need the thumbnail container first, and in the thumbnail container we're going to map over our product and the images. Okay, so product data dot image, what we're mapping over is the image, because if you remember, we stored our images in form of array so that we can add as many images as possible. Okay, and then we use the image tag. It's a sub-closing tag. So the class name here will be thumbnail, and then the source will be the item, while the key here is going to be index. Okay, and then if our user clicks on any of the images on the thumbnail, want to set operating a function, want to set the image to the item. Okay, so for this one right here, we're going to have about, let me open the products again, the product array again. So this is the product array, right? This is the image here. Okay, I think I'm going to use the second example. We have 4 images here, right? So what we're doing here is that we're mapping over all of these 4 images to display them, and then we're using an onClick such that when the user clicks on any of this image, be it the second, the third, it should show in the main image container. Okay, we're going to work on that now. And basically, that's just it. And the key, we've passed the key as index, and that is it. Now, after the thumbnail container, we need the main image container. So in the main image container, I'm creating, so for the source is going to be the image. Okay, and then the class name as well is going to be main image, because this is our main image. So that is it. So after the main image container, we need the product info as well. So I'll create an h1 tag here with a class name of product name, and our product name is going to take products. Okay, so I skipped here. Product data dot name. After the h1 tag, we need an hr tag that will serve as a divider. So I'm going to give it a class name of product divider. Okay, so after that, we need the product price as well. So I'll create a p tag, and I'm going to give it a class name of product price. Okay, so remember that we extracted currency earlier, so we're going to use currency because we want to get the currency that we're using for the product, and then we also need the product price. Okay, so this is going to be product data dot price, and then the next thing here is going to be the product description. So I'll create another p tag with a class name of product description. So here we're going to have product data dot description. Okay, so after the product description, we need the selector. User needs to select their size. Okay, so we're going to create a div tag with a class name of size selector. In the size selector, okay, this is supposed to be Z, or as you know, we call it a Z. Guys, please do not forget to subscribe. Seriously, do not forget to subscribe. Please do be very big favor of subscribing. Thank you if you've done that, and if you have not, please subscribe. All right, let's continue. I'll create a p tag, and here we'd have select size. So after the select size, we need the size buttons, right? So I'll create another div tag for size buttons. In the size button container, we need to map over all of the sizes. This is it here. We need to map over all of the sizes. Okay, so here we're going to have product data dot sizes dot map, and then we're going to pass item and the unique index to uniquely identify each of the size. And then we're going to create a button tag where we're going to pass item. Okay, so here we're going to pass item, but we need to work on the logic for the button. The key is definitely going to be index, and then we'll use an onClick function to call the set size, and we want to set the size to the item. Now we'll give this a class name. Okay, it should be out of this. Okay, so I'm going to give this a class name, and then I'm going to use backtick to define this logic. Oh, come on, class name. So I'm using a backtick here. Let me close up this so that you can see it better. So we can have a larger screen to be precise. Okay, so if the size button, so for size button, and then we're going to have item is equals to size, and then we're going to have active size, or we're going to have nothing. Okay, so let me explain this. Okay, I think we have an error. Okay, this is supposed to be wrapped in a curly braces. Okay, so our error is gone. So we're checking for the size button right here that we've defined it. So if what we're using here is a ternary operator, we want to check if the item is equal to the size, then it's going to, that means if you click on a size, then we want to show that, okay, this is the active size. And if the user doesn't click on any one, it should just show empty. Okay, so that's basically what we did there. Okay, then the next thing we're going to do is to create an HR tag and an horizontal line tag for product divider, divider. And then I'll create another div tag for product policy. So we're going to have just 3 policies. And the first one is going to be free delivery. The second is going to be seamless and secure payment. Oh, come on. I made a mistake. Okay. So I'm just going to do this. We need 3, not 4. And the last one is going to be several payment options available. Alright, so after all of this, then we're going to create a button tag. So for button, with a class name of, this is going to be the add to cart button. And here we're going to have add to carts. Okay, so this is everything we have in the content section of the products container. Then we'll come back to the reviews. Okay, so for the description and review section, we're going to have a div tag for tabs. So in the tab section, we're going to have the bold tag for tab. I want to know which one is the active tab. So I'm going to be the description. And then we're going to have another p tag for tab reviews. Okay. So after all of this, we need the description content. So I'll create a div tag, description content. So I'm just going to create two p tags. And the first one is going to take this. The second one as well is going to take this as well. So that's what we have for the description and all of that. Now let's see if our code is actually working. Okay, so this code is not working. Let's see. Error is your friend as a developer, so be ready for errors. So now click on your console. Okay, showing us the cannot read property details, properties of cannot read product details, properties of undefined reading map. Okay, let us see what is the issue. All right, so here when we created the state variable for product data, we initialized it with false. That means we don't want to display anything on the screen. Okay, so we need to ensure that if truly the product data exists, that means if any product matches with our product ID, the products that we're trying to see, we want to be able to set it to true. Okay, initially the product data is set to false. Okay, we've used this asynchronous function here to map over all of the products, and then we're using an if statement to check if the item.id matches with this particular product ID. Then we want to set the product data to the item. Okay, so because this is initialized with false, nothing is going to show here. Now we need to write this logic. So if product data exists truly, then it should display the entire product container. And if it doesn't, so here, this is a ternary operator. We'll use a div tag to show that no product matches with the product ID. Okay, now if we check our code, everything is working, which means that the product, after mapping from the products that we extracted from our shop context, it matches with the product ID. Okay, so let me see for women as well. Let's see, let me click on this. You can see this is working perfectly well. Let me see for kids. So I was going to type kids. So for kids, this is also working. Okay, we have all of these images complete. That's why we have 5 images. Okay, so we're going to style it now, and you're going to see what our product detail is going to look like. So right here, let me open my Explorer. I'm going to create another file, and I'll give you the name product details.css. And then here, I'm going to import /product details.css. Okay, now let's start styling. We're going to start with product container, right? So I'll copy this, paste it here. Padding top will take 10 pixels. Opacity will be 1. And then the next thing is going to be our product contents. So for product contents, the display will be flex, right, with a gap of 40 pixels. And the very next thing we have is the product images. So for product images, the display would also be flex. Flex direction in this case will be column with a gap of 3 pixels and a max width of 50%. Alright, and the very next thing is the TOM container, which contains the 4 other images. So for the TOM container, the display will be flex. justify content, space between, overflow on x-axis will be auto, alright, and then the margin top is going to be 10 pixels. And then we also have a class name here for each of the images in the thumbnail container. And the class name is thumbnail. So for thumbnail, the width we take 24%, flex shrink 0, and then our cursor will be pointer. Now for the main image container, the width is going to be 100%, width 100%. Okay, let me align this properly. And then we have the main image itself. So for main image, the width will take 100%, and the height will be auto. Now for our product info, a flex by 1, and then our max width is going to be 50%. Then we have product name in the product info container. So for product info and product name, the font width will be 500 and the font size will be 2rem. Margin top will be 10 pixels. Guys, how is this pronounced? Is it 2rem or 2rem? Somebody should please drop the pronunciation as it is pronounced in the comment section. I don't know how it is pronounced actually. I say 2rem, sometimes I say 2rem, but I hope you guys understand though. Okay, so after our product image, product name, we need the product price. So for product price, margin top is going to take 20 pixels, and then the font size is going to take 1.875 rem. Font width will take 500. And then we have our product description. For the product description, margin top as well will take 20 pixels, and the color will be green. Okay, then we have the size selector as well. We need to style this also. So for the size selector, margin will set to 30 pixels by, okay. Now we have the size buttons. Alright. For this, display will be set to flex with a gap of 5 pixels. Now we have the button itself. The border, we need to set it by 1 pixel solid. Padding would say 10 pixels for the height, 15 pixels for the width, and then the background color, take this color code F3, F3, F3. Okay, now for the active size, right, that we defined here, the logic that we did here. Okay, for size button, active size, we want the border color to be red. Okay, after that we have our, okay, I missed this product divider here. So I'm going to style it here as well. So product divider margin top will take 30 pixels. Okay. And then we have the product policy. For product policy, margin top, oh come on, margin top will be 20 pixels. And then the color will be set to gray. Font size will be set to this value. Display will be flex. And then flex direction will be column with a gap of 5 pixels between each of them. Okay, so after this we have the add to cart button. For the add to cart button, the background color is going to be black, and then the text color will be white. Padding will take 15 pixels for height, 80 pixels for the width, while the font size will take 0.875 rem. Cursor definitely pointer, and then the border radius will be 10 pixels. Margin top will be 15 pixels. Okay, so we have the description review section. And so for this section, the margin top here will set it to 50 pixels. And then we have what else? Let's see, we have the tabs section. Display here will be flex. And we have the tab itself. So the border around the tab should take 1 pixel solid. The padding will take 10 pixels, 15 pixels. That is for the width and height. And then the font size will take 0.875 rem. And then we have the description content. The border around this should be set to 1 pixel solid. Padding of 20 pixels. The color of gray, that is the text color. Margin top of 10 pixels. Display, flex, flex direction, column with a gap of 10 pixels. Okay, so let's check our code. Oh, okay, so this is supposed to be displayed in column reverse. Let us adjust this. So product details for the thumbnail, not for the images, column reverse. We want this in reverse. Alright, so this is okay. If you click on this, you send this here. If you click on this, you send this here. Click on this, you're seeing it in the main image. Alright, what else do we need to adjust here? Okay, the sizes. The sizes are not coming up. Okay, so the issue is this is not supposed to be the curly braces. This is supposed to be normal brackets. Okay, let's see now. Okay, so this is working. If you click on it, this is what you get. Alright. Okay, we still need to adjust the CSS code too. So for the selector button on pixel solid, let me just use a darker color. I mean use black. Oh, no. Okay, so 1 pixel solid black. This is looking good. And also we're just going to increase this to like 14 pixels, and this should take like 17 pixels. And then the margin, so let's just add something like 5 pixels. Okay, let's see. Okay, this is looking good. This is looking better. All right, so let's see. If you click on this is what you have. If you click on this, so our product detail page is looking okay and good. So we can just view any product of our choice. Okay, kids fashion. This is the name. This is the price. This is the text here. This is size selection, and this is like the policy. And then we have the add to cart button. Okay, let me see. Kids is working. Everything is working. Okay, let's see. And this is looking good as well. So there are different sizes that you can select from, and then you can add more images of your choice. All right. So the next thing we are going to work on now is our footer. Okay, we need to create a footer here. The footer is going to be present in all of the pages. That means it's going to show in all in the entire application. So we're going to mount it in app.gsx. Okay, just the same way we mounted our navigation bar. So let us work on our footer. So I'm going to close product details here, close my assets. Okay, close this, close the product details, close the collection, and then in our components, we're going to work on the footer. So I'm going to create a file for footer.gsx. All right. So here we'll use RAFC, right? So our footer is going to have top and bottom. So this is going to be dot footer. The footer container will have footer top, then we'll have footer bottom. So we'll start with the top. So for the top section, we need an h2 tag, and it's going to take this text. And also we need a p tag. We're going to write a p tag here. And then we have an input field for the subscription. And the input is going to be email. Okay. So the name is definitely going to be email. And the placeholder is going to take enter your email. And we're going to have a button, a submit button. So here, button to join now. Okay. And then for the bottom section, we're going to have the left and the right. The left section is going to have the logo and the socials, while the right is going to have the links, stuff like that. So here, for footer bottom, we're going to have footer left, and also we're going to have footer right. Okay, so the left section H2, the logo, style width, and then we're going to have for social icons. So here we're going to have socials, and we can now use any icon of our choice. So I'm just going to be using Facebook. And then we're going to use Instagram. And we're going to have YouTube icon. So for each of this icon, I'll be giving them a class name of social icon. So I'm just going to copy this and paste this right here. Okay, so this is for the social icon. And then on the right side, this is supposed to be double. Okay, we're going to have a list tag with 4 list items. And the first one is taking home. The second one is going to take services, stuff like that. This is going to take about us. And the last one is going to take privacy policy. Okay, so we're going to have our copyright section as well. So a p tag, our copyright. So here p does copy, and it's going to take this text. Okay, so this is the footer. Now we're going to mouse this in app.gss because we want our footer present in all of our pages. Okay, so this is the footer right here. All we just need to do is to style it. Here we're going to have footer.css. Before styling, we need to import our CSS file into our JSX file. Import./footer.css. So I'm starting with footer. Display here is flex direction, column with a gap of 30 pixels, and then a padding of 60 pixels. Okay, so for footer top, display is going to be grid, place the content at the center, and also with a gap of 30 pixels. Okay, we have an H2 tag. So I'm going to set the font size of this to 40 pixels. I want the text at the center. We have a P tag as well. So we're going to set the font size of that as well to 18 pixels. And then we also need the text at the center. At the top, we have this input field, right? The input container. So for footer top, footer the top, for the input container, display is going to be flex, align items at the center, justify the content to the center as well. Now for the input container and the input field inside the input container, I'm going to set the background color to this color code. And then the text color would be, oh no, the background color here is going to take, we don't need any background color actually for this input field. Okay, so flex here, flex grow by 1, padding of 15 pixels, border will be 2 pixels solid with this color code FF7739, and then border right none. So we're going to set our border radius to this value 20 pixels 0 20 pixels. Okay, and our outline as well, we're going to set it to none. Outline none. And our font size is going to take 14 pixels. Okay, we have button in the input container. So for the button, we're setting the background color to this color code. Okay, the text color to black, border will be set to none, and then padding will be set to 15 pixels here, 20 pixels here, and our border radius will be the reverse of this border radius that is right here. So this is going to be 0, and this is going to be 20 pixels, This is going to be 20 as well, and this is going to be 0. Okay, and the font weight of the text will be bold, cursor will be pointer. Now for the bottom section, I think that's the next thing here. Okay, for the bottom section, display will be flex, justify content, space between. Okay, so for the socials, display would be flex with a gap of 15 pixels between each of the icons and the margin top of 10 pixels. Okay, and now we need to style each of the social icon. So for social icons and socials, the font size is going to take 20 pixels. And then for this right section here, so footer right, display here will be flex with a gap of 15 pixels. Footer right URLI, that is for each of the list items. Font size will be 18 pixels. Okay, and also we're going to set the list style to none. Okay, let's check. All right, so this is what we have for the footer. Our button is not buttoning, if I may put it that way. So let's adjust it. So we're back here and we're going to adjust this to 18 pixels for the heights. Okay, so this is looking all good. All right. So the next thing we're going to work on now is if I click on this, this is what I'm getting. But we need to display the products that are related products in the product details. All right, so that's the very next thing we're going to work on now. So I'm going to close the footer file. Then we're going to open our related products folder. So for the related product folder, we're going to create the GSX file for it. So we're going to have related product.gsx. Okay, so RFC shortcuts. Okay, then we can now start real coding. First, we need to destructure the products array from the shop context to access the list of all the products. Okay, so right here, we're going to destructure products array. So we're going to have products will be equals to use context, and our use context is our shop context. Okay, so now we've destructured the product array from shop context. And here we're going to pass category because we want to display related products based on the category. So for every product in the product detail information, we want to display products that are related to that product that we have, the current product we have here. We want to display the products that are in the same category. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is to declare a state variable and the setter function to update the state variable to store the related products, and we're going to initialize it with an empty array. So here, state variable for related products, setter function sets related product, use states, empty array, and then we're going to filter the product that we extracted, the product that we destructured from shop context. We're going to filter it to find items within the same category, and we're also going to consider case sensitivity. So now we should filter products. I'll create a variable that we're going to store the products that we want to filter, and I'm going to name it related, and it will be equals to products dot filter, open your bracket, and then we're going to have product again. For passing products, So here I want to check products.category, transform it to lowercase. I said earlier that we're going to consider case sensitivity. We're going to check if it's equal to category dot to lowercase. Okay, so what we're doing here is to match the products category with the given category. We're checking if our products category here matches with this given category. Okay, so this code here, the job is to filter products to find items within the same category. All right, so after we've done that, we're going to, for the category, we want to display for any product that matches that's the product information that we're trying to view, the product that matches the category. We want to display 4 other products that are within the same category. So we need to use the slice property to find the first 4 products from the filtered related products, and then we're going to set them in the state. So once we get a product that matches with our category, what we're going to do is to display just 4, the first 4 of that product. So I'm going to use the use effects hook. Okay, and here open your curly braces. Then we're going to set related product with related dot slice. I want to display the first 4. Okay, so we're limiting our display to 4 items, and then here we're going to have an empty dependency array so that it ensures that the effect run only once after the initial render. Okay, so what this use effect is doing is that we're updating our set related products to the related products, which is what we're filtered here. I want to display just 4 of it. Okay, so after this entire logic, now we can now start with our UI. We're displaying for the UI, we're using the same one with the bestseller. Okay, so I'm just going to open the bestseller here. Then I can now copy the entire code here so that we don't have to rewrite the code, and I'm going to paste it here. So I'm going to delete this and then paste it here. But in this case, okay, we have an error here. What is the error? Let me see. Okay, this has no corresponding tag. Let me see if I close the tag. Okay, so we're done. Okay, in this case, I copied from bestseller, right? But in this case, what we want to display is our related product. So I'm going to here, the heading is going to be related products. What we're going to map over, and the length that we're checking here is going to be for our related products, right? Because that is what we want to display. Our related product, we're setting our related product here to the filtered product that here we've already filtered our products. We're looking for products that matches the category of the related product, and we've used this use effect here to set it and to display just 4. Now we need to map over the related products. So I'm going to replace this bestseller with related products. Okay, so we're checking, the first code here is to check if the related product is greater than 0, then it should display this entire UI. If it is not, it should display that no product is found in this category. Okay, now we're using link here, right, so that we can view the product details. So we need to import link as well from React Router DOM. Okay, so that is it. And now we want to be able to view our related product when we're checking for product details. So I'm just going to come in here, and then we're going to mount our related products component here. Okay, and it has been imported here. Okay, so and after mounting it, we need to pass category as props. So here we're going to pass category, and we're going to have product data dot category, right? Okay, so if we check our page, if we check our browser now, okay, let me select this kids. Okay, we're seeing our related products that matches the category. All of these products fall in the same category with these products. Okay, that is what we're seeing, all of these products right here. These are products that relate with this, that matches with the category of this product. The category of this product is for kids, and the product that we're displaying here is also for kids. They fall under the same category. Okay, so once we're done with this, the next thing we need to work on is adding products to carts. When you click on this button, we want our products to show in the carts page. Right now, our carts page is empty, so we need to work on adding products to carts. So I'm going to close all of these related products, home, and all of that. Now we need to, I said earlier that shop context is a central place that is used to manage and store states, right? And also we can use it to write the logic of our products, cart items, and all of that so that other components can access it. So we're going to write all the logic for our carts in the shop context. Okay, so I'm going to open shop context and then we'll start getting all the logic to add to cart. We're going to get the logic to get cart amount. We're going to write to delete item from a cart. We're going to get all the we're going to write all the logic in the shop context. So the first thing we're going to do is to declare a state variable for cart items and a setter function that will set the cart items to always update the cart items, and we're going to initialize it with an empty object. So here const cart items sets cart items use states is going to be an empty object. Okay, now let's write the logic to add item to cart. Okay, so right here we're going to write the function to add items to carts. First, I'm going to create add to cart. It's going to be an asynchronous function, and we're adding items to carts based on their ID, and then we also want the user to add to select the size when they're adding item to carts. Okay, so we're going to have item ID and size. So this is the function. We're going to write the logic inside the function. Okay, so and then we're going to check if the size is selected, because we want to ensure that the user selects the size of the clothes before they can add to cart. So here we're going to check if size is not selected, and then we want to display an error. Okay, so to display the error on the screen, we're going to use this display method. We're going to use React Toastify. So back here, we need to install it, React Toastify. Okay, so this is how it works. This is the kind of display method. You're going to see this on the screen. Okay, so first you need to install it. Click on this, click copy the installation code, and then head back to open an integrated terminal, and then you're going to paste the installation code in the terminal. Make sure you're connected to the internet and click enter. So React Toastify has been successfully installed. For us to use it, first off, you go to your app. Then you're going to mount the toast container before the navbar. And then you're going to import it as well. Import toast container from React Toastify. Okay, so we can use this to display message on the screen for our user. So let's continue with our add to cart. So in our shop context also, so that we can display message on the screen, since we're using Toastify, we will import toast from React Toastify. Okay, so back to our add to cart. We're going to, if the user does not select size, that is what this code is about, right? So we're going to do toast.error. We want to display to the user that the user must select product size to continue, something like that. Okay, and then we're going to exit, return. Okay, and then the next thing we're going to do after this if statement is to create a copy of the current cart items. So here const updated carts, will be equals to, for creating a shallow copy of the cart items, and then we're going to check if the item already exists in the cart. So if updated, okay, updated cart with item ID, if the item already exists in the cart, first we need to initialize the item in the cart if it doesn't exist, right? So updated cart, okay, let me see. Okay, so we're doing size 1. Okay, so what we're doing here is to check if the item already exists in the cart. Here we're checking if it doesn't exist, then we want to update the cart with the item ID, and the size, one size must be selected. Okay, and then we use an else statement, just if otherwise. We're going to check if the size exists in the cart. So here updated cart, we're using the item ID with the size, which is going to be equal to, open your brackets, updated cart item ID followed by the size, or nothing. So we're going to have no, 0, and here plus 1. After this, we're going to update the cart state. So we're going to set cart items with the updated carts. Okay, so with this function now, we can now, let me reduce this. We can now add items to carts with this function. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do now is to write the function to get the amount of items we have in our carts, amount of items in the carts. So that's the code that we're going to write now. Okay, but before that, we need to add the add to carts function to this value that we have declared here, so that other components can have access to the add to cart function. Okay, back to getting the amount of items we have in our carts. Okay, so I'm going to create the function const get carts. So this is going to carts. It should be carts. We want to get the cart amounts. So we want to get the cart counts. An arrow function. Create our function. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is to initialize our total count to 0. So let's total count equals 0. And the total count is going to store the total number of items that we have in the count. So we've initialized it with 0. And then we're going to iterate over each item in our cart items, in the cart items object. And the item represents the product ID, which is the key in the cart items object. So we're going to use the for const items in cart items. Okay, this is supposed to be a const. Okay, for items in cart items, we're going to iterate all the sizes of the current products, while the item represents the size of the product, which is the key in the nested object. So here we're going to have another for const items in cart items. Okay, and now we're going to check if the quantity of the current size is greater than 0. So we're going to use an if statement to check if the quantity of the current size is greater than 0. So we're going to have cart items items, and for each item we want to check if it is greater than 0. Okay, this is item. If it is, we want to add the quantity of the current item, the current size, to the total count. So we're going to have total count will be plus equals cat items, items, item. Okay. Okay, so we're having a little error here. Could not find. Okay, this is supposed to be item. Okay, so this is fixed. And then we're going to return the final total count of the items in the cart. So we're going to return total counts here. And we're going to add dates here. We're going to pass it to this value, get count function. Okay, so that other components can have access to the function. Okay, so the next function we need to write, the next code we need to write is to update our quantity if the user increases the count, if the user increases the items in our cart. So here I'm going to write a comment function to update quantity. Okay, so I'm going to name the function update quantity. So this is update quantity, and it's going to be an asynchronous function. We want to update quantity based on the item ID. I'm going to pass this here, the size, and the quantity itself. Okay, so we've created an arrow function right here. Okay, we have, okay, this is supposed to be async typo error. Okay, so now let's write the function to update our quantity if the user increases the quantity of items. So first off, we need to create a deep copy of the current cart items object to avoid mutating states directly. So we will use the let's cart data because let's cart data equals structured clone into cart items. And then we're going to update the quantity for the specialized item and the size in the copied cart data. First off, we created a deep copy of the current cart items object. Now we want to update the quantity for the specialized item and size. So cart data item ID and the size will be equals to quantity. And then we're going to update the states with the modified cart data. So set cart items with cart data. Okay, so this function here is going to update the quantity, and then I'm going to pass it here as well. Update quantity so that other components can have access to it. And now the next function that we're going to write, the next logic is going to be getting the total, getting the cart total. Okay, so now we're going to write a function to get the cart total. So first off, we need to initialize the total amount, which is the total cart amount, to 0, and this is going to store the total cost of items in the cart. So we're going to use less total amount equals 0, and then okay, I'm here to create the function itself. So we need to create the function first. Get cart amount will be the name of the function. Okay, and then we're going to initialize the total amount with 0, and we're going to iterate over each items in the cart items with the ID that is going to represent the unique ID of the product in the cart. Okay, so for open brackets const item ID in cart items, then we're going to find the product information in the cart, in the product array that matches the current item ID. So we're creating a variable that's going to store this item info. will be equals to products dot find pass products. So finding products based on the ID, products dot underscore ID, that matches with our item ID. Okay. And then the next thing we're going to do is to proceed only if the products exist in the product array. So we need to use an if statement to check if item info exists. Then we're going to iterate over all sizes of the current item in the cart. So we're going to have for const size in cart items, and we're using their item ID. Now, after the iteration, after we've iterated over all sizes, after the iteration, now we're going to calculate the costs for the current size based on the price times quantity, and we're going to add it to the total amount. So here we're going to have total amount will be equals to plus equals item info dot price, and then we're going to multiply it by the cart items based on item ID and the size. Okay, and now we can now return the final calculated total amount for all the items in our cart. So here we're going to return total amount, and then we're going to add this function here is to get cart amount. Okay, so that other components can have access to it. Okay, so now that we're done with the codes with the logic of our cart, we're going to go to the product details where we want to be able to add to carts. We have the button here to add to carts, right? But first we need to extract the add to carts functionality, the value that we've passed here. So I'm going to copy this back in the product details. We're going to have the add to carts here. We're extracting it from our shop context. So for the button, we're going to use an onClick method, and then we're going to call the add to carts, and then we're going to get the product data dot ID, since we're adding carts based on ID and the size as well. So now that we've added the add to cart functionality, we'll go back to our browser. If we click on this product, and now let us add to carts. Okay, there's nothing in our carts page right now. Nothing is showing in the carts page. It's not showing that. So we should be able to view it in the console first before we see it in our carts page if the product has been added to carts. So back to our code. So we'll open shop context, back to the add to cart functionality. Now we need to log the product and size that has been added, that we want to add to the cart. So here console.log, we're using backtick. Let's just see products added to carts, and then we're going to have the item ID sort of. Then we're passing item ID, comma, size, and we're going to do the same thing here. Size. So here, size. So now let us check our console. So if we add an item to carts, we should be able to view it in the console. Click inspect in our console. This item has been added to cart. This is the product ID, and the size that we choose is this. Okay, we can decide to add the small size to cart as well. We're going to see the product ID and the size. So the add to cart functionality is working. So what if we don't add size to our carts? click on this. What if we do not select the size? We said earlier in our code that if the size is not selected, we're using the toast notification to show. So this is here. Okay, we're here to add the CSS to style the toast notification. Back here, you're going to copy this code, and then we're going to open our app.css and paste the code here. So this is where you're going to get select product size to continue. So if you want to add any products to the cart without selecting the size, you're going to see the error select product size to continue. Okay, so let's also add a toast notification to show when you select product size and you add to cart. So back to our shop context right here. So toast dot success, want to show that products added to carts, products added to carts. So this is what we're going to add. If you add these products to cart, products added to carts. Okay, we have the toast notification showing that the product has been added to carts. Let's test for other product as well. If we want to add, let's say, these products to carts, add the size, product added to carts. Okay, all right. So that is for the add to cart functionality. We also need to show the quantity of items in our cart in the navbar. We already have the code. We already had the code for the functionality in our shop context. So we just need to extract the get cart count from shop context. So let me close this. Oh, come on. I don't need any titled. Open navbar. First, we need to extract this code, get cart counts. This function to get the quantity of items in the cart. This is it right here. We're going to extract it from shop context. So we're just going to add it here. So in our cart icon, we have a figure showing the number of items in the cart. This was set to 0. So now we're going to call this function the get cart count function. So here, the get cart count function. Okay, so now that we've called the function here, let's test to see if it's working. So it's already showing here that we have 2 items in the cart. Okay, let me add more items to our cart. I'm going to select the size XL, product added to carts, and then it's already showing here that we have 3 items in the cart. I can add as many items as possible. I can decide to add this item also to the cart. Products added to carts. This has also been updated that we have 4 items in our cart. Now we need to work on our cart page itself to display all of the products that we've been adding to the cart in the cart page. So I'm going to close the navbar, and then we're going to work on our cart page. Okay, so this is the cart page. We're going to work on this now. First off, we need to destructure our products. We need to destructure currency, cart items, the update quantity function, and then from our shop context. Okay, so that's the first thing we're going to do here. We're going to destructure products. We're going to destructure currency, cart items, and update quantity. So we're going to destructure this, and use context will be shop context. So the next thing we're going to do is to create a state variable for cart data. So here const cart data, and then a setter function to set cart data, and we're going to initialize the variable with an empty array. So the next thing now that we're going to do is to use the use effect to process the cart items objects so that we can generate a structured array that will represent the cart's contents. Okay, so we're going to use effects The first step is to ensure that the logic only runs when our product array is not empty. So we need to check first if our product array is not empty. If it is empty, we're going to exit early. So we're going to check if products dot length is equals to 0, return. So here we're checking if the logic does not contain an empty array. If it does, we're going to exit early. Then the next thing is to transform the cat items object into an array of cat data. So here we're going to have temp data, which is also representing the structured array that we're trying to generate, equals objects dot entries cat items dot flat map we're going to get the item ID and sizes. So the next thing now that we're going to do is that for each item ID, we're going to process its sizes object. So here we're going to have objects dot entries for sizes dot filter, open your bracket, square brackets, quantity, okay, square brackets, comma, quantity, and then we're going to check if quantity is greater than 0 dot map sizes, comma, quantity. Let me collapse this so that we can have a larger screen. Then open bracket, square curly braces. Then we're going to have our ID as the item ID, comma, our size as well, comma, quantity. Okay. Okay, this is supposed to be size, not sizes. Okay. And here we're going to update the states with the transformed cat array. So we're going to set cat data with our transformed cat array, and then here we're going to add our cat items and products as dependency array so that it will rerun the effect whenever cat items or products changes. Okay, so let me explain this code. So what we did here is that we transform the cat items object into an array of cat data, okay, and then we convert the cat items into an array of item ID sizes pair, that is here, okay. This here is transforming the entire code is to transform cat items object into an array of cat data, and then here we convert the cat items data into an array of item ID and sizes pair, okay. And for each item ID, that's what we did here. For each item ID, we're processing its size object, okay. Right here we're processing the size object, and now we only want to include sizes with a quantity greater than 0. That is why we filtered here. We want to include the quantity. We want to include only sizes with quantity greater than 0. If the quantity is greater than 0, then we want to include the sizes, okay. Then we're going to map the size and the quantity right here. So for this line here, we're using the item ID as the ID property for the cat data, and for this size right here, we need to include the size of the product as well, and for the quantity also, we're including the quantity of the sizes. Then here we're updating the state with the transformed cat data array, and for this is a dependency array that would rerun the effect of this use effect whenever cat items or products changes. So that is what this code basically is about. Now we need to design the UI of our cats. So I'm going to create a div tag with a class name of cat contents. This is the cat content container. And we're also going to create another div tag for the checkout container. So that's for this is the top and the bottom. For the cat contents container, we're going to map over our cat data. So we're going to have cat data dot map. We're going to pass item and then the index, which will identify as which will serve as the unique ID for the cat contents. So we're going to create product data that is going to store the logic that would find the product the product ID that matches with our item ID. So here we're going to have product dot find products product dot underscore ID. We want to check if it matches with our item dot underscore ID. Okay, so if it does, then we're going to return another UI, which is going to be, let me have this div tag here and close this. And the class name, we're going to return our cat items. So class name is going to be cat item, and the key is going to be index. So inside our cat item container, we're going to display the product image first. So I'm going to use the image tag, and then the source is going to be our product data dot image, and then we need to use the first image from the product image array. Remember that the product image in our product are stored as an array, so we want to get the first image from our product image array, and I'm going to give this a class name of product cat image. So this is going to be product cat image. After the image, we're going to create another container that will be for our product details. So I'll create a div tag with a class name of product details cards. Okay, first we're going to display the product name. So we're going to have within this container, we're going to have a p tag with cards with the class name of price cards product name, and then open your curly braces, product data dot name, and then we're going to display the product price and the size. So I'll create another div tag with the class name of product price size. So within this, we're going to have the product price. We need the currency and then the price itself, and this is going to be product data dot price. And then for size as well, this is going to be product data dot size. Okay, so after our product cards, so all these images, the detail, the cart details, the name, the size, they are going to be wrapped under the cart item information. So I'm going to create another div tag with a class name of product cart. Let me just give it cart item info, cart item info, and then I'm going to paste what I just got here into this. Okay, so after our cart item information, we want to display the quantity of the product. Okay, so for the quantity of the products, we're having it as an input field. So we're going to have input, and the type here is number. So the type is going to be number. Okay, and the class name, I'm going to give this a class name of quantity inputs, and we'll give it a minimum value of 1, and the default value we're going to set it as item dot quantity. So this is for the input field. Okay, so in our shop context here, we have a code to update the quantity if user changes the quantity of the item. So right here, and we've extracted it here, the update quantity here, we've extracted it here. So the next thing we need to do is to use, let me just open this like this, and on change method, and they were going to pass events. So what we're basically going to do is to update the quantity if the input value is valid. Okay, not if we want to check if it is not empty or 0. So here we're going to have e dot target dot value, and our value is the item dot the quantity, right? So we want to check if e dot item dot value if it is empty. This is, we're using the ternary operator, or if it is 0. So we're going to have e dot target dot value if it is 0, and then we'll display null. If it is not, we want to update the quantity. We are calling the update quantity function that we extracted from our shop context. We want to update the quantity of the item, but we need to get the ID as well. We want to update, we need to get the size as well, item dot size, and we need to get the value in number. Okay, so here number e dot target dot value. Okay, so we're updating the job of this code here is to update the quantity if the input value is valid. Okay, and then the next thing we're going to do after this is to add the icon to delete item from cart, to delete a particular item from cart. So we're going to be using this icon. So we're going to use the delete icon. We're using this icon right here, and I'll give it a class name of delete icon. So to delete our icon, we need to set, to ensure that the delete icon is working, the logic behind it, we need to set the quantity to 0 to remove the item. Okay, so here when your user clicks on the icon, we're going to use the click function, and then we're going to call our update quantity. So update quantity, and then we're checking for item dot underscore id, item dot size 0. Okay, so here we're setting our quantity here to 0. So after this, we need to work on the checkout container as well. For the checkout container, I'm going to create another div tag for the checkout box. and here we're going to render our cart total, the cart total component. We're here to create that, so we'll go back here in our components, create the file cart total.gsx, and here refc. Then in our cart itself, in our cart page, we're going to import the cart total. We're going to import cart total from the components. So after the cart total, we're going to work on the cart total page though. So after the cart total components, we need to get the checkout button. And then for the button, we're going to have, I'll create another div tag for checkout button container. And then we're going to have our button with a class name of checkout button. So here is going to be proceed to checkout. Okay, now let's see if our cart page is actually working. All right, so now we're going to add an item to our cart. Let's say we're adding this item to our cart. We're adding this size, add to cart. Product has been added to cart. So if we click on our cart page, okay, we have an empty page here. Let us inspect to see what the error is. So if I click on my console, it's showing cannot convert undefined or null to object at function.entries. Okay. So this error is occurring because the cart item is likely undefined or null when object.entries is called. So to fix this, we need to ensure that the cart item is initialized properly, and we need to check if it has a valid value. So here we use an if statement to check if cart items and then we want to check the type. If cart items is not initialized as an object, and then we're going to set cart data to an empty array. So we're setting the cart data to an empty array if the cart items is invalid. And then here, after this, we're going to type in return. So we've initialized this cart item properly by ensuring that it is an object. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so now on our page, we still don't have our cart item. So we extracted cart items here, but let's see if we exported cart items, if we added it as the value in shop context. Okay, so cart items is not here. We need to add it here as one of our values. So let's see. No error again. Back to the home page. Let's add this item to cart now. Select the size. We're having our toast notification here, product added to cart. If I click on the cart page, this product is going to show in the cart page. Okay, we have the image of the product. So this is the cart page. If you check the URL, this is the cart page. We'll have the image of the product, we have the name of the product, the price, the size, and the quantity. You can increase the quantity and you can delete the item from cart. So you can add as many as possible products to the cart. You can select this item, add it to carts, and then if you check this cart page right here, you're going to see it in the cart. Let me go to the women section, add from this category as well. Let's say we're adding this to carts. Select small size, add to carts. Product has been added to carts. Click on the cart page. You're going to see the two products in the cart. If we add from the kids section as well, let's say we're adding these products. In the product details, we have 4 products, but in our carts, we're going to see 1 product because we selected just one. We are using just one. So this is here in our carts. And then this is what we have. All the products have been added to cart. So we just need to style it so that it's going to look better. So let us style our carts. So I'm in the carts folder, our carts page folder, I'm going to create another file for cat.css. Okay, now in the carts, we're styling our UI, so we're going to start styling our return statement here. For cart items, let this be before this. I think I like it better like this. So for cart items, we're going to display it as grid, and then grid template columns for, and this is going to take 0.5, 0.5, and then we'll set the grid templates areas to product, info, quantity, and deletes. And then we're going to add a padding of 1 RAM, and the border top is going to be set to 1 pixel solid with this color code. Border bottom as well is going to be set to the same thing. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it here. And the text color is going to take this color code. Now for our cart item info as well, display is going to be flex, align items, flex stats with a gap of 1.5 RAM. And then we have our product image. So for product image, width is going to take 4 RAM. And then our for our, and then we're going to style the product details of our carts. Display is going to be flex direction will be colon, and the cart product name, the font size will be set to 1.5 RAM, and the font width will be 500. Now for our product price size as well, display would be flex, and then we want all the items at the center, so align item will be center with a gap of 1.25 RAM, and the margin top will be 0.5 RAM. Then for the size itself, we're going to have a padding of 0.25 RAM for the height and 0.5 RAM for the width, with a background color of this color code. And the border, we're going to set the border around it as well. So for 1 pixel solid with this color code. Now for what next? What do we have? We have the quantity inputs as well. For quantity inputs, we're going to set the border to 1 pixel solid with this color code. The max width is going to take 60 pixels, and the max height will take 35 pixels. We want the contents at the center, that is the value. We're also going to place the items at the center, place self, center as well. Now for the delete icon, cursor will be pointer, and the margin right We're going to set that to 1 rem. We want the item at the center as well, so place self center, and then we're going to set the font size to 24 pixels. The height here, we're going to adjust this to 45 pixels. So let's see what we have. So let's add this product to our cart, and then this is the product. Select the size, add it to the cart. Product has been added to cart. Okay, the styling is not reflecting yet. Let's see the problem. Okay, we're here to import our CSS into our JSX file. So /cart.css. Now this is what we have. Okay, so this is the image, this is the name of the product, this is the price, this is the size. Okay, we should increase this as well. So for the size, let's have 0.3 rem for the width, 0.6 for the height. Okay, this is looking good. Okay, for the quantity input, we're going to set the width to 50 pixels and the height to 35 pixels. Let's see what that gives us. Okay, looking good. We should increase the size of the icon as well, and then the price should have a color. So for the icon, we're going to use 28 pixels. Okay, this is looking big enough. And for price, let's see, what do we have here? Okay, so I'm going to give this a class name so that I can style it. Class name, cards product price. Let's give it a color red, and the font size, let's say be 20 pixels. Let's see, 20 pixels red. Oh, so the font is too big, so we're just going to remove it. The color is okay like this, so this is working. Let's add more items to our cart. If we add this item to cart, let's add the small size, add it to cart. Product has been added to cart. This is what we have in our cart. Let's go to the women category. Let's add this jacket to cart. I'm not adding this size. Products added to cart. We have 3 products in our cart, so let's check. We can increase the quantity of the products in our carts, and then we can delete an item from our cart as well. Okay, so now we need to work on the cart total. We have the checkout container here. We're going to style this as well. So you copy this, then you paste it here. This is going to be for the checkout section. So display is going to be flex, justify content, flex end, and then margin top is going to take 5 rem. Background color will be white with a padding of 15 pixels. Max width will be 600 pixels, and want all the content at the center, so justify content to be center. And for the checkout box, let me copy it again, then I'll paste it here. The width will be 100%, while the max width is going to take 28 rem. And then we have the checkout button container. The width is going to take 100% as well. Well, text align will be at the end. Now the checkout button itself is the last thing we need to style here. So for checkout button, background color will be black, and then the text color will be white. The font size of the text in the bottom will take 0.875 rem, and then the margin top is going to take 2 rem, while the padding is going to take 0.75 rem for width for the height and 2 rem for the width. Okay, so this is what we have. Now we just need to work on the logic of the cat total itself. Okay, so we're going to open our cat total now. Since we're done with our cards, I'm going to close it here. First off, we need to destructure currency, the get cat amount function, and the delivery fee from our shop context. So here, const currency, get cat amount, and the delivery fee. Because use context will be shop context. And now for our UI, I'm going to create a div tag with a class name of cat total container, and then we're going to create another div tag for the cat title, which is going to have an h2 tag, total cat totals. Let's have it as cat totals. Then we're going to have another div tag for cat total details, and then we're going to create another div tag for cat rows, which is going to have 2 p tags. First one is going to be for the subtotal, and the second one is going to be for the total itself. We're going to use the currency, and then we're going to open your curly braces, call the get cat amount function, and then here we're going to have a divider, an hr tag with a class name of cat divider. After our cat divider, we'll have another cat row for the shipping fee and the delivery fee. So I'm going to create another div tag with a class name of cat row. In the cat row, we're going to have 2 p tags as well. The first one is going to have shipping fee, and then the second is going to have currency and then delivery fee. Then for the third one, we're going to have the cat role as well and the cat total itself. So this is going to be cat total. We're going to use 2 bold tags. The first bold tag is going to take total, and the second one is going to take the total. So we're going to have the currency first, followed by the get cat amount function. And then here we're using a ternary operator here to check if it is equals to 0, then it should display 0 if the cat amount is equals to 0. Otherwise, we want to get the cat amount. We want to display this plus the delivery fee. Okay, so this is what we have now. Let me add an item to our carts. Let's add this item to carts. The size product has been added to cart. Click on the cart. So the price is 230 plus the shipping fee. Okay, so this is showing an error that this is not a number and we don't have any delivery fee here. So here we're extracting delivery fee from shop context, but in our shop context we're here to initialize our delivery fee. So here delivery fee should be 20, and then we're going to export, we're going to have the value here as well, delivery fee. So let's see. So let us see if this is going to work for our cart total. Let's add this item to cart. We're adding this size. Add to cart, showing that it's added to cart. Click on this, and then we have it here. So I can delete an item in the cart. The price of the item is 20, the delivery fee is 40, and the total is 240. Okay, so now let's style this. In our cart total folder, we're going to create another file, and I'll give it a name, cart total.css. Before styling, we need to import. So here we're going to import /cart total.css. Okay, so we're going to start with our cart total container. Copy this and paste it here. The width will be 100%, and then the text color is going to take this color code. For the cart title, the h2 tag in the cart title, we're going to set the font size to 26 pixels, and the margin bottom is going to take 1 rem. And then for our cart details, the font size is going to take 1 rem as well. Now for this cart row, the display is going to be flex. Justify content, space between, and then margin will be set to 0.5 rem. Now for the cart divider, which is the HR tag here, the border will be none. Border top will be set to 1 pixel solid, and this color code. And then the margin will take 0.5 rem. Now for the cart total itself, for cart total, the font width will be bold, and then margin top will be 1 rem. So now this is what we have here. So we can add as many products as we like. You can add these products to cart. Product has been added to cart. You can see this, it's showing here, it's reflecting here in the subtotal. We have a $220 here and a $110 here, which the subtotal is 30, the shipping fee is $20, and the main total is $350. So now we need to work on our checkout button such that when you click on this button, it should take you to the checkout page. Alright, so now that we're done with creating the whole front end, the pages that we're going to be needing in the front end, I'm just going to close the front end folder, and in the full stack folder we're going to create our backend. So I'm going to create a new folder. On the sidebar you're going to click on, so then you right click on open folder. So you're going to create the backend folder. So in our backend folder, so we'll right click on the backend folder, click on open in integrated terminal. So if you check this terminal side, we have this left and the right side. So on the left side, we have this other terminal that is open for our front end here. And now this other terminal as well, the path is for backend. Okay, so in our backend folder, we're going to create a new file, and then we're going to name it server.js. And then in our terminal, we're going to run this command, npm init. So the package name here is backend. So just click on enter. The version, so you just click enter, and the entry point here is server.js, this file that we created. So just click enter, 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 enter. Okay, so now you can see that we have package.json here. Our main file is taking the server.js. Okay, and then we have this script that is already generated. and we have this test command, and we have this start command. Okay, so I'm going to remove this test command here. And then for this backend folder, we need to install dependencies that we're going to use. So to install all of the dependencies that we're going to be using, npm I for install. We're going to install course space .env space JSON web token space mongoose space Malta space nodemon space razorpay space stripe for payment space validator space cloudinary space bycrypts. So the job of the course here is to allow the front-end IP access the backend. For .env package, this is for the environment variables that will be in the project, and the JSON web token is for user authentication for login and sign up, and the mongoose is for database connectivity. The Malta is basically for storage of images in Cloudinary, while the nodemon is to restart backend whenever we make changes, and then razorpay is for payments, and stripe as well is for online payments, and then validator is to basically validate data that are coming from users, and then cloudinary as well is for image storage, and the bycrypt is to encrypt users password and store it in our database. So now we can now install all of this. Make sure you're connected to the internet for this installation to work. So right now the installation has started. Let me open this more so that you can see the installation has started. So after successful installation, we're going to have our node module folder and package.log.json. So let me reduce our terminal here. Okay, so in our package we can see we have the bycrypt, all our dependencies are here: cloudinary, course.env, JSON web token, mongoose, Malta, nodemon, razorpay, stripe, and validator. So this is all of our dependencies. Now that we're done with all of this, we can now create our folder structure. So in the bucket folder, I'm going to start by creating a new folder, and I'm going to give it the name config. And this config folder is basically going to store all of our configurations. And then I'm going to create another folder, and I'm going to name it middleware. And this is going to store all of our backend middleware. And then we're going to create another folder, and we're going to name it controllers. And this folder is where we're going to manage all of the logics of our backend. Then I'll create another folder, and I'm going to give it the name modules, and it's going to store all the modules like the schema. And then we're going to create another folder, and we're going to name it routes, and it's going to manage all our expect routes. And also we're going to create a file, and we're going to name it .env, and this is where we're going to store all our API secret key, our cloudinary API keys and secret key, all of that. So now we'll go back to our package.json, and in the script we're going to create server, and then we're going to have server. So for our server, the command is going to be npm run server and the comma here. So this simply means that whenever we run this command, our server is going to be, we're going to open the server. Okay, and for this stats here, we're going to have nodemon server.js. So if you run npm run server, you're going to be able to access the server, and whenever you make changes, nodemon is going to restart the server automatically. Whenever you make changes in the code, this nodemon here is going to restart the server automatically. And then here we're going to add a type property type, and the type is going to be module. So here we're going to have module, add a comma. So this module here that we've added is going to allow us to be able to use the import property in our code. Now let us work on our server.js on the server itself. So now we're going to create a very basic server. So we're going to start by importing import express from express package. And then we're going to import course from the course package. And then we're going to import .env .env/config config. Okay, and then here we're going to define app const amp equals express, and then we're going to define our port number. So this is it here. It's going to be 4000. So this is our environment variable here, process.env.ports. So if port number is available, then it's going to be used, and the port number we want to use is 4000. So our backend is going to start on this port number 4000. Okay, so now we're going to work on the middleware. Okay, this one is for middleware. So we use app.use, and it's going to take express.json, JSON, and then after middleware we're going to add course, app.use course, so that we can access our backend from any IP. Okay, and now we need to create our API endpoints. This one is for API endpoints. So here we're going to have app dot the get method, open your brackets, and our API endpoint is going to be slash, and then we're going to pass an arrow function, and for the parameter it's going to take request and respond, and then we're going to generate one response, and it's going to be response dot send, and we want to show that our API is working. So here we're going to have API working. So this is going to work whenever we open our ports. Okay, the port of 4000. Okay, so now we need to start our port server, and then we're going to have app.listen, open the brackets. So for the ports that we've created, and then we'll add an arrow function, and then we need a console log, console.log, and the message that we want to show is server started on ports plus the port variable that we created earlier. So now to check if this is working, we're going to open our terminal, and then we're going to run this command npm run server, and then you're going to press enter, and now our express server is going to be started. Okay, so here we're getting this message, server started on port 4000, because that is the message we want to get in our console. Okay, earlier on I changed a few things here in the script. There was a mistake that was made. This is supposed to be start, and it's supposed to be node server.js. Server is supposed to be node mon server.js. So please do that, make the correction for yours. Okay, so this is the correction that you're going to make, because if you don't do this, you're going to get an error. So now that this is working, we're now going to check our local host and see if our API is working. Okay, so I'm going to open our browser, and I'll open this new tab, local hosts, and the port is going to be 4000. We're going to get this message, API working. So now we're getting this message, API working. Back to our browser, back to our VS Code. So throughout this backend tutorial, we're going to be using this API, this extension to test our backend. Okay, so if you don't have, the extension name is Thunder Client. So just go to extension and then make sure you install this extension, Thunder Client. This extension, I have installed mine, so do well to install yours. You can decide to use Thunder Client, or you can decide to use the Postman extension. Okay, you can decide to use this other extension as well, Postman. But for this tutorial, we're going to be using Thunder Clients. Okay, let me close this back and then open Thunder Client. I've been using it for a while and it's quite good for testing. So now let's set our API. To test it, click on New Request. Okay, and the type we're using here is get, and then we're going to, let me just copy this. So here I'm just going to do Ctrl A, delete, and then copy this local host. So we're getting API working. Okay, and the status is 200, the size, and this is the time. So our Express server is working perfectly well. So let me close this. Now we need to add the configurations in our backend project. Okay, so first we're going to add configuration for our backend. So I'm going to open web browser, and then in a new tab, we're going to search for MongoDB Atlas. Click on enter, and then on this website, click on it as well. And then you're going to click on try for free. And then here, we're going to sign up with Google. So I have an account already, so I'm just going to log in with the account. And then here, we're going to create a new project. And then we're going to give the project's name. And the project name is just going to be project. So we're going to give this project's name. We're just going to give it full stack projects. Something like this. Okay, this project already exists, so I'm just going to give it full stack e-commerce. Let's see. Okay, click on next, and then I am the project owner, so I'm just going to click on create project. So now I've created this project. You can see the name of the project is full stack. That is full stack e-commerce. That is what we have now. And now we need to create a cluster. So in this cluster section, click on create. So it's going to redirect you to this page, and now we're using the free server. Okay, it has 512 MB storage, and the RAM is shared, the CPU is shared. So the cluster name is cluster 0. We can select whichever provider of our choice. So we're just going to select this default provider. And for the region, you can select the nearest region to you. Okay, so I'm just going to select Cape Town, and now you're going to click on this button to create deployment. And then you'll be redirected to this page to connect to cluster. So the first step is to set up connection security. So this is the username. I'm going to change this password to a password of my choice. So I'm just going to, and now click on create database user. And I don't save this password. Now we need to choose, the next step is to choose a connection method. Then you're going to click on drivers. Okay, so to set, we're going to select our driver and the version. We're using the latest version, which is the 6.7. And now we have the connection string here. So we're going to copy this connection string. So we're going to copy this, and then you're going to stop at this slash here. Copy this. Now we're going to open our VS Code editor, and in our env file, we're going to create one environment variable, and it's going to be MongoDB URI, and it will be equal to the string. And then we're going to paste what we just copied. And at this end part, you're going to remove this slash here. Okay. So here is the username. Okay. This is the password. And this is the address of our cluster. Okay, with this string, we can now connect our package. We can connect our backend with MongoDB. And then we'll go back to our browser, click on Done. And then now we need to locate our network access. Click on Network Access. Now we're going to add our own IP address. So with this IP address, we want to ensure that we can allow access from anywhere. So click on Allow Access from Anywhere, and then click on Confirm. Okay, so now we have this here. Okay, so now we have a new entry here with 000. So this is going to allow us to access our database from anywhere. Okay. Okay, so with this string now, we can now configure our database. So in config, we're going to create a new file. So we're going to provide the name, okay, with a small letter, MongoDB db.js. Okay, so we're going to start here by importing mongoose. Import mongoose from our mongoose package, and then we're going to create an asynchronous arrow function to connect our database. So here, const, and we're going to give it the name connect db. That will be equal to async async. Okay, we have an arrow function here. Okay, so now we've created this arrow function, but we need to export the arrow function, right? So here, export default. Okay, export default connect db. Okay, this is supposed to be export. We're missing an O here. Okay, so within the function now, we're going to write our logic. First, we're going to have mongoose dot connection dot on, and then we're going to open our brackets here. Then we're going to have connected, comma, open this, create an arrow function again, another arrow function, and then we're going to send a message to the console. So console.log, we want to show that our database is connected. So we're going to have connection available. Okay, so after this, we're going to use await mongoose dot connect. Then we'll open our brackets, and we're going to use backtick. Okay, so first we're going to start with a $sign. Open your curly braces. Then we're going to have process dot env dot mongodb URI, which is the value mongodb underscore URI. And then here we're going to provide slash, and the project name is going to be e-commerce. Okay, so whenever MongoDB connection is established, this function here will be executed. So here we're going to have this message connection available. Okay, so now we have the connect DB function here. So now we're going to open our server.js file. So after this port, we're going to add connect DB. Okay, and we're going to get it from the config slash MongoDB file. Okay, and this function has been imported here. And then we're going to add .js here. Okay, so now if we view our terminal here, you can see it's showing us the connection available, because that is the message that we want to send here to the terminal. So it's showing here, after we've called this connect DB function, it's showing us here that this is working perfectly well. The server started on port 4000 and connection is available. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is to create one more configuration, and it's going to be for the Cloudinary Cloud for storage. cloudinary.js. Okay, and this is going to be for the image storage. But first off, before doing anything, we need to get the API key. So let's open the browser, click on new tab. So we're going to search for Cloudinary. So let's just enter this, and then we're going to click on this website. I have an account here already, so I'm just going to click on the login button. So if you don't have an account, just click on sign up for free, and then I'm going to log in with my Google account. So once you're successfully logged in, you're going to see all of this dashboard. Just make sure you're on this dashboard here. And then the cloud name, we're going to come back to it. We need to copy it as well. But first, click on the Go to API key button. So now we're here, and then we're going to generate a new API key. So you're going to get a confirmation code in your email. So just open the email you used to create the accounts, and then copy the code that has been sent and paste it here. So I'm just going to go to my email, copy the code here. So I'm going to paste the confirmation code here, and I'm going to click on approve, and then a new API is going to be created. So I'm just going to title it. I'm going to give it the name. Let's say full stack projects. Okay. This is recently created, right? So this is the API key. You're going to copy this, and on our VS Code, we'll open our env file, and then the Cloudinary that we copied earlier. So we're going to have Cloudinary underscore API underscore key. And then we're going to paste what we just copied now. Okay. And then we'll head back to our browser to get the API secret key. First, we need to be able to view it before we can copy it. So now click on this, and here we're going to have Cloudinary. This is for secret key. So this is going to be secret. Okay. Open your quotes, and you're going to paste the secret key here. And then we need to get this cloud name as well. Okay, so here we're going to have Cloudinary name. And then we're going to paste it here. So we've created three new environment variables that are associated with Cloudinary. So we have the API key, we have the secret key, and we have the name. So now back to our cloudinary.js file. We need to configure our Cloudinary. So we're going to import, import v2 as Cloudinary from our Cloudinary package, from Cloudinary package. And then we're going to create an asynchronous arrow function for connect Cloudinary. So here, const connect Cloudinary is an asynchronous function. Okay. And then we need to export the function. So here, export default connect Cloudinary. So now we're going to configure our Cloudinary. So here we're going to have cloudinary.config. Open your brackets. Now we're going to create objects. Okay. So we're going to start with the cloud name. So it's going to be process.env dot the cloud name. So here we're just going to copy this cloud name. Okay. And then we need the API key. So we're going to have API underscore key process dot env dot API key. And then we need for the API secrets key, secrets and this is going to be process dot env dot cloudinary here. Copy this cloudinary secret key, paste it here, cloudinary secret key. Now we're going to open server.js file after the connectdb function. So we're going to call the cloudinary function here. So here connect cloudinary, and the file is going to be imported here. Okay. So now we've configured our cloudinary. Now we need to start creating our models. I'm going to close this, and now in the models we're going to have products dot models, products models dot js. Okay, so in our product model dot js, we're going to first we need to import mongoose from our mongoose package. Then we're now going to create our product schema. So we're going to create our schema here. Schema is basically a structure that we'll use to create a product in our database. Okay, so we're going to have new mongoose dot schema, open your brackets, and then we're going to have an object. So we're going to define the product property and their type. So here is going to be name, and then the type here is going to be string, comma, required will be true. So this simply means that it is very required for you to enter the name of the product. So after the name property, we're going to add comma, and then we're going to add the price property. Open your curly braces. The type is going to be number, required true as well, true. After our price property, we're going to have the description. The type here is going to be string, required will be true. After the description property, we're going to have the image property. The type is going to be an array, because at the front end we're adding our image, we're storing our image as an array. So required as well is going to be true. Okay, so this array is basically to enable us to store multiple images. Okay, and then the next thing we're going to have is our category. The type here is going to be string, and then required as well, true. Then we're going to have for sizes, the type is going to be array, so that we can store multiple sizes, and required here as well will be true. And then we're going to have for best products, and the type is going to be boolean, type boolean. And then we're going to have the date property, and the type is going to be stored as number, required as well will be set to true. And then we're going to have a comma. So now we have all the type and property for our product schema. So after the schema, we're going to create a model. So to create our product model, const product model will be equal to mongoose dot model dot product which is the name, and then we're going to have mongoose dot model. Then you open your brackets, products, and our product is going to be the product schema. Okay, let me close this so we can have more space on the screen. So here, if the product model is available, the product model will be used. Okay, so if it is not available, it's going to create a new model using this product schema. Okay, now we're going to export. So now we're going to export our product model. So we're going to have export defaults products model. So now we need to create a new file so that we can create our user model. So this is going to be user model.js. And then we're going to import mongoose from mongoose package. Okay. And then we're going to create our user schema. So const user schema will be equal to new mongoose dot schema, then open our brackets, and in our schema we're going to define the properties of our user. So for the user we're going to have name, and then we're going to have the type. It's going to be string, required true as well, and then we're going to have email, comma, email. The type is going to be string, required will be true, and then we're going to have unique, true. So this would stop duplication, like in the sense that if we have an existing email with this, if we have an existing email already that's been registered, we cannot create another account using the same email. So we want each email ID to be unique to each user. So here, unique is set to true, such that when you try to create multiple accounts with an email, you're going to encounter an error. It is not going to work because we want one email per user. So that's why we have unique as true here, so that the user will not be able to create multiple accounts with the same email. So we're going to continue. The next property is going to be for password. The type is going to be string. Then required will be true. And then we're going to have cat data property. And the type is going to be objects, because we want to have the cats as objects. And then the false property, by default, a user is going to have an empty cat. So that's why we have an empty object for default here. And then here we're going to add minimize, and then we're going to set it to false. So now we've created our user schema right here, and now we need to create the model. So const user model will be equal to the same thing that we did here for product model. Okay, we're going to have mongoose dot models dot user, or mongoose dot model, and then provide the user schema. Okay, and now we're going to export our user model. Export default user model. So in controllers, we're going to create a new file, and the name is going to be user controllers.js. So in the user controllers, we're going to add the logic to allow users to create accounts and log in on our website. So we're going to create two arrow function for login user. It's going to be an asynchronous function. Okay. And then we're going to have a try catch block within this. And then we're going to have post register user. It's going to be an async function. And we're also going to have the try catch block here. So this function is going to be for routes. And then we're going to get request and response here in the parameter. And for the registration as well, requests and response. And now we're going to export the function. So exports, open your curly braces, login user, comma, register user. Okay. And in our server.js, we're going to add one more endpoint for our login. So before adding it here, we'll be back to our user controllers. We need to create the route for admin login as well. So here, const admin login. That is for the admin panel. And a synchronous function, and the parameter is going to be requests and response. And we're also going to have a try catch block as well. So this is going to be try catch. And we're going to export it here, admin login. So now we've created the controller function. Okay. And now in the routes, we're going to create user routes.js. Okay, user routes.js. And then the first thing we're going to do here is to import Express from our Express package. Okay. And then we're going to import the functions that were created in our user controllers. So import login user from our controllers. Then we're going to have register user as well. So I'm just going to copy this user routes. Okay. This one I have a common register user. And then the admin login as well. So admin login, common admin login. Okay. From our controllers. Okay. So here we're going to add .js to make it complete. Okay. Then we're going to create a router using the Express router, posts user router. So it will be equal to express dot router, and this is going to create a user router. So with this router, we're going to use the get and post method to post our user router. So the first one is going to be user router dot post method. Open your bracket slash the register endpoint. So whenever we call this register endpoint, it's going to call the register user controllers function. Okay. So for the second one as well, posts, and our endpoint is going to be login, and it's going to call our login user controllers function. Okay. Here as well, to be for admin login posts, our endpoint is going to be admin, and it's going to call the admin login controllers function. And now we're going to export our user router. So export default user router. So after we've defined the router for our user router, then we need to open our server.js. So here for our API endpoints, we're going to create our endpoint address for our user router. And here this is going to take app.use, open your bracket, /API/user, comma, user router. Okay, and we're going to have this right here. Okay, so this has been imported. Now we open our user controllers.js file. So now we need to test if all of this function in our controllers is working. So let's start with this. So before the try catch block, we're going to test it. So we're going to do response.json, open the bracket, open the curly braces, and the message that we want to get is register working. Okay, so now to test this, we're going to open our Thunder client. Okay, so for this post 4000, we're using the get method. We're using the post method /API/user/register. If you click on send, it's showing us that our register is working because that is the message that we're displaying here. Okay, so the register controllers function is working. So let's test this as well. I'm going to cut this. Let's test it for our user function as well. So I'm just going to edit this and I'm going to add user working. So back to, so this is going to be what we want to test for is our login. So this is going to be /API/user/login. Okay, if we click on send, it's showing us that the user function in our controllers is working. So if we cut this as well, and then we want to test for the admin, so here we're going to have admin working. Let's test this admin. If I click send, okay, connection was refused by the server. Okay, our connection has not been started yet. If I click send now, it's showing that admin is working. Okay, so the three functions that we created in our user controllers is working well. Now we're going to start with the register user. Okay, so we want to create the logic that would enable our user to be able to create an account. So I'm just going to clear this, and we're using the try catch block to work on this logic. So in our try block, we need to get the name, the email, and password, because that is what our user is going to use to create an account. And we're going to get it from request.body. So here we're going to have const, open your curly braces, name, email, comma, password will be equals to request.body. Now we're going to check if any user exists with the email ID. Then we're going to display a message. So here we want to check if user exists. If user exists already, then we're going to pass const exists will be equal to await user model. So you can see we already have the user model here. Press tab and the user model will be imported. Okay, so we're going to have user model dot find one. Open your brackets and open your curly braces. What we're finding is the email. So we've provided an object here, the email property. Okay. Now we're going to use an if statement to check if the user truly exists. So if the user already exists, then we want to return this message. Return response dot status, and the status code is going to be 400 dot JSON into message. The message that is going to be displayed is going to be user already exists. So the message is going to be inside the curly braces. So this will be wrapped around the curly braces. Okay. So if user exists, if the email already exists, then we want to display the status code, and then we want to display a message that says user already exists. So I'm going to close this if statement here. So after this, we need to check if the user's email and password is valid. Okay, so we're going to use an if statement here. Then we'll open our brackets. We're going to use the validator. So here, validator. Our validator has been imported here. Okay. So we want to check for the email. So we're going to use this email, and then we're going to provide the email here. So what this if statement is saying is if our email is not validated, then we're going to get this response. So we're going to have return response dot the status. The code is 400. Then dot JSON, and the success is false, and our message that we want to display to our user is going to be invalid email address. Okay, so let me just close this so that we can have, and also we're going to check for the password as well. We want to check for the length of the password. We want to ensure that our user's password should be nothing less than 8. So we're going to use if password dot length is less than 8. Then we want to return response to status 400 dot JSON. Open your object, and the success is going to be false. Our message that I want to display to the user is going to be please enter a strong password. So here, please enter a strong password. Okay, so this is supposed to be JSON. So now the next thing we're going to do is to hash the password and store it in our database. Okay, and we're going to use bytecrypt package for that. So we're going to do import bytecrypt from bytecrypt package. Okay, now we're going to hash user password. So we're going to generate a salt here. Consult equals await bytecrypt dot generate salt function, and in the function we're going to provide the number. Okay, so to hash the password, we're going to have const hashed password will be equals to await bytecrypt dot hash, and then we're going to provide password and salt. So that now that we have the password, the hashed password with the user's email, we can now create our user. Okay, so we're going to create user now. Const new user for new user will be equals to new, and then we'll add user model. Then we're going to add an object. So we're going to have the name property, the email property, and then we're going to have the password property, but we want to hash the password. So here is going to be hashed password. Okay, so now we're going to save the user in our database. So const user will be equal to await new user dot save. So we've used the save method to save our new user in our database. Now we need to provide token that our user can use to log in the application. So here we create a variable for token, and then we're going to use create token. So we're creating our user based on the user ID. Okay. So here user dot underscore ID. But before we can use this create token, we need to first create another function to create our token. So here we're going to have const create token and equal to, okay, we want to create token for user based on the ID. And then here we're going to return JWT web token. Okay, dot sign, open your brackets, open your curly braces. We're going to have the ID. But first we need to import our JSON web, our JWT. So import JWT from JSON web token. So here we've already stored the user ID. And then we're going to have process.env, and we're going to provide the JWT secret key. JWT secrets. So now we're going to create. Okay, so now we're going to open our EMV file because we're not yet created our JWT secrets key. So I'm going to open this. Okay, so here we're going to have JWT underscore secrets. And then I'm going to use this. So now we're going to generate a response to show that, so response.json, open brackets, open your curly braces, success is true, comma, second. And then at the catch block, we're going to, in case if there's an error, if the user is trying to use the same email to create several accounts, or if the password is less than 8, and all of that, we're going to load an error console.log error. And we're also going to create a response.json. Success here is going to be false. And then we're going to generate the message. And it's going to be error.message. Now, this is the controller function for the register user. So now we're going to test this API. And then we're going to create a new request. So I'm going to close this, click on Thunder Client again, create a new request. Okay, I need to copy this. Right. So I'm going to close this again, click on new request, and then I'm pasting this. So I want to test for register. We're using the post method. Click on post method. In the body, we're going to set the user's name, the body, and password. So here we're going to have a curly braces, and in between we're going to have the name property here, and the name is going to be Zubi. And then we're going to have the email property. So I'm just going to have user.zuli@gmail.com. And then here we're going to have the password. So we're going to provide any password here. So I'm just going to enter any password 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So here we're getting, for this name, we're getting success true, and this is the token. I changed the name from user to admin.zilli@gmail.com. So this is it. And also, in this place earlier was showing something else, so I just had to edit. This is supposed to be JWT. So now our API is working. We just tested it. You can create user. So if I click on the button again, we're getting user already exists because the user with this email already exists because we created a user with this email. So we cannot use the same email ID for different user. So if I change this email ID to demo@zuli.com, success true, another account is already created and we have a token for it already. Okay, so now we have two things that we actually put in place. First, to ensure that the same email is not used, and also the links. Okay, so now we're going to check for, we're going to use another email. Let's say sample. Then we want to reduce the length of the password to like 6. If I click on send, we're going to have success false. Please enter a strong password. So this is showing that the password is less than 8. Okay, so our API is perfectly working in. So the status code is 404 bad request. The success is false, and we have message, please enter a strong password. So now we're going to check our database in MongoDB. So back to our MongoDB website. If let's say you're logged out, try to log in again. So I'm going to click on clusters now. We want to see if this is, if all the users' accounts that we created has been stored in our database. So click on browse collection, and then into trading. As you can see, we have an entry here for e-commerce, and we've created users. These are the users that we've created. User.zuli@gmail.com. We have admin.zuli@gmail.com, and we have demo.zuli@gmail.com. The password has been hashed, as you can see, and the cat data is showing as an object as well. The name is Zuli, the ID. This is the object ID, and all of that. Okay. So now in total we have 3 users that we've created. So we're going to delete all of this. So let's just delete this. Then I'm going to delete the second one as well. And I'm just going to leave one as a sample. Okay. So now we can now create the login user function in the controllers file. So back here. Now for login user, we're using the try catch block. So in the try block, for a user that wants to log in, we need to get the email and password. So here, const email and password. And now we're going to check if the user is not available. So we're going to generate a response. Wait, user model dot find one. We want to find the user by email. So if any user is available, this email ID, the user is going to be stored in this variable. Okay, then we're going to check username statement to check if the user is not available. Then we want to generate a response. Return response the status the into bracket 404 dot JSON, and then we're going to have the error user not found. Okay, now we need to check if the user matches the password. We want to ensure that the user's email matches the password. So here we're going to have const is match will be equal to await bycrypt dot compare function, and then we're going to get the password from the login form. Then we'll add user dot password so that I can compare the password that is saved in our database. Okay, so if it is matching, the if not variable is going to be true, and if it isn't, it's going to be false. So we're going to use an if statement to check if is match. If this is true, we're going to generate a token, and then we're going to send the token to the user. So this is create token user dot underscore id. Okay. Then we're going to generate a response as well. Response dot JSON. Success is true, and then display the token. Okay. And if otherwise, if the user's password doesn't match the email, then we're going to use an else statement. We want to generate a response if the user is trying to log in with an incorrect password. So the success is going to be false, and then the message, we want to display to the user that is entering an incorrect password entered. Okay, so here what we're trying to do, if the user exists here, if the user doesn't exist, for this code we're trying to find, because our user is trying to log in, if the email already exists, then it's going to be stored in this user variable. Okay, if it searches this, we're using the find one to find the email, and if the user does not exist, that's why we have this line of code here. If the user does not exist, we want to return an error that's going to say user not found. So if the user is found, then we want to check for the password. We want to check if the user entered the correct password. So here we're creating a variable is match. If the user enters the correct password, it's going to be stored here. And then if the user enters, then we're using an if statement to confirm as well. If the password matches, we want to create a token for the user, and we want to generate the token for the user. And if otherwise, that's why we have this else statement here. We want to display to the user that the password is not correct. So now for the cat block, we are going to have a console.log error and a response as well. So we're just going to copy this, and then we're going to paste it here. Now let's test it. We're using the post method as well. So here we don't need the name again. What we need is the email and password. So I'm just going to cut this out, and then this is going to be login. So our local hosts, and the port is 4000/API/user/login, and then we need the email and password to log in. So if we click on send, okay, no connection found, internet error. So now our internet connection is restored. If we click on send, error, user not found, because earlier on I deleted the user here in our MongoDB. So let us log in with this email. We're going to log in with this email. So I'm just going to copy this. So do you get the logic? I deleted this user earlier, sample.zuli@gmail.com. So it's showing us that user is not found. Now, if I use an email that is already in existence, that is registered and it is stored in the database, this is the email, admin.zuli@gmail.com. If we test this now, it's getting a successful incorrect password entered. Okay, because the password is not complete. If I click on this, it's showing us that success is true and a token has been generated. Okay, so our login function in our user controllers is working. All right, so this email has been registered, it has been stored in our database. That is why the success here is true, and we're able to generate a token for it, and the password as well is correct, because here we've done a password matching. Okay, so let's say the password is incorrect. If I send this, you're going to see success false message, password entered is not correct. And let's say we want to log in a username that has not been registered. Let's say I just want to add ad@zuli@gmail.com, user not found. It's displaying the error of the code that we have here, user not found. Okay, so this is working perfectly well. Our login user function is working. Now our user login and registration features is working. Now the next thing we're going to do is to create a controller function to add our products. So here, let me close this product models, user controller, and the user route as well. Then in my controller folder, I'm going to create product controllers.js. So in our product controllers, we're going to create 4 controller functions, and it's going to be to add function to add product. We're going to create another function to list product. We're going to create another function to remove product and function for single product info. So let's start by creating all of that. Const add products is going to be an async, and I'm also going to request and respond. Okay. So this is for the add product. So I'm just going to copy this, open this, I'm going to copy this and paste this. So the other one, the second one is going to be for listing product. So it's going to be list products, lists. The third one is going to be to remove products. So here, remove products. And the last one is going to be for single product. So here we're going to have single products. And then we're going to export all of these functions. So here we're going to have exports, add products, comma, list products, comma, remove products, comma, single products. So with all of these functions, we're going to create the route. And in the route folder, we're going to create a new file. And the name is going to be products route.js. And the first thing we need to do here is to import Express from our Express package. And then we're going to import all the functions: list products, add products, remove products, and single products. Okay, from our controllers, from our products controllers. And we're going to add .js here. .js. Okay. Now we're going to create one router for our product router. So const product router will be equals to express router. So with this product router, we can now create multiple routes. So here, product router dot posts, open the brackets, and then we're going to add the endpoints. The path for this is /add, and then we're going to add the controller function, and the controller function is add product. Okay. Now for the second one, this is going to be to get the lists /lists, and our controller's function is going to be list products. The third one, the third route, product router dot posts, and the endpoint parts we want to remove, and the controller function is going to be remove products. And the last one is for single products, the route for single products. So this is going to be for single products. Okay. Now we need to export the product router. Now exports defaults product router. After this has been done, we'll come back to the product controller file. Okay. So now we're going to open our server.js. So after this user router, we're going to have our product router as well. So here we're going to have app.use, and then we're going to provide the endpoints, which is going to be /API/product, comma, and we're going to have our product router right here. and it has also been imported here. Okay. Now, after all of this, we're going to add the logic for all of this function. We're going to start with add product function. So to add a product, we need to create a middleware. So here we have a middleware folder here. So I can collect products in form of form data. So here in the middleware folder, we're going to create multi.js. Okay, so let me close this part. So the first thing we're going to do here in our Malta file is to import Malta from the Malta package. Then we're going to create the storage configuration. So here, const storage will be equals to Malta dot disk storage. Open your brackets, and then we're going to have an object within this. So we're going to define defining property here. So file name is going to be function request. So request file. In this parameter, we're having request file and then callback function. Okay. And then in the function, we're going to call the callback function. And the first one is going to give us null. And the second one is going to give us file dot original name. Okay. So with this disk storage, we're going to create an upload middleware. So this is going to be const upload. The variable is upload. And here we're going to use Malta package. And I'm going to add the storage here as the object. Then we're going to export upload. Export the front upload. Okay. Okay, so now we've created this middleware, and then we're going to use this in our product routes. So we're going to use this middleware in our add product routes. Okay, we're going to use this here in the add product routes. And we're doing this because in the add product route, we need to send multiple images. Okay, so we need to provide the middleware in the add product route. When the user wants to, let's say the admin wants to add products, they need to provide multiple images. Okay, so here we're going to have comma. So here we're going to add upload. As you can see, this has been imported, and here I'm going to add a comma here. So after this upload, and then after this upload, we're going to add dot fields. Okay, so this is going to process the multi-part form data, and now we're going to add the multiple images in the route, and here we're going to define objects. So we have the name property and the field name that we're going to send the images. This is going to be for the first image, image 1, and then we're going to have max count, and we're going to set it to 1. So this is going to be image 2 for the second image. The third one is going to be image 3, and the max count as well will be 1. And then we're going to have image 4. Let me just copy this. And then I'm going to paste it here. This is going to be for the fourth image. Max count as well is going to be 1. So now the Malta middleware has been added in our add routes. Now back to our product controller, and we can now add our logic. So here we're going to use the try catch block, and in the try block, so basically what we just did here is when you want to add products, right? You're going to need the name, the price, the description, the category, the sizes, best seller option, and we're getting this from request.body. Now we need to get the images. Since we have 4 images that are being stored as an array, so we're getting this from request.files. So we're going to create variable for each of the images. So let's get for the first one. Image 1 will be equal to request.files dot image 1, and then and request dot files dot image one, and we want to, for the first image is going to be the first object in the array, or the first item in the array. We're going to do the same thing for the second, the third, and the fourth image. So I'm just going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it here. So this is going to be for image 2. This is going to be also for image 2. This is also going to be for image 2. This is going to be for the third image, image 3. This also image 3. This also image 3. And this is for the fourth image, image 4. Right here as well, image 4. And then here, image 4. So now we're going to display this in console.log. So we want to log the name, the price, the description, the category, and the sizes, and bestseller as well. Okay. Then we're going to be using response.json. So here we just generated a response here, and we want to send an empty object. So if there's an issue in the try block, let's execute this catch block, and then we're going to have response.json. Success will be false, and then we're going to have the message. So here we're going to have error.message. Okay. And we're also going to log this error in the console. So here console.log error. Okay. So now after this, we need to test if our API is working. So back to Thunder clients. This is going to be /API/product/ads. And then we're using the body. We're getting our request from the body, right? And because we're using Malta, we're going to get our stuff. We're going to get all of our data in form. So here we're going to have name, the name of the product. So I'm just going to give this testing name. And then we're going to have the price of the products. And we're going to give, let's say, 120. For the other one, we're going to have description. And here we're going to have testing description. Also, what else do we have? Let's see. We have the category sizes and bestseller. So here we're going to have category, and then let's see name, sizes is in form of an array. Sizes is in form of an array. So here let's say the large size, and then we're going to have, what else do we have here? We're going to have bestseller, and bestseller is in Boolean form. So we're going to set it to true. Okay. So now if we click on send, we're getting this, right? And then in our console, we have the name here, testing name, we have the price 120, we have the description, testing description, we have the category for men, we have the sizes, and then bestseller is true. So that means our add product function is perfectly working. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do now is to store our images in our database. So const images, and then it's going to store arrays: image 1, image 2, image 3, image 4. So here in this array we have stored all the images. Okay, and then we're going to have dot filter, where we're going to pass an arrow function, and we're going to pass individual item. So we're going to check if the item is not equal to undefined. Then we can now store the images in the array. Okay. Now we need to upload all of the images that we stored in the images array in Cloudinary. So here we'll create a variable images URL. So let images URL equals, we use await promise dot all methods, and then we're going to map over the images URL. So images dot map async item, and then we'll open the arrow function here. Then we're going to define another variable for the results, which we're going to send our images in Cloudinary. So here, Cloudinary dot uploader dot uploads item, then dot paths, comma, and then we're going to have the resource type underscore type, and the type is image. So we're using the upload function, and then we're providing the parts of our image, right? And here we're defining the resource type, and it is an image. Now we're going to return the results, the secure URL. Okay, so we're returning the results with a secure URL. So here, after adding the first, the second, the third, the fourth images, it's going to be stored in the images array. Okay, and if you upload any one of the images, just one image, you're not going to get undefined here. And also, we want to generate the URL for all of the images and upload it in Cloudinary. So that is the job of this code here. So the next thing we're going to do now is to save all of this data from the name, the price, description, and the images in our database. So to do that, we're going to create a variable, and I'm going to name it product data. Okay, that is going to store this object. So here we're going to have the name property. We're going to have the description, and then we're going to have price as a number. So because by default the price is going to be a string, so we need to convert it to number. Okay, and then we're going to have the category, then we're going to have the bestseller property, and then we're going to have the sizes. But for the bestseller is a boolean, so we need to set the bestseller as true or false. So here bestseller is going to be equals to true or false, but we need to add a ternary operator just in case. If the bestseller is true, then it should simply return true, and if it is not, it should return false. So if bestseller is true, we'll use a ternary operator here to show that it is true, else it should return false. Okay, so that it can be converted to boolean, and then we're going to have the sizes, and the sizes is in form of array, and we need to convert the sizes using JSON the stringify method. So here JSON dot pass sizes, and then we're going to have our image, and for the image we're using our images URL so that we can get the image URL from here, from our Cloudinary. And then we're going to add the date, and we need the current date. So you're just going to do date dot now. Okay. So now, after all of this, we're going to add the product. So here, first product will be equals to new product model. We're going to import the product model. So let's import product model. So import product model from our models slash product model slash product model dot js. Okay, so this is for the product model. And then also we need to import v2 as cloudline, not the connect cloudline. So here import v2 as cloudline from cloudline package. Okay. Okay, so this is supposed to be the earlier we had import connect cloudinary. It's supposed to be cloudinary. I missed that, so this is going to be cloudinary. Okay, so this is correct now. So do well to correct this. It's supposed to be cloudinary, not the connect cloudinary. So in the product model, we're going to have the product data. Okay. Now we're going to save this product in the database. So await product dot save. And then we need to generate the response to show if the product has been added. So here, response.json. And then we're going to have a message to show if it is true, success, true. And then message is going to be product added successfully. Here, we're going to have product added successfully, added successfully. Okay, and then for our cat block, so I'm just going to comment out this console and this empty, this object here. So this has been added successfully, and then our cat block also has all of this as well. So this is it. Now, so now we're going to test. Okay, we still have the same thing here. So instead of having an empty object now, we want to show this message. If all of this is working, we want to show that success true, product added successfully, and we'll click on send. Okay, no connection. So here we're having an error. Okay, let's see. Cannot find package models. Okay, it has to be from here. We want to import product models from. Okay. So let me just delete this. From models, product models.js. So if I save the changes here, let's see. Okay, our server has started and connection is available. Now back to testing. If I click on send, success true, product added successfully. Okay, so because we've added all of this here in our form, so this is working. So now let's check if this is saved in the database. Okay, so I'm just going to refresh this now. Now we have the users collection earlier. Now we have another collection which is products, and this is the products that we have here. Okay, so we have the ID of the product, we have the name of the product, we have the price of the product, we have the description. We are yet to add any image, so our image is empty. The category is here, and the size as well is here, and this is the size, the large size, and the date also. So our add products, Our product controller is working, and to add products, the function is also working as well. So the next thing we're going to do now is to create the logic for our list products function in our other controllers, in the product controllers. So we're going to start by creating a try catch block. Select the try catch block, and in the try block, we're going to create a variable of the name products, and then we're going to store the products data. So here we're going to have our weights, product models, dots. I'm going to use the find method, and then we're going to pass an object to it. And then we're going to give a response.json, success true, success with true, and then the products. Okay, and if we get any error, this catch block is going to do all of that. So here we're going to use console.log the error.message, and then we're going to have response.json, success here is false, message is going to be error.message. So now that we've created the function to list products, we're going to test it now with Thunder Client. So I'm going to click on Thunder Client, and then I'm going to create a new request. Okay, so right here, we're using the same API here. So I'm just going to copy this. Instead of having to type, then I'm going to close this, my new request here. Click on new request. Let me close this. Okay, so I'm going to copy and paste it. But right now we're not adding products, right? So this is localhost/API/product, and this is to list products, so /list, because in our product routes, in the product route here, our endpoint here is for list. So if we want to get anything that has to do with list products, we need to use this endpoint here. Okay, so for listing products, this is it right here. And then if we click on send, this is what you're going to get. Success is true. The product is in form of an array of objects. We have the product ID, the name, the price, the description, the image, the category, sizes, dates, and cards. Okay, because this is products that we created earlier. So let me do something so that we can have other products. I'm going to add more products. So for this add here, and in the body, we want it to be for form, right? So we're going to start with the name, and I'm going to give it, let's say, men's wear. We're going to have price. What I'm trying to do now is to add more products. Okay, so that's where we have add here. Okay, so price, let's say 30. Then the description, let's say more description. Then we're going to have category, and it's going to be men as well. It can be men, it can be women. I'm just choosing men for now. Okay, so the sizes, let's say Excel, and then for bestseller, I'm just going to add false here. If I click on send, this, okay, we're using the get method. This is supposed to be the post method. Click on send. Okay, so product has been added successfully. Okay, so if you're using the post method, you want to send to the database. So here, this other product has been added successfully. Now that means we have two products. So let's just see it here in our MongoDB Atlas. Two product has been added, right? The first one is for testing name. The second one is for main. Now, let us test the list product again if we're going to get two products, the two products that we've added. So here, click on Thunder Client again. Let me create a new request. To make it faster, just copy this. If you know what you're doing, do Control A V. Here we're getting for lists, and we're using the get method here. Okay, let me close this. Okay, so click on send, and then you're going to have two products. Okay, success true. This is the first product with the name, and this is the second product, the name, the price, the description. So that means that our logic for the list products function is working. Okay, it is working perfectly well. You can add products, you can list products. So the next thing we're going to do now is to add the logic to remove products. And then first off, we're going to use our try catch block like we've been using it. Okay, and in the try block, we use await product model dot find by ID and delete methods. Then we need to provide the product ID. So this is going to be request dot body dot underscore ID. Okay. And then we're going to create a response that's JSON. Then success true, and the message is going to be products deleted. Okay. Now for the catch block, it's also going to be the same as this. So I'm just going to copy it here, and then I'm going to paste it here. So if there's any error, this catch block will be executed. Okay. So now let's test it. We're just going to open this. The type is going to be post because right here to remove the type is post, right? So we'll come back here, post method, and now the API endpoint is to remove. And now click on body. This is JSON. So right here, we're going to have an object. We're going to close it. So we need the ID. So let's say we want to remove this first product. So I'm just going to copy the ID here, and then I'm going to paste it here. Okay. So if I click on send, okay, connection error. Let's see what's going on. Okay, let me open the terminal. Okay, I guess we have okay response dot. Okay, it's a typo error. So this is supposed to be JSON, and this as well is supposed to be JSON. This as well, JSON. Okay. So I'm going to save these changes now, and then back to our testing. So if I click on send button now, as you can see, success is true, message, product deleted. Now we're going to check our database right here. We have two earlier on. So if I refresh this page now, so now after completely refreshing, we only have one item in the product. Okay, so our remove product function in the other controllers is working. So the next thing we're going to work on is the single product function so that we can get information about single product. So we're going to start with the try catch block as usual, try catch, and then in the try block, we're going to get the product ID because we want to view the product information from product ID. So product ID equals request.body. That is where we're going to get it from. We want to view each product by their ID. And then the next thing we're going to do is to find the product, and then we're going to save it in products, and then we're going to send the data to our database. Const products will be equal to await. We're going to use product model dot find by ID, and then we're going to provide the product ID that we're getting from the request.body. So the product is going to be stored in the variable. Now we need to generate a response as well, response.json, and then we're going to have our object success is true. Then we're going to provide the products. Okay, and for this catch block here, if there's any error, I'm just going to copy this just in case we don't get any products in our product ID. It is going to console in our console. We're getting this error message, and then we're going to generate another message here using JSON. Okay. Now, next thing we need to do is to test. I'm going to click on new request, and the type is going to be post. So I'm just going to copy this API here, and then I'm going to paste it here, and this is going to be single. Okay, and then here click on body. In our JSON, we're going to create an object, and this is going to take the product ID property, and then we're going to provide the product ID of the products that we want to view the information. So I'm just going to come back here to my browser. I'm going to copy this ID so that we can see the info about this product that we've added using the add product function. So I'm going to come over here, and then I'm going to paste it here. Okay, now we're going to click on the send button. Let's see, we have an error. Let's check. So it seems the product has been deleted initially. So I'm going to look for another product ID. I'm just going to pause and add another product right here. Okay, this is going to be ladies wear, the price and everything. Okay, so I've added the product here, and then I've reloaded right here. This is another product. So now let us copy the ID of this product and see if we're going to get our product detail. So I'll come back here, and I'm going to paste this right here. If I click on send, okay, so the error we're having is because we're using the post method. For the product router here, to get the single product, since we're getting the details, we're supposed to use the get method. Okay, so this is supposed to be get method. If we click on send now, we're going to get success true, and then all of the information about the product. Okay, so to get the information, we're going to use the get method, because right here in our product router, we already defined this as get. Okay, so that's why we're having the error earlier. So let me test it for. So now that we've tested it, as you can see, we can now get the product information. Okay, now let's say I did this and I want to change the product ID. Click on send. Success is true. Product is null. Okay, I think we have a similar product ID. So now we're going to test with another product ID. If I click on send, success is true, and all of this is working. Okay, so let's say I want to add an incorrect product ID. Let's say 4034, something like that. If I click on send, success is false message. This is the message that is displaying. Okay, so our single product function in the other products controllers is working perfectly well. So now we've created all of the functions for the product controller to add product, to list product, to remove product, and for single product. The next thing we're going to do is to create admin authentication system. So in our user controllers.js file, we're going to have the functionality. Okay, but before that, we're going to open our environment variable, and then we need to get the admin email and password. So I'm just going to give the email demo at zulu.com, demo at zulu@gmail.com. Sorry, gmail.com, and then we need to have admin password. and it is going to be demo 12345. So with this admin email and password, we can now create our authentication. And now let me close this product controller so that we're going to have multi.js. Let me close this product route as well. Okay, so now we're going to open our user controllers. So what we're basically trying to do is to ensure that we have user authentication. We want to ensure that only the admin can add products and only the admin can delete products. Okay. Now I'm going to close it. Now back here to the admin, we've added the try catch block. So the first thing we're going to do here is to get the user's email and password. So here const email password. So requests dot body, and then we're going to check if the user already exists. So here we're going to have if email matches with the environment variable. So this is going to be process dot env dot admin email, and password. If the password matches with password dot env, it's process dot env dot admin password. Okay, if it matches with the email and password that we're getting from the request body, we're going to create a token. Okay, so to create the token, we're going to create a variable const token will be equal to jwt dot sign method, and then we're going to provide a string that's going to be email plus password, and also we need to provide the jwt secret because we're using. So here we're going to have process dot env dot jwt secrets. Okay, and then we're going to generate a response dot json, then we open our brackets, and then we're going to have an object. So success true, then we're going to have the token. Okay, and then we're also going to have an else statement just in case if the email ID or password does not matches with what we requested from the body. Then we're going to have response.json. Open your brackets. We're going to have an object. Success is false, and the message is going to be invalid details. So invalid details. So for the catch block, we're going to use the same thing that we're using here. So console.log the error, generate the response, and then send the message error.message. So after this, the next thing we're going to do is to test the admin login function in the user controllers. So here, this is going to be the users localhost localhost port 4000 slash API. It's supposed to be slash user slash admin. Okay. And now right here, what we're going to have is the email. So here, we just enter the email in our environment variable. That is for the admin email. You come back here, we are going to paste it here, comma, the password is supposed to be password. Then back to our environment variable, we're going to copy the same password that we're using. Then you're going to paste it here. Okay, and this is going to be the post method, because right here in our user models, in our user router, for admin, we're using the post method, and this is the endpoints API. Okay, so that's where we're using the post method. That's where we have admin right here. So if we click the send button now, success is true. This is the token right here. Okay, because the user already exists. Okay, so let's say the user is trying to log in with an invalid email. So I'm just going to edit this. I'm going to put dots. Okay, if I click on send, success is false, message invalidated. Because right here, that is what we have. Okay, so if the email and password does not matches with what's requested in the body, we want to display this message. Okay, so with this token now, okay, let me change it back to the correct details. Okay, so with this token now, we want to create the authentication. So to authenticate this token, we're going to create a middleware. So I'm going to close this user controllers, user routes, and what else. Okay, so in our middleware, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to name it admin auth, that is for authentication.js. Okay, so this admin authentication is basically for those APIs that we need authentication, like adding products, deleting products, and other APIs. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do here is to import JWT from JSON Web Token. So JSON Web Token package. Okay, and then we're going to create an array function with the name admin auth, and it's going to be an asynchronous function. It will request and respond as well. That is what will be in the parameter. And next function that will serve as our callback function. Okay, and then in the function we need to create a try catch block. But first off, in our token, we need to get our token in the try block. We need to get our token from request.header. So const token will be equal to request.headers. So anytime we're calling the API, we need to get our token from the headers. Okay. Now, the next thing we're going to check is if the token is available. Then we can now continue our code, and if it is not, we're going to generate a response. So here we're using an if statement. If not token, we want to generate a response. Return response.json, and we're having this object here. Success, false, and then the message that we want to send to the user, message unauthorized, unauthorized user. Okay, I'm going to close this. So if the token is not available, we want to display not authorized. And so now if the token is available, we are going to decode the token. So to decode it, we're going to create a variable, and I'm going to name it token decode. And this is where we're going to store our decoded string. So we're going to use jwt.verify, open your brackets, pass token, and then we're going to have process.env.jwt secrets. Okay. Now the next thing is to do is to verify. So now we're going to check if the decoded token is equal to the admin name and the password. Okay. So here, decoded token, it's not equal to process.env.admin email plus process dot am dot admin passwords. Okay. And then we're going to generate the response. We're going to return. So return. So we're returning if the decoded token is not matching. Okay. So we're going to generate a response. Success. False. On the message, we're going to have user not authorized. And then right here, we're going to call our callback function, which is next. Okay, so for the cat block, if there's any other error, we want to return and then generate a response to JSON success is false. Then message will be error this message. Okay, this one is supposed to be returned. Okay, so now we need to export our admin authentication. So here we're going to have export default admin auth. So after this, we're going to add this middleware to our routes. Okay, so for product routes, we're going to add the middleware. Okay, so add a comma here. Within this, we're going to have admin auth. Okay, and that's been imported right here. We want to authenticate the admin before they can add. Also to remove as well. To remove products, we're going to have admin auth as well. Now let's test the authentication middleware. Open Thunder clients. So I'm going to close it. Okay, so this is for the admin. This is the token right here. So I'm going to copy this token. Now let's see which one have we added. Okay, to add products now, let's test. Before we add the token, if I click on send, you're going to see success false, message unauthorized user. Okay, and this is happening because we're here to add the token. The request that headers is here to get token. Okay, so here we need to provide the token. Okay, so if you come back here, click on headers, and then token. We have a token already for this user, for this admin, for this admin login. Okay, we have a token already. So if I have this token here, then click on send. Product has been added successfully. So this simply means that without the token, if the token is not available, no other person can add products. Okay, so the token needs to be available to add products. So here we already have the code here. We've already tested it here. We have the admin email and the password. We've provided it. We have the token, and then right here, I've passed it here to the request that's headers. So we're requesting from our headers. I've passed the token. This is the key right here. And now users can now add if the token is available. Okay, so now that this is working without the token, if the token is not available, user can now add products. Okay, so this is how authentication works. So right here, we've requested the token from requested headers. And now, if the token is not available, it's going to show unauthorized user. Okay, and if the token is not decoded as well, user not authorized. Okay, so now that we have all of this, we can now create our admin panel. Okay, such that we can have a panel to be displayed that we can add products from the admin panel to the front end. Okay, so I'm going to close all of this now. Close all of this. Okay, open this up. So I'm going to close this. And now we have backend and frontend. Okay, so we're going to create another folder for admin. Okay, so in this folder, I'm going to right click so that we can create a React project in this. Open an integrated terminal. So right here, we're going to enter this command npm write at latest dot. Okay, so this is going to create the project within the admin folder. Okay, so we're getting an error here, unknown command. Oh, my bad. This is supposed to be npm create write at latest dot. Let me enlarge the terminal. So we're going to select React, and then we're going to select JavaScript. Okay, so we have to install the dependency. So here npm install. Okay, it's going to install all of the dependencies needed from the admin project. Okay, so this is installing. Make sure you're connected to the internet for this to work. So the dependencies have been successfully installed. Let's check this. Okay, we have our node module. We have every other thing right here. But before we start the actual project, we need to install other dependencies that we're going to be using. npm, we're going to enter npm install. We need to install Axios from Axios package. We need to install React Justify. And then we need to install React Router DOM. So React Router DOM. Okay, so we click on enter and let all of these packages install. So all of these packages has been installed. Let's check and close this. Okay, so Axios has been installed, React Router DOM has been installed, React Justify has also been installed. So the Axios is basically to make API calls. The React Router DOM is to work on the routing, and then the React Justify is to display a toast message, just like we had it in the front end. So the next thing we're going to do now is to test the project. npm run dev. Okay, click enter. So after running the command, so this is it's showing here that port 5174 is already in use because that is the port that the front end is using, and now we're getting the local host port 5174. 5173 is for front end. Let me show you. This is for front end right here. Okay, so now we need to fix this. We need to ensure that whenever we run the command npm run dev, the port for the admin is going to be 5174. So we're going to fix it here. Click on bytes.config, and then we're going to have server, create an object. So we'll have the port property, and we're setting our port to 5174. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this because we're going to do the same for front end. So click here, open front end folder, click here as well, and then we're going to paste this here. But for front end, we want 5173. The port number is going to be 5173. Okay, so our server has restarted, and our admin is right here on port number 5174. Okay, so this is for the admin. Now we can now start writing our code. Okay, so now that we have our front end running on port 5173, and then the admin is running on port 5174, all of this is working. Now we can now close this, and we can now focus on our admin panel. Okay, so let me just close this. And now, first thing we're going to do here is to change the title. So this is going to be start with admin. For the title, if you view this now, you can see this has changed, start with admin. And then the next thing we're going to do is to do some cleanups. Okay, so at the beginning of the tutorial for frontend, we've been using RFC snippets. So I'm just going to clear this up. Then RFC. Okay, so this is for app. Then we'll do the same cleanup for our index.css as well. And also for our app.css, we're going to delete this. Okay. So now we're going to create the folder structure for our admin. First, I'm going to start by creating the component folder. And then I'm going to create the pages folder. So in our component folder, I'm going to create two folders. For the login, I'll create another component for sidebar. Okay, so for the login folder, I'm going to create login.gsx rafc here, and then we're going to have login.css. For sidebar as well, we're going to do the same thing. Sidebar.gsx rafc. These are components. Okay, and we're going to have sidebar.css as well. .css. So I'm going to close all of this. We're done with components. Now for the pages folder, we're going to create the add folder. We're going to create another folder for others, and then another folder as well for lists. Okay, so for each of them, we're going to create the GSX and CSS files. So this is going to be add.gsx rafc here. Also, we're going to have add.css, and then for our list.gsx. Then we're going to do for list.css as well, list.css. And for our others, we're going to have others.gsx rafc, and also others.css, others.css. Okay, so I'm going to close all of this. So the next thing we're going to do now is to mount our pages and components in our app.gsx. But before that, we need to wrap the entire app. We need to wrap browser router around the entire app. So here I'm just going to Ctrl X, and then we're going to use browser router. And we're going to have, I'm going to paste what I caught earlier. Then we're going to import the browser router. So here, import browser router from React Router DOM. Okay, so our entire app is wrapped around browser router. So now we're going to open up the GSX file. Here, so I'm going to give the class name of app container. So here, we're going to have an HR tag, and I'm going to give it the class name of app divider. Then we're going to have another div tag for the app contents. So within this app content container, we're going to mount our sidebar. So we're mounting our sidebar component here, and then we need to import it. So this is the sidebar here. Okay, so we're going to import sidebar from the component folder, from the sidebar folder, and the sidebar.gsx itself. So now we need to design our sidebar. So here, I'm just going to delete this. I'm going to give this a class name of sidebar container. In the sidebar container, we click this. We're going to have the sidebar header. Okay, so a div tag with the class name of sidebar header. Within that, we're going to have the logo. So we're using this logo. From React icon. So that's the icon we're using. And the class name is going to be side logo. I'm going to close this, and then I'm going to import the logo right here. So I'm going to import Centos from React icons. Okay. /fe. Okay, so we're having an error here and it's showing us that we have not installed React icon. No joke. So here we're going to import, we'll copy the installation code for React icon, and then right here, we're going to paste it here. So while all of this is installing, so now that we've installed React icon, let's continue. Next thing we're going to do now is to create our sidebar links. So I'm going to create a div tag with a class name of sidebar links. So in the sidebar links container, we're going to have nav links. We're going to use the nav link tag. And then we're getting the nav link tag from React router DOM. So here I'm going to import nav link from React router DOM. Okay, so for the first nav link, I'm going to give you the class name of sidebar link. Sidebar link. And then it should redirect us to add. Okay, so in between the sidebar link, we're going to have the add icon. So we're using the add circle. Okay, let me just type it completely. MD for the icon. So I'm going to give the icon class name of sidebar icon. Sidebar icon. Then I'm going to close this icon. After the icon, I want to display text. So p.sidebar text. And the sidebar text is going to be add products. Okay, so this is for the first nav link here. So this is for the first nav link. Now we're going to create another nav link. And I'll give it the same class name with this. And this is going to lead us to lists. So the icon that we're going to be using is going to be the list bullet add. So here we're going to have MD lists, MD format lists, and the class name is going to be the same as this. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it here. Then I'm going to close this icon. And also for our p tag with the class name of sidebar text. And this is going to take lists products. So I'm just going to copy this here, and then I'm going to paste it here. This is going to take us to the orders, and the icon is going to be different. So the icon that we're going to be using here is this icon. And the text is going to be orders. After that, we're going to have a button with a class name of sidebar link as well, because it's going to be in the sidebar. And inside that button, we're going to have the logout icon. So this is going to be my class name of sidebar icon as well. So let me just copy this here. Then I'm going to paste it here. And then the text as well is going to be logouts. So I'm going to import all of the icons right here. So here I'm going to have import the first icon. Let me use the logout, iOS logout. And then this other icon right here. I'm just going to add it. So we're going to get this from React icons /io. And then for the add list icon and shopping cart icon, so I'm going to import the name of this icon here. Let me just copy this, comma. This other icon here for shopping carts. I'm going to copy this as well. Then I'm going to paste it here. So from React icons /md. So, but actually, you can get all of these icons if you search React icons. And then this link here, this React icon GitHub login icon. So you can get as many icons as possible. So all you need to do, let's say you want to get the cat icon, you're going to get as many icons as possible. Okay, let's say you want to select this first icon. You're just going to copy this here, the imports here, paste it right here, and then the icon itself, you're going to copy it and also paste it wherever you want it. Okay, so that's simply how you get React icons. Okay, so let me close this and now let's start. I'm going to close this as well. So the next thing we're going to do now is to style this. If we view this in our browser, this is what we have. So now we're going to style this. First off, we need to import our CSS file into our JSX file. import.forward/sidebar.css. Okay, so we're going to start styling the sidebar container. The width will be 22%, and then the minimum height would be 100 VH. And then we need to set the border rights to 2 pixels solid with this color code. And then the background color will be set to white. Okay, now for the sidebar header, display here would be flex, justify content center with a gap of 10 pixels. And then we have the sidebar logo. So for the sidebar logo, the font size is going to be 35 pixels. Okay, we omitted something earlier. We need to have an h2 tag here for style way. Okay, so let me minimize this. Okay, so for sidebar, the h2 tag in the sidebar header, we're going to set the font size to 30 pixels. Now for the links, sidebar links, display will be flex, flex direction will be colon with a gap of 1 rem and padding top of 1.5 rem. And we have the links as well. So sidebar links, display would also be flex here. Display flex, align items at the center with a gap of 0.75 rem. Border bottom will be 2 pixels solid with this color code. Border rights will be set to none, and the padding is going to be 0.7 rem for the height and 1.7 rem for the width. Text decoration will be set to none, and then the text color will be set to this color code. Transition, we need to set the transition as well. We need transition for the background color at 0.3 seconds. We need transition for the color as well, 0.3 seconds. Now for the over effect on the sidebar link, over the background color, we're going to set it to this color code. And the text color is going to be this color code. Now we have the sidebar icon for the nav link. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here. The sidebar icon, the font size is going to be 30 pixels, and the color will be black. Now for the sidebar text, that is right here, paste it here. Display will be set to none, and the font size, we're going to set it to 0.975 area. So now for responsiveness, it's media with a minimum width of 768 pixels. I want to set the display to block. The text display of the text, okay. So for sidebar text, the display is going to be block. So next thing here, we'll have our sidebar. We need to style all of the CSS that we have here, because right now this is what we have. Okay. So now we're going to start this in index.css. I'm going to start with the app container. So for the app container, the background color will be set to this color code. And then with a minimum height of 100 ph. Then we're going to have the app divider. So margin here will be set to 0. The border will be set to none. And then the border top will be set to 1 pixel solid with this color code. And also, we're going to start the app content. So for our app content, display is going to be fixed. And then the width will take 100% of the screen. So now, okay, now we need to also correct this for the icon right here. So back to the sidebar, we're going to have a margin top of 15 pixels here. Let's see. Okay, let's add. So this is going to be 18 pixels. Okay. And then for the button as well, we're going to set the border to none. And we're going to add background color as white. So let's see. Now this is what we have. Okay. So now the next thing we're going to do is to ensure that when we click on this, is leading us to add, or as well we want to see the add products page. If we click on list, we have the link here, but we want to be able to route to the list page. If you click on others as well, we should say the same thing. So right here in our app components, we're going to create a div tag for the page contents. And in the page contents, we're going to define our routes. So here, we're going to use the routes, and then we're going to define each route. So here, routes, the part here is not going to be for home, it's going to be for ads. This is going to be for the right here, it's going to be for the ad page. Okay, and we're going to add ad here. And also we need to add routes here. Routes. Okay, I need to import our ad page. Import add from dot forward slash pages slash the ad folder and the ad itself. Then I'm going to copy this and I'm just going to paste it since we have 3 pages right here. So this other one here would be for lists, and the next one would be for others. And now for this other route, I'm just going to copy this as well, paste it twice. So this is going to be for lists. And the components that we're going to mount here will be the lists component. While the last one is going to be for others. And the components that we're going to mount here as well will be for others. Okay, so now we need to style the page content. So we're going to style this page content here. Copy this, paste it right here. So the width is going to take 70% of the screen. Our margin is going to take 2 rem or 2. And then the margin left is going to take max, open in brackets, 5 VW, 25 pixels. Okay, so and the color as well is going to take this color code. And the font size is going to be 1 Arial. So now this is what we have. I'm going to remove this HR tag. Let's see. Okay, this is the game clips. Okay. So next thing we're going to do is that we need to ensure that for all the links that are active in our sidebar, we want to display a background color and a border color. So for active, the background color is going to take this color code and then the border color is going to take this color code. Okay, so this is active. If we click on this, you can see the color. If we click on this is active. If you click on this button as well, click on this is active. And now let's work on the add products logic. So now we're done with our route setup. Okay, so the next thing we want to do now is to ensure that only a user that has logged in can access all this, can access the entire admin panel. Okay, so now before we can start the authentication, we need to create our login page. So this is login right here. We've created the login folder in our components. Now let's start with the logic. So the purpose of this login form is to ensure that only users that are authenticated have access to the admin panel. Okay, so before that, we need to ensure that the users are authenticated before they can have access to all of this. Okay, so first I'm going to create a state variable here. So we're going to give this state variable for token, and then the setter function will be set token. And then I'm going to initialize the state with an empty string. So now we're going to use ternary operator to ensure that if the token is not available, the login component will be displayed, and if the token is available, then the user is going to have access to all of this. So I'm just going to use Ctrl X. I'm going to cut this out. And then right here, ternary operator, we want to check if token is equal to empty. Then here, we're going to display the login components. That is, if the token is not available, we want to display the login component. And if it is available, we're going to display the app components. Okay, so let me just format this, format the document. Okay, so now we're checking if token is available. If token is not available, that means if it is empty, the user would need to log in. And if the token is actually available, then the user can have access to the entire app components, app contents in the admin panel. Okay, so now if we view our raw browser, we're only going to see login because the token is not available. So the next thing we're going to do is to design the login page. So for our login now, we need to design the HTML structure. So I'm going to start with a div tag with a class name of admin panel container. Within the admin panel container, we're going to have another div tag for the admin panel box. Okay, and then we're going to have an h1 tag, and I'll give it a class name of login title. I'm just going to take admin panel. Okay, so after the h1, we're going to create a form. I'm just going to remove this action here. So within the form, we're going to have two div tags with a class name of form group. So the first one is going to have a p tag for the form leader. So here the class name will be for form leader, and it is going to take email address. And then we're going to have an inputs field, and the type is going to be email. I'm going to delete this. Okay, the class name is going to be form inputs, and the placeholder is going to be enter your email. And then we're going to make it required. Okay, so let me collapse this. So we're going to copy all of this here. Then we'll paste it in between the second form group. So click on format document. Okay, so the second one is going to be for password, and the type is going to be password as well. This one is going to be enter passwords. Let me just edit this. Enter email, enter password, and it's going to be required as well. So after the two form group, we're going to create a button, a submit button. So the type is submit, and the class name is going to be for form button. And then the text, the button text is going to be login. So if you view our web browser, this is what we have right now. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do now is to style. So let me close this, close the sidebar as well. Now open our login.css. First, we need to import our login.css. So I'm starting with the admin panel container. So display here will be flex. Then justify contents will be center. Align items, center as well, with a minimum height of 100 each. The width will take 100%. And the background color is going to take this color code. Now for the admin panel box styling, so we're going to copy this and paste it right here. The background color is going to be white, and the box shadow is going to be 4 pixels, 8 pixels with this color code. And then we're going to set the border radius to 8 pixels. The padding is going to take 24 pixels for the height, 32 pixels for the width, and with a max width of 500 pixels. And the width is going to take 100%. Now we have the login title, login form title. So the font size here is going to be 1.5 rem. The font width will be bold. The margin bottom is going to be 16 pixels. The color will be this color code. And then we want text at the center. So text aligned to the center. Now for the form group, we have 2 form groups. I'm going to set the margin bottom to 16 pixels. Now for the form label, the font size of this is going to be 0.8 rem. The font width will be 600. The text color will be text color code. And the margin bottom is going to be 8 pixels. Okay, and we have the form input as well. So the form input, the width will be 100%. The padding is going to be 10 pixels for the height and 12 pixels for the width. The border is going to take 1 pixel solid with this color code. The font size is going to be 0.8 rem. Outline will be set to none. And then we're going to have a transition on the border color. So here, border color 0.2 seconds. Okay, so if the form input is on focus, so here we need to have form input focus. We want the border color to take this color code. And now we have the form button. So for the form button, the display will be block. The width is going to be 100%. Padding will take 10 pixels, 12 pixels. Font size will be 0.8 rem. The text color will be white, and the background color will be black. Border will be set to none, and the border radius is going to be 6 pixels. Cursor will be pointer, and transition would be on the background color. .3 seconds. So for the form button over effect as well, we want to set the background color to this color code. So let's view what we have. Okay, we need to adjust the border radius and also the width of our form inputs. So for form inputs, the border radius is going to be 6 pixels and the width will take 95%. This should take, the form label should take 0.875. Okay, so this is looking okay. Let's see what we have on the screen. Alright, so this is looking good. And then if you hover, there is a change of color. Okay, so now that we've designed our login form, we need to create a function that we're going to use to authenticate the login. So the function that we're about to create is going to be executed when we submit the form, like when the user hits the enter submit. Okay, so I'm going to create the function now, and the function is going to be an asynchronous function. So it's const, let's see, on submit and then async. Then we're passing the events, and then we're going to use the try catch block. Okay, so here try catch. So this function is going to undo the submission. So right here in our form, we're going to use the onSubmit method. So onSubmit, then we're going to pass this onSubmit handler right here. So first off, we need to prevent the default submission. So here we're going to have a.prevent default. Okay, so this is going to prevent the default submission. So the purpose of this code is to ensure that when the user clicks on the login form, the page does not reload. Okay, so after this, we're going to create a two-state variable that is going to store the email and the password, and also set up functions for both of them. So it's going to store the email and the password, and also update the email and the password as well. So here I'm going to create const email, comma, set up function with set email. And then our use state, we're going to initialize our use state with an empty string. So for the second one as well, password, set password, and we're going to initialize the use state as well with an empty string. So the next thing we're going to do is to ensure that when user changes a value in the input field, that means if they enter a new value, it's going to update the set email, it's going to update the email. If the user changes the input in the password, the set password as well is going to update the password. So in our input field here, we're going to use on change. So we're going to create another function and we'll pass event as the parameter, then set email. So the email is we're going to have e.target.value, and then we're going to provide the value. So the value here is going to be email. Now for the other input field right here, we're doing the same thing. We're using the change property. So we'll create another function, pass event, and then we're going to call the set password function. Then we're going to have target e.target.value, and the value is going to be passwords. So now we're going to check if the email and value is saved here and if it's auto updated here. Okay, so right here after the e.prevent the default, we're going to have a console. So this is going to be console.log. Then we're going to get the email and passwords. Okay, so now on our web browser, let's test this. So I'm going to click on inspect, and then I already have this here, the email and the password. If I click on login, let's see, this has been saved. Okay, so let me change if we reload now. Okay, let's reload. Let's test again. Let's say demo2 at gmail.com, and then we're going to have demo1234, just like a simple password. If we click on login, you can see the email and the password has been saved. Okay, so I'm just going to turn this to a comment. So now that we're done with this, we need to start making API calls. But before that, we're going to create a file where we're going to store our backend URL variable. So here in our SRC, I'm going to create a file and I'm going to name it .env. Okay, so here we're going to have bytes underscore backend underscore URL. Then we're going to provide our the address again. Okay, so localhost, the port is 4000, so that we can connect with our backend. Okay, so now in our app.jsx as well. So here I'm going to create a variable that we're going to store our backend URL. Okay, so and we want to use it in the entire app. So I'm just going to add export const, and the name is going to be backend URL. Then we're going to use import dot metal dot environment variable dot bytes underscore backend underscore URL. Okay. Okay, so this is not supposed to be within here. It's supposed to be before the app. Okay. So now we have connected the backend with the admin. So we can now make our API call in the login. So now I'm going to create a variable and name it response awaits, and we'll use Axios. Okay, so we need to import the Axios. Import Axios from Axios package. From Axios. Okay. So now after the Axios, we're using the post type and we're using the backend URL. And the backend URL has been imported from the app.jsx here. Okay. And then we're going to concatenate the API endpoints. So slash API slash user slash admin. Okay. And then comma, we want to send email and passwords. Okay, so remember that this API, this endpoint here, we created it here in the backend when we're creating the routes for the user routes. Okay, this is for admin rights here. Okay, so that's why we have slash API slash user slash admin. Okay, so let me just close this back and let's continue with our. So now we've made the API call and we're sending email and passwords. So now let's test if this is working. I'll click on inspect. Okay, and then I'm going to add the email address. The email address for the admin panel will be the same email address that we provided in our backend. The admin email that we provided in our backend environment variable. So that's going to be demo.zudi@gmail.com. And the password. Okay, so if I click on login now, okay, we have an error here and showing postponed for that means the. Okay, so I'm going to click on this. Okay, so our backend URL cannot be found, so let's fix this. So we're going to come here to the app.css. The backend URL cannot be found. So in our environment variable, I'm just going to copy this and then paste this. Okay, let's see. I'm going to load now. I'm going to see demo.zudi@gmail.com and the password demo12345. Click login. Okay, so this is working now. We have our data and we have the token as well. Okay, so this is working. So I'm going to close. So back to our login. We need to check. We are going to use an if statement to check if our response is successful. So we're going to use an if statement. If response dot data dot success, then we're going to save the token in the token that was created here in the app components. Okay, so here we're going to set token and we're going to have response dot data dot token. But we need to pass this set token setter function as props here. So here, as well, we're going to pass it in our app.gsx as well. So set token here, set token will be equals to set token. Okay, I will also destructure it right here. We've passed it here. Okay, and we're going to use an else statement here just in case if. So here we're going to have in case if this is not successful, and then we're going to display a toast notification. So we need to install React Toastify. Okay, so we're going to display a toast notification here, but we've installed React Toastify at the beginning of the tutorial. So here we're just going to in the app.gsx we need to import the toast container. So here we're going to import toast container. Okay, let's just get the code directly in React Toastify. So React Toastify. Then we're going to come down here. Okay, so we're going to copy this and paste it right here. Okay, and then after our app container, we're going to mount our toast container. So now, since we have mounted our toast container, we're going to head back to our login.gsx, and then we're going to import toast from React Toastify. So here we can now do toast.error response dot data dot message. Okay, so in the catch block, if there is an error with this try block, the catch block is going to catch it. So we're going to log the error, console.log error, and then we're going to generate another toast error, and it's going to be error that message. So this is for the toast notification here. So now let's test if we can log in. So demo.zoo@gmail.com, and then the password demo. If we click on login, now we're logged in the admin panel. So our login logic is working. So now we're logged in. If I reload this web page now, we're going to be logged out. Okay, so we need to fix this to ensure that if the token is stored, we would not be logged out. So in our app.gsx, we're going to add one use effect, and we're going to pass an arrow function. So in our use effects, we're going to write the logic that whenever we're logged in, it is going to store the token in our local storage. So here we're going to have local storage dot set item, then open, then we'll pass token, comma, the token. Okay, and we're going to pass a dependency array here, and it's going to be token. So in our use states here, earlier on we initialized it with empty string. So now we're going to initialize it with local storage. So if the token is available, you should get it from the local storage. So here, get item, and then we're going to pass the token. So if it is not available, then it should be an empty string. Okay. So if the local storage, if the token is available, in the local storage, it will store it in the token state, and the user will still be logged in. And if it is not available, then the user will be logged out. So now with these changes now, let's test to see if this is working. As you can see, as I'm reloading the web page, we are not logged out because our token is already stored in the local storage. Okay. Now we need to ensure that we can log out using this logout button right here, because if we keep reloading, our token has been saved and we can't log out. So we need to write the code to ensure that this logout, once you click on logout, you should be able to log out. So now in our app.css, the sidebar, we're going to add set token, and this is going to be set token. So now we've passed it here as props. Then we open our sidebar. Then we're going to destructure it here, set token. So in the button, we're going to add an click. So here on click, create an arrow function, and then we pass set token to an empty string. Okay, so whenever the user clicks on the button, it is going to log out because there's nothing stored in the set token. So let's test this out now. If I click on logouts, we're logged out instantly. So now that we're done with this, I'm just going to close the sidebar, the login, the env. Now we're going to design our pages. So we're going to be starting with the add products page, this page here to add product. So we're adding products. We're going to be using a form to add products. So I'm going to convert this to a form type. So I'm just going to delete this. So in between this, I'm going to create a div tag. And in between the div tag, we're going to have a p tag, a paragraph tag with a class name of form label. So this is going to be for our form label. So and this is going to take upload images. Then after the p tag, I'm going to create another div tag for the image upload container. So I'm going to create a div tag with a class name of image upload container. So within the image upload container tag, we're going to create a label tag, and this is going to be for image 1, the first image. Okay, and then we're going to create an image tag, and I'm going to be giving the tag a class name of upload review, upload preview. So for the source, we're going to be using we have not yet copied the image that we need here. So let me get the image. So this is the image that we're going to be using. Okay, let me minimize this. We're going to be using this image right here. So first off, we need to import the image. Import, let me just say, upload image from our asset folder, and the name is upload image.png. Okay, so now in our source, we're going to enter, and then we're going to create one input tag, and the type is going to be file because we want to upload a file. Okay, so I'm going to remove this, and the ID is going to be image1, and then we're going to make this idiom. Okay, so after this, we're going to copy this, and then we're going to upload it 3 times. I'm just going to paste it 3 times, and then we need to update this. The second one is for image 2. The ID here is going to be for image 3. The third one is for the third image. The ID as well will be for the third image. And the last one is for the fourth image. And the ID is going to be for the fourth image. So now we're going to check our web browser to see if all of this that we've added is in our add products page. So this is our admin panel. We're going to have our login demo.login at gmail.com. Then I'm going to enter the password. click on login. Now we're on the page. As you can see, we're on the add page. Okay, for add products, this is what we get. We have 4 of these. So let's continue. This is working. So now our file type, our type is file. So let's check this. If I click on this, it's going to open so that we can upload any image of our choice. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do after this div tag here, we're going to create another div tag that will be for the form inputs, for the product name, product description, the price, and category. Okay, so I'm going to create a div tag now with the class name of form group. I'm going to be creating, so within this div tag, we're going to have our form label. So p.form label. So for the form label, I'm going to take product name. And then after the form label, we're going to have our input field. Input, and the type is going to be text. So you're just going to select text here. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this name and ID property. And the placeholder is going to be enter product name. And then we're going to give this a class name of form inputs. And also it's going to be required. Okay, let me close this. So this is going to be required. Now for the second form group, I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, so this is going to be for product description. And then for the placeholder, it's going to be type products description. Okay, and the class name is going to be form input as well. And then after this div, I'm going to create another div and I'll give it a name form group horizontal. Okay, so here we're going to have our price category. I'll create a div tag, and within the div tag, we're going to have our form label. So for the form label, it's going to take product category. After this, we're going to have, because we're selecting the category, right? So we're going to use the select tag. Okay, and then I'm going to remove the name and ID property. So the class name is going to be form select. Within this select tag, we're going to have our options. Okay, so we're going to have option. Use the option tag. This will be option for men, and then here we're going to have men. So I'm just going to copy this and paste this twice. So the second one is going to be option Control G, option for women. Okay, and the third one is going to be option for kids. Okay, and then after this div tag, in the form group horizontal, we're going to create another div tag again. In the other div tag, we're going to have our product price. So p dot form label, and it's going to be product price. Okay, then we're going to have an input field as well, but the type here is going to be number. Okay, so I'm going to remove this property as well. I'll give it a class name of form inputs and also price inputs. Okay, and the placeholder is going to be for 30. Let's just give it 30. So after this form group horizontal div tag, we're going to have another div tag for the size. So I'm going to create a div. Within the div, we're going to have our form label as well. P.form label for product sizes. After that, we're going to have another div tag for our size options. Okay, so I just realized that our product description is going to be for text area. It shouldn't be as small as this. Okay, so this is going to be text area. Okay, you can see there is a difference. Okay, you can select from here. Now we're going to continue with our product size. So in the size options now, remember that our sizes are stored in form of array. So we need to iterate over the array of sizes first. So here we're going to have the small size because this is what we want to. We're going to have the medium size. We're going to have the large size as well. We're going to have the XL. Then we're going to have XXL. Okay, so we're mapping. So dot map. I'm going to pass size to this. And then we're going to create an arrow function here. Okay. So here we're going to create a div tag. Let me close this div tag. In between the div tag, we're going to be having logic, but before that, we need to pass the key. So the key is going to be the size. Okay. And then in between this div tag, we're going to pass our size. Size. Okay. But there's something else we need to do. We want to ensure that our user clicks on any of the sizes, like they can select and also deselect the sizes. So we're going to use the on click method to undo this. So here I'm going to have on click plus an arrow function. Okay. So here we're going to have set sizes, although I'm yet to define the set sizes that I'm using. So we're going to be creating a state variable that will manage that. Okay, so set sizes. And then here we're going to have previous size. Now we need to check if the size is already in the selected sizes. Okay, so now here we're going to have previous that includes size. We'll pass in the value with the size. Okay, so I said earlier, I said just now that we're going to check if the size is already in the selected sizes. So we're going to be using a terminal operator to check that. Okay, so here we want to check if the sizes is already in the selected sizes. Then if yes, we want to remove it. That is to deselect. So we need to have previous dot filter item. Then we're going to pass item is not equal to the size. And then if no, we want to add it to the selected sizes. Okay. So right here, we're going to create previous size. Okay. So after this on click right here, after this on click logic, after the logic that we've used to undo the event for selecting and selecting a site, we need to create a class name. Okay. And then we're going to add the selected class if the class is selected. So after this on click, I'm going to create a class name. Then open this right here. Okay. So I'll open a curly braces and I'm going to use backtick. Size option. I'm going to use a dollar sign right here. Open another curly braces. We're going to check if size dots includes. If it includes size, I'm using a ternary operator. Then we're using the selected property. And if it doesn't, we're going to pass an empty CSS property to it. Okay, so basically that is what this. So if it's a size option, okay, and then size includes the actual size. If the sizes, that should be an S. So if the sizes include the actual size, then we want to, okay, wait, I'm having, can't find sizes. Do you mean size? So the next thing we're going to do now, so we're going to come back to this when we create the state variable that's going to manage all of this, and when we create the logic to manage it. So I'm going to create another div tag for the checkbox. So here we're going to have checkbox. And then we're using an input field, and the type is going to be checkbox. Okay, so the ID here is going to be best seller, right? And then after the input, we're going to create a label tag. So here, label for best seller, and want to add to best seller. Okay, so this one will be for the best selling items. So after this div tag, we're going to have our button. Okay, button, and the type is going to be a submit button, and this is going to take add products. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do now is to create a state variable, and in the state variable we're going to store our product data. So we're going to create four state variable to store the four images. So cost image 1, and the setter function will be set image 1, and it will be equals to use states, and then we're going to initialize it with false. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to paste this 3 times. So I just changed this now. This is for image 2, this is for image 3, this is for image 4. And then we're going to create the state variable to store the state variable and setter function to store name, description, price, category, bestseller, and the sizes. Okay. So here we're going to have const. We're starting with name, then setter function with the set name, and then we're going to initialize this as well with an empty string. Then we're going to create another state variable that would store description, setter function, set description, and then the state variable. The use state, we're going to initialize it with an empty string as well. And then we're going to do the same thing for price. State variable for price, setter function, set price. Then we're going to initialize this with an empty string as well. Also, we're going to do for category, state variable for category, setter function, set category. And then we're going to initialize this with men. Okay. Also, we're going to do for best seller first, state variable, best seller, setter function, set best seller. And I'm going to initialize this as well with false. We're initializing this with a boolean. And then for sizes, setter function, set sizes. Okay, and we're going to initialize this with an empty array. So after we've created all of these state variables, we need to link them with our UI. So for the images, we're going to start with the image. So in the input tag, right here, so I'm selecting the 4 input tags. Okay, we're going to add an on change so that when user changes, an image, and then we're going to create an arrow function, pass the event. So we're going to call set image. I'm just going to use set image 1 for now, but I'm going to change it later. We're passing e.target.value. Okay. e.target.files, since we're using files, and then our array, I'm going to set it to the first image. Okay, so now we can now edit this. This is going to be for the second image, this is going to be for the third image, and this is going to be for the fourth image. Okay, so let's test this now. So if we upload any image, let's say I want to upload this first image here. Okay, it's not showing on our screen, so we need to write the logic to ensure that when we select an image, we should be able to preview the image on the screen. So in our image tab, we're going to add, I'm selecting the 4, we're going to add the ternary operator, not here, SRC, in the SRC. Okay, that's where we're going to have it. So I'm going to select, okay, so we're going to use the ternary operator to check if it is not the image. So I'm going to use image 1 for now. We're going to edit this later. Use the ternary operator. Then it should upload the image. Then it should use the image icon. And if it sees, we're going to use URL dot create object URL into image 1. Okay, so I'm just going to edit this. This is image 1, and this is going to be for image 2. This is going to be for image 3, and this is going to be for image 4. So what this line of code is saying is, if the image 1 is not available, then we want to use this icon here. And if it is available, we're creating the URL of that image, and we're using the URL in the SRC. Okay. So let me just paste this. Okay. So this code here, we're taking if the image 1 is not available, then we are going to use the upload icon. So here, if it is available, then we're creating a URL for that image. Now let's test if our logic is working. Now I'm going to select this image here. Can you see now that the upload icon is no longer there? We're still going to write the CSS to style all of this, but for now, this is what we get. Let's say I want to upload another image. This would be replaced by the upload icon. Okay. So now we can now preview images. So now that we're done with the images, we need to ensure that our input field as well can update in the state variable that we've created here. Okay, so when the user changes the text, or when the user changes the details or text or any of this, it should be uploaded right here. Okay, the setter function should upload it. So in our form group, in our input field right here, we're going to use an onChange method as well. So here, onChange, and then we're going to call the events. The first one is for name. So here we're using the set name setter function. I want to set it to either target dot value. Okay, and the value is going to be the name. The value will be name. Okay, we're going to do the same thing for the text area as well. So onChange, pass an event. Okay, set description e.target dot value, and the value would be our description. Okay, and now for product category right here, we're going to do the same. So onChange, if the user changes, pass an event, and then set category. We're going to call the set category function e.target dot value. Okay, and then our value is going to be category. Then we're going to do the same thing for product price. Okay, so on change, I'm going to have an arrow function right here. Then we're going to call the set price function. It's going to be e.target dot value as well, and our value is going to be the price. So for this, we've done this. Okay, we've created an on-click function, and then we created an arrow function, and we called the sales sizes. Okay, and we're checking if the previous sizes is right here. If it is, we're going to remove the sizes from this. Okay, if it is not, we're going to add the size to it. So now for the checkbox, we need to add the unchanged property as well. So here, unchanged, and then we're going to call the set bestseller, and then we're going to add not previous. So if the previous data is false, we're going to have not previous. Set, okay, this is supposed to be previous. Okay, and then this in brackets. Okay, so we call the set bestseller option. So we're checking if we have the previous data, we want to set it to not previous. So for the entire form tag, we're going to create an on submit function so that the function will be executed when we submit it. Okay, so now I'm spotting an error here. Our bestseller, let's see what it means right here. Set bestseller. Let's see. Okay, bestseller is declared, but its value is never right. Okay, let's go back to see this. Okay, so right here we only added the unchanged, but we did not, this is a checkbox. So we want to ensure that if it is checked, it should be bestseller. So here, checked, we're going to have bestseller. Okay, this is why it's showing us here earlier on that bestseller value is declared, or its value is never right, stuff like that. Okay, so now we can now proceed to creating the function that's going to undo our submission. So I'm going to create the function, and I'm going to name it on submit handler. It's going to be an asynchronous function. Okay, then we're going to pass events. Okay, so we're going to link the function with the form tag. Okay, so in our form, we're going to add the submit property, and then we're going to pass our function. Okay, and now let's continue. So next thing we're going to do, we created a form earlier, right? In our login form, if you remember, we added the prevent default to ensure that our page does not get reloaded once we submit the form. So here we're going to do the same thing. E.prevent default. Okay. Now we're going to add a try catch block that is going to add to the entire logic for the submission. So in the try block, we're going to create a variable, and we're going to give it the name form data. So this is going to be form data, and then we're going to create a new form data. Okay. So in the form data that we just created, we need to add all of the images and details so that we can use it to make API call. So here we're going to have form data dot append, and then this is the name, this is the value. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing for description as well. So I'm just going to copy this, and the second one here is going to be for description. Then the next one is going to be for price. Then I'm going to paste this again. Then we're going to do the same. We'll change this to category. And then we're going to add the bestseller. Okay. So here we're going to have best seller. Okay, sorry, this is supposed to be best seller. Okay, so after the best seller, provided the name states, the description states, price, category, bestseller. Okay, what's left? We need the sizes. Okay, so here we're going to have sizes. So we're getting the size as an array. So we will not be able to send it as a form data. So to send it, we need to convert it into a string. So we're going to use JSON dot stringify, and then we're now going to provide the sizes array. Okay, so here also we need the images as well. So for the images, so here we're going to have image one and then from data dot append. Okay, and then we'll add the name image one, then the value image one, and then we're going to use the ternary operator to check if the image one is available. If it is, we're using a ternary operator here to check if image one is available, then it should send image one because we're using our send data to send, right? If it is not, it should just use not. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and then paste this 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Oh, why the space? Okay, so this is going to be for the second image. This is going to be for the third image, and this is going to be for the fourth image. Okay, so now the next thing we're going to do is to send our form data, and we're going to make an API call. But before that, we need to style our page. Okay, so let me just close this. Before we can style, we need to import our CSS. Import dot forward slash add dot CSS. Okay, so I'm going to close this. Now we can now start styling. So we're going to start with the form container. So I'm going to give this form a class name here, and I'm going to give it form container. So now I'm going to style this form container right here. So display here would be flex. Flex direction will be column with a gap of 1 rem. Align all the items. Flex stats. Flex stats. Next thing we have here is our form label. Okay, so for the form label, margin bottom is going to be 0.5 rem. Next is our image uploader container. So we're going to start this as well. Display will be flex. Display is going to be flex with a gap of 0.5 rem. And then we have our upload review. Okay, that is for each of the images. And we're going to set the width of this to 6 rem. Cursor will be set to pointer. And then we have our form group. So for the form group, the width is going to be 100%. And then we're going to have the form inputs. We'll start our form label, right? So next is the form inputs. The width as well is going to be 100%. And the max width is going to be 500 pixels. Padding is going to take 0.5 rem. And then our border is going to take 1 pixel solid with this color code. And the border radius is going to take 4 pixels. Okay, and then we have the form group horizontal. Okay, so copy this and then we are going to paste this here. So here display is going to be flex and then flex wrap with a gap of 1 rem, and the width is going to take 100%. Then we have the select. Let's see. Okay, so we have the form select. So for form select, the width is going to be 100%. Padding is going to take 0.5 rem. Border will take 1 pixel solid as this color code, and the border radius as well will take 5 pixels. Okay, and then we have the pricing inputs. That should be the next step. We'll start the form inputs. We'll start the form inputs here. Okay, so for price inputs, the max width will take 120 pixels. Then we have the sizes option. So here, size options, paste this here. Display would be flex, and then the gap is going to be 0.5 rem. Now for each of the option, padding will take 0.9 rem. Cursor will be set to pointer. Border could be 1 pixel solid with this color code. And then the border radius of this will be 4 pixels. Okay. Now for the selected option, so here we're going to have size option, the selected. So for the options that we're going to select, we're going to set the background color to this color code. Okay, and then we're going to have the checkbox group. So for the checkbox group, display would be set to flex, display, flex, align items, center, gap would be 0.5 rem. Margin top would take 1 rem. And then we have the submit right here. Okay, so I'm going to give it a class name called submit button so that we can style this as well. So I'm going to copy this, paste it in our CSS. Okay, so the padding, the width should take 100%. Let's see, width 100%. And let's make the max width. Max width. Let's use the same max width that we're using here. Where is it? 500 pixels. Okay, so max width here, 500 pixels. And then, and the background color is going to take this color code. Okay, our text color. So color for the text, color will be white. Border will be set to none. Also will be pointer, and then our margin top would be 1 rem. Let's see what we have now. Oh, this is not looking good. Okay, let me just add padding here. 0. Let's make it 0.75 rem for the height and 5 rem for the width. Okay, so this is what we have. Let's add some Okay, so our description is actually looking very small, so we need to set the height of this as well. Okay, then our selection also is looking small, then we should add another margin between them. So for the, let me just close this. For the text area, we're going to have an height of, like, let's say 50 pixels. Let's see what that will give us. Okay, this is looking small, so we're just going to make it 100 pixels. Okay, this is big enough for description. Now for the check group, we're going to add a margin top of like 2 rem. Let's see. Okay, and for our button as well, we're going to add this 1.5 RAM. Alright, so this is looking all good. Now for this selection, so right here, let's see, from select, the width, the padding, let's add the padding, let's add 0.7 RAM. Okay, let's adjust a little bit to 0.8. Now 0.9 will do, so let's just make this 0.9. Okay, this looks good, and I just selected. We can unselect. Okay, the other seller is looking too small. Okay, let's get this. So for the label, the box as well, let's see, check group. I'm going to give this a class name of check, and I'm going to style this class name now. So for check group, so this will be immediately after check group. So for check group, the checkbox, I'm going to set the width of the box to something like, let's say, 10 pixels. Let's make it 30 pixels. Looking small as well. So we're just going to make it like 60 pixels. Oh, all right. This is now working. We're going to come back to this. Okay. So in the check group, I'm going to add the font size. So this should work of 20 pixels. Okay, this is looking good. You can see it clearly now. Okay, so our ad page is working. We can add products, we can enter name, we can have description, we can select. Okay, let's increase the size of this as well. So for font select, we're going to add the font size. We'll add 16 pixels to it. Okay, this is looking all good. So now that we're done with the CSS, we can now continue what we're doing earlier. We need to send our form data to the backend. So to do that, we're going to need Axios. So I'm going to import Axios here. Import Axios from Axios package. Also, we need to import our backend URL from our app. So here, backend URL from the app. We're also going to display a toast notification if it is successful or unsuccessful. So here we're going to import toasts from React Toastify. Okay, so now let us continue. So first we're going to create a variable response, and then we're going to use await Axios dot post method. Okay, so here we're going to have the backend URL that we just imported plus the API endpoint / API / products / add. Then we're going to send our form data, and also we need the token. Okay, so right here we're going to pass token here, token. Okay, and our app.jsx as well. Here, token will be equal to token. Okay, so I'm going to paste this here. And then right here, we're going to have headers, and it's going to take one object, token. Okay, now let us see if this is working. Here we're going to do console.log response.data. So let us try this. So I'm going to add this image here. Let's say we'll set this image. I'm going to add about, just going to add random images. Open. And then I'm going to add a name, kids wear, and the description, kids wear description, something like that. The category will be for kids, and then the price, let's say $50. And then I'm going to select this. Okay, if I click on add product, let's come back here. Let's inspect this. Okay, console. In our console, showing us that the product has been added successfully. Okay, that means that the logic for this adding products is working. So what we did here is we used the axios.post method, and then we're sending our form data to the backend URL with this endpoint. We're sending the form data, and then right here, the headers were providing the token that is already stored. Okay, remember that earlier we did authentication. So if this token is not available, then we cannot add products. So let's try it out now and see what I'm trying to say. Let's say the token is not here. Okay, so now there's no token. So let's see, let's try to add products. I'm going to be adding an image. Let's see, kids wear, just whatever description. The category is kids. Let's just push 78 to that, and then I'm just going to select all of this. Now if you click on inspect, then click on the console. Now let's try to add product success false unauthorized user. Okay, so because earlier on what I did here was that we have our token. Okay, so with the token that has been stored, the user is authorized. Okay, so this is it. So now if we check our MongoDB right here, let's see, this is it. We have 6 products. Okay, this is the last product I added, kids with the price 48. The description, this is the description, and we have 2 images. As you can see, the image URL is right here. Category is kids, and I have 3 sizes: the medium size, large size, and extra large size. So right now we have 6 products, right? Let me try and add more products. Let me just remove this. And then let's see, I'm adding for men. Okay. I'm just adding random. We still need to edit this, the font size for our image, but we're going to come to that later. So let's say men sample. I'm just going to name this men sample. And then we're going to have men sample description, blah blah blah. Category is men, and the price is 90. And then we're going to select all of the sizes. If I click on add product, the product has already been added. Now if I refresh this, we're going to be getting 7. Okay, so this is the last product I added, men sample, the price is 90. We added all of the sizes, and this is the image. So our logic is working to send data, to send the form data to the API. So the next thing we're going to do now is to add the logic text to ensure that when we add product and the product has been added successfully to our database, we want to clear all of this input fields. We don't want to see anything on the screen. Once you click on add product and the product has been sent to the backend, nothing should be showed again in the screen. And then we also need to have a toast notification to show that the product has been added successfully. Okay, so let's go on the logic. So here, back to our VS Code. So we're going to use an if statement. So let me just comment this. Okay, so if response dot data dot success, then we're going to display toast notification, toast dot success. Okay, response dot data dot message, and then we're going to set name to an empty string. We're going to set description with an empty string. Oh, okay, there's an error here. Okay, so set description. And then we're going to set the price as well. So with an empty string. Then we're going to set the first image as false. Okay. And we're going to do the same thing for the second, the third, the fourth image. So this will be for the second image. This one will be for the third image. Okay. And then we'll use an else statement just in case if the response of data the success is not true. We're going to display toast notification, toast.error. Then it's going to take response.data.message. So if there's any error with the try block, the catch block is going to be executed. Okay, and then we're going to log the error, and it's going to be error, and then we're going to display toast notification, toast.error, and then we're going to have error.message. Okay, so now that we're done with this, we need to test if this is working. We're going to come back here. Let's say we're adding an image. So let's just add, let's say for women. Okay, just let me add one image. So I'm going to add women top, whatever description of your choice, and then the category is going to be women, and let's say the top is going for $10. Let's say we're selecting this. If you click on the add to product, you should get a toast notification right here. Product added successfully, and instantly all of this is going to be clicked. Okay, so our product page is working perfectly well. If we add product here, we can get it in our database, and then from there we're going to add the logic to also get it from our front end. So I'm going to close this for the add. So the next thing we're going to do now is to work on the list page. Okay, so I'm going to close this now, and then we're going to start with our list page. So we're going to open the list now. We've used RFC here. Now, the first thing we're going to do is to design the UI for our list. So first off, we're going to start with a p tag with a class name of product title. And it's going to take this text, product lists. After the product title, we're going to have we're going to create a div tag for the product list container. So here, product list container. So within this product list container, we're going to have our product table title. So another p tag, product table title. And then we're going to be using the p tag. We need 5 of these. Okay, so the first one is going to take the image. The second one is going to take the name of the product. The third one is going to take the category. The fourth one is going to take the price. And the last one is going to take the action. Okay, so here, action. And I'm going to give this a class name of action title. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do now after this title is to display our products list. The list of products that we have in our database. But before that, we need to write the logic that is going to enable us get all the products in our database. Okay, so that we can just store it in a variable. So right here, before our return statement, we need to get data from API, and then we're going to store it in the list state variable. So that means I'm going to declare a variable for list and a setup function, and I'm going to call it set list. And this variable is going to, and we're going to initialize it with an empty array. Okay, so the variable is going to store the products that we want to fetch from our API. So here, const lists, setup function, set lists. and it should be equals to use states, and we're going to initialize this with an empty array. Then the next step we're going to take now is to define an asynchronous function, and we're going to name it fetch list. It's going to fetch the product list from the backend. So here, const fetch lists will be equal to async. Then we're going to open our curly braces. So here we're going to use the try catch block to work on our logic. Okay, so and the try block, we need to make a get request so that we can get our product list endpoints with the token authorization as well. So I'm going to create a variable response, and then we're going to use the get method to get our product from the list that we have in the backend API. Okay, so here const response will be equal to, we're going to use the await method, await. We're going to use axios from axios package. Okay, so axios dot get method. And then we're going to pass our backend URL that we've already declared in the app. Okay, backend URL. Then we're going to concatenate it with our API endpoint. So slash API slash product slash list. So this is the API endpoint for product list. And then we need the token for authorization in the headers. So here we're going to have headers. Then we're going to pass token. Okay, so let me collapse this so that we can see the entire screen. Okay, and also we need to destructure our token right here. So token is going to be here. So after making this GET request, we need to check if the response is successful. If it is a successful response, then we're going to set the list state with the fetch product. Okay, so I'm going to use an if statement to check response dot data dot success. If it is successful, we're going to set the list to response dot data dot products. Okay, and then we're going to use an else statement. So if the response indicates a failure, then we are going to display an error message using the toast notification. So here we're going to have toast from React Toastify dot error into response dot data dot message. Okay. Now, if there is an error with our try block, our catch block here is going to catch the error. We need to log the error in the console for debugging. So here we need to have console dot log error, and also we need to display an error message using the toast notification as well. So here we're going to have toast dot error error dot message error dot message. Okay. So after this fetch list function, we're going to use the use effects. Create a function in this. So we're going to call the fetch list function whenever the component mounts. So here we're going to have fetch lists of fetch. So whenever the component mounts, we're going to use the use effects to call the fetch list. Okay, use effect has been imported, and here we're going to pass an empty array as the dependency array. Okay, so right here. So now we can now display our product list. Okay, so here we're going to use the map function, the map method, to map over our product list. Okay, so right here we're going to use list dot map. Then we're going to pass the individual item and the index, which is going to serve as the unique key to identify each of the lists. Okay, so I'm going to create a div tag here, a div tag, close the tag as well. So in between this div tag here. We're going to have our image. Okay, but before we get the image, we need to give this div tag a class name of product row, and then we're going to pass the key. The key is going to be the index. Okay, and for the image now, the image is going to take the item dot the first image of the product. Okay, and we're going to give it also a class name of product image. Class name product image. Okay, let me close this again. So after the image, we're going to have two. We're going to have 4p text. Well, let's use 3. Okay, so the first one is going to be for the item name. So here item dot name. The second one is going to be for the category, item dot category. And the third one here is going to be for the item price, item dot price. But for the price, we need to state the currency that we're going to be using. Okay, so here in our app.js, exports const currency, and we want the currency to be in dollars. Okay, so here we're going to use the currency here. So here is going to be currency, and it has been imported from our app. Okay, and then we need an icon to remove products. Okay, so we're going to use the remove icon. I'm going to use this icon, and it's going to take a class name of product action. Then we're going to close this. Let's see, the remove icon has been imported already. So now for this remove icon, we want to ensure that we can remove item from the product. Okay, so we need to write the logic that is going to undo removing item from product. So I'm going to create another asynchronous function, and I'm going to name it remove product. This function, the job of this function is to delete a product by its unique ID. So after this fetch list, we're going to create another asynchronous function, remove products. Okay, before that, let's see if this is working. Okay, let's see if we're able to get, so I'm just going to delete this, so I'll just comment it out for now. Let's see if this fetch list is working, if we can get the list of our products from the backend. So now this is style with, if you click on this, you can see we have the products with the images, the products that we added earlier. We have all of that right here. Okay, we have the image of the product, we have the name of the product. This is more like this is the description. I didn't type long description. This is the price, and this is going to be for the action icon. Okay, so I'm just realizing that this icon is showing like a minor, so we need to change this icon. This is not the icon I had in mind. So back here, I'm going to remove this. Okay, so I'm going to use the delete icon, this forever delete icon, and I'll give it a class name of product action. Okay, let's see if it has been imported. Okay, so we're going to remove this other icon. Now let's see it on our screen. As you can see, this is the delete icon. When we start it, we're going to see it better. Okay, so the logic to get the list of products that we have in our database is working perfectly well. Okay, now so we need to write the logic that is going to undo deleting products from the admin. So as we were writing earlier, we've created the name of the product, the name of the function, and it's going to be an asynchronous function. And then for the parameter, we're going to pass the product ID because we want to remove each product by their unique ID. Now here, we're going to use the try catch block. Okay, so in the try block, the first thing that we need to do is to send a post request to the backend to remove the product. And the request is going to include the product ID in the request body and an authorization token in the headers. Okay, so I'm going to create a variable const response will be equal to await axios dot post method, then backend URL. Then we're going to concatenate it with this API endpoint slash API slash product slash remove. We have an endpoint to remove product already. Then we're going to pass one object here, and it's going to contain the product ID, and then another object for the headers. Okay, then we're going to pass the token. Okay, and then we need to check if the response indicates successful operation. We want to display a message using toast notification. So here we're going to use an if statement. Let me give the space. If response dot data dot success, then want to display a successful message using toast notification. It should be toast dot success into response dot data dot message. Okay. And then after this, okay, we're going to log. Optionally, we can log the success message. Okay, so here we can have console.log response dot data dot message. Okay, and after this as well, we need to refresh our product list by calling the fetch list to reflect the changes that we've made. Okay, so here await fetch lists. Fetch list. Okay, and also we're going to use an else statement just in case. If the response indicates a failure, we need to display an error message using toast notification as well. So here, toast.error for the response dot data dot message. Okay, now if anything goes wrong with this, we're going to use the catch block to log the error in the console for debugging. So here, console.log error, and also we're going to display an error message using the toast notification as well. So toast.error error.message. Okay, so this remove product function will be used inside this icon, inside this delete icon. Okay, so right here, oh, Ctrl X, that's a mistake. Okay, we're going to use an on click so that if the user clicks on this icon, they can delete product, right? Then we'll create a function that is going to call the remove product function, and we're going to pass the item dot underscore id. Okay, so now let's test if this is working as well. Okay, so right now we have about 8 products. Let's say I want to remove this product. I click on this, products deleted. Okay, so the product has been deleted. So now if we refresh, we're not going to see the product any longer. Okay, so that's the idea. So now we have 2 copies. Since this is more visible, we have the same image, right? So let me delete the first one, showing us that product is deleted. And then if we refresh, we're not going to see the products anymore. Okay, so this shows that the logic for the function that is going to undo removing product is working perfectly well. So the next thing we're going to do now is to style this entire thing so that it's going to look good. So now we're going to list the CSS, but before styling, we need to import our CSS list the CSS. So let's start styling. We're going to start with the product title. We're going to come here, paste this here. So for product title, margin bottom is going to be 10 pixels. And then the font weight will be bold. Okay, then we have the product list container. So for the products list container, display would be flex, and then flex direction would be column with a gap of 10 pixels. And then we have the products table title. So for this table title, display would be set to none. And then grid template columns would be set to 3FR, 1FR, 1FR, 1FR. Okay. And we're going to have align items center with a padding of 10 pixels. Border will be 1 pixel solid with this color code and a font size of 14 pixels. Let's make this 16 pixels. Okay, here the display is supposed to be grid common, and this is going to be border bottom. Okay, let's just make this 2 pixels solid. Okay, now we have what next? We have the product role, the action title. Okay, now let's start with the product role. We need to come back to the action title later on. So for the product role, display would be grid, and then grid template column is going to be the same with this. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it here. Okay, align items to the center as well. Center, gap of 10 pixels. Padding would also take 10 pixels. And the border bottom. Okay, so border bottom will take 1 pixel solid with this color code. And okay, this color code. And the font size will take 16 pixels. What else do we have? We have the product image. Okay. So for the product image, the width is going to take 50 pixels and the height will be also. Okay. And then we have this class node here for product action, and that is for the icon. Okay. We want it to be at the center, so let me just use text at the center with a font size of 20 pixels. Let's just make it 22 pixels. Okay, so also we have the p tags here in the product row. So right here after the product row. So product row p, we're going to set the font size to 18 pixels. Okay, so now let's see. This is what we have. We have some products without images because we did not have image when we were testing earlier at the for the backend. So let's remove all the products with no image. If you click on this icon now, the product is going to be removed. Okay, it's showing that these two products have been deleted. If we refresh this page now, we're no longer going to see the two products. If I delete this other product again, products deleted. If I refresh this page, we're going to be left with 4 products. Okay, so this product list should be bigger than this. Okay, let me increase the font size as well. I think all of these should increase as well. So for our product title here, the font size should take about 20 pixels. Let's see. Okay, let's make it 24 pixels, and the font size here should be 18 pixels for the table title. Okay, so now this is looking all good. So the logic here is working perfectly well. You can see the list of products if we add it. So now let's take another sample. Let's add a product right here. So I'm just going to add this product. I'm just going to add random products. So let's add this other one. Okay, we have 2 products here. Let's see ladies sexy wear. Okay, and then we're going to have ladies wear whatever. Okay, the category is women. The price, let's say, is going for $20 each. And then we're going to add all of this. Click on add products. Product has been added successfully. We click on our product list now. You can see this is reflecting right here. Okay, so this is showing right here. Okay, category is women, is the price, and then we can decide to remove any product. We can decide to view the list of products now. The next thing we're going to do is to work on these orders. Okay, but before we start with the orders, we need to ensure that the entire logic that we've written for our admin can be connected to the front end. So what we're going to do now is to ensure that if we add a product from the admin panel, the front end should receive it. Okay, so that's what we're going to work on now. So I'm just going to cancel all of this. This app.gsx is for our admin, and then we're going to close the admin now, close backend, and now I'm going to open our front end. Okay, so first off, in our app.gsx, we need to get the ports, we need to get the address for the backend. Okay, and then we're going to store it in a variable. So I'm going to use const backend URL will be equal to http colon / localhost colon port 4000. Okay, also we need to export this so that we can use it in other components and pages of our app. Okay, so now that this is done, so now to get the products from the admin, we're going to create a function that is going to undo that. So we're going to create an asynchronous function that will undo getting products data from the backend, from our database basically. So I'm going to create an asynchronous function, an asynchronous arrow function, and I'm going to name it get products data. So here, get products data is going to be async. Then within this function here, we're going to be using the try catch block. Okay, so here try catch. So in the try block, we're going to create a variable. So in the variable, what we're going to store is going to be the products that we want to get. Okay, so we're going to use the post method to get products from the list that we have in our database. So I'm going to use, so here we're going to create a variable and we're going to name it response, and then we're going to make a request to get the list of products from our database. But before that, we're going to use the Axios. So let's see if we've installed Axios. Okay, we have not installed Axios, so we need to install Axios right now. So now we're going to install Axios, npm install Axios. Then we'll press enter. So now Axios the Axios package has been installed. So I'm going to minimize this back. Now we're going to make our API call. So I'll wait Axios from Axios package. We need to import Axios. We're going to import Axios from Axios package. Okay. So I'll wait Axios dot get method because we want to get the product list, and then we're going to have the backend URL, and it has been imported already here from the app. So backend URL, and then we're going to concatenate it. Then we're going to pass our API endpoint. So API slash products slash lists, because we want to get the product list. Okay, and now we're going to do console to test if this is working, if we can get products from, we can get the list from our backend. We're going to do console.log response dot data. But also we're going to use effects to, and then we'll create an arrow function. Then we're going to we're going to call the get product data function, and also here we're going to pass an empty array to ensure that it runs only once when the component mounts. So now we're going to open the front end for this project. This is the front end. Now we'll click on inspect, and then if we click on the console, as you can see, we are getting an object, and in the object we're getting products. We have 5 products, right? If we click on this list, the product list as well, we have 5 products, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is it. So we have 5 products. That means that the logic to get lists, the product list from our database is working. Okay, so now we can now continue with our code. So now I'm just going to comment this out. Okay, so we're going to use an if statement to check if response dot data dot success. That means if the logic is successful, then we're going to set products to response dot data dot products. Okay, and also we're going to use an else statement just in case if it goes otherwise, if it is a failure. Okay, so here we're using the toast notification, toast.error response dot data dot message. Okay, so if anything goes wrong with our try block, the patch block is going to take care of that. So console dot log, we're going to log the error so that we can debug it, and also we need the toast notification, toast dot error as well, to display the error message using toast notification error dot message. Okay, so now if we view our front end now, we should only see the products that were added here. So the first product has no image, right? The name is just ladies wear, the category is women, the price is 30. Now let us view this. So we have not added anything in our base collection, right? Okay, as you can see, this is working. The first product has no image. Can you see this? Lady wear, the price is 30. The second product is kids clothes for $60. The third is kids wear for $40. The fourth is men's sample, and the fifth is lady sexy wear. So this logic is working perfectly well. We can get the products when the user adds from the admin panel. Okay, so this logic is working perfectly well. So let's try adding more products to this, and let me try to delete this and see if it is going to reflect here. So back to our admin panel, in our product list, we're going to delete this product here. It's showing us that product is deleted. If I refresh the front end now, as you can see, the product is no longer available. Okay, so let's add another product right here. Let's say I want to add this product. Let's say I'm adding 3 images. Let me just say children sample wear, stuff like that. And the product description, let's just give it whatever description. Okay, and then I select kids. Then let's say it is going for $20, and then let's select all of the sizes. If we click on add products, showing us a product added successfully, back to our front end. If we refresh this, we should see the products that we just added. Okay, children sample here. Click on the details. If you click on the image, you're going to see the details. Okay, so all of the sizes is here. This is the price. This is the color. This is the size. And the product description. This is the product. This is the size. And the product description. This is the price. This is the color. This is the size. And the product description. This is the price. This is the color. This is the size. And the product description. This is the price. This is the color. This is the size. And the product description. This is the price. This is the color. This is the size. And the product description. This is the price. This is the color. This is the size. And the product description. This is the price. This is the color. This is the size. And the product description. This is the price. This is the color. This is the size. And the product description. This is the price. This is the color. This is the size. And the product description. This is the price. This is the color. This is the size. And the product description. This is the price. This is the color. This is the size. And the product description. This This is the description that we have, and we selected all the sizes. So this is it here, and we have all the other images right here. Okay, and the related products also are showing. So this logic is working perfectly well. So if I click on the kids category, we're going to see all the products in the kids category. So the idea here is working perfectly well. Okay, so after getting the product from our database, the next thing that we're going to work on now is how our user can log in or create an account from the front end. Okay, like how they can have an account and then they can add items to cart in their own account. So we need to work on this as well. So the first step here is to create the state variable and a setup function that is going to manage the token. When a user creates an account, we're going to generate a token for the user, and if the user already has an account, the user already has a token. So we need to always ensure that the user is logged in because they already have an account. So here right now, we're going to create the state variable, and I'm going to give it token and the setup function set token, and I'm going to initialize it with an empty string. So use state. I'm going to initialize it with an empty string. So here we're going to add it to these values here so that after navigate, other components and pages can have access to it. We're going to have token and then set token. Okay. So now we're going to open our login sign up page. Okay, so this is our page right here. So after this state variable here, we need to extract the token. We need to destructure or preferably extract the token, set token, navigate, and then the backend URL from our shop context. Okay, so here token, set token, navigate, and then backend URL. Okay, will be equals to use context. Is going to be shop context. Okay, so use context and shop context has been imported. Okay, and now we need to create a function, an asynchronous function that is going to undo the submission of this form right here. Okay, whether when the user logs in or when the user signs up. When the user creates an account, we want to store it in our database. So I'm going to name the function our submit handler. So here const and submit handler will be equals async, and then we're going to pass events. So right here beside the form, we're going to use the submit method, and then we're going to call the synchronous function that we just created that is going to undo the form submission. Okay, so back to our main code, we're going to use events dot prevent default to prevent the page from refreshing when the user logs in or sign up. Okay, so after this, we're going to have a try catch block. Okay, try catch block, and then in the try block, we're going to check for the current state. Okay, actually, we initialize the state with login, right? We're going to use if statements to check the current state. So if the current state is sign up, then we're going to create a variable and we're going to name it response. And here we're going to make an API call so that we can send the user's name, email, and password. Okay. But before that, we need to create a state variable for the name, email, and password. Okay, that we're going to send to our database. So the state variable here, this one is going to be for name, And then we're going to have a setter function, set name, and we're going to initialize this, use it with an empty string. I'm going to do the same thing for email and passwords. So this is going to be for email, and this is going to be set email, and the third one is going to be for password, and the setter function will be set password. So the state variables that we've created here and the setter functions here is going to store the value of the name, the email, and the password, and the setter functions will always update the state variables. So right here in our form, for each of the inputs, we're going to use an onChange method. So let me just close this so that we can see it clearly. We're going to use an onChange, and then we'll pass an event as the parameter, create a function. So here, set name is going to be e.target.value, and the value is going to be the name. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing here. So on change events, create an array function, set password e.target.pass.value, and the value is going to be passwords. And then, okay, this is for email. The type here is email, so this is supposed to be Ctrl X. This is supposed to be right here. Okay, this is for name. The type here is text. Okay, so here on change events, set email e.target.value, and the value that is going to take is going to be email. Okay, so now we can now continue with our try catch block right here. So if the current state is sign up, we're going to make an API call, and we're going to be using the post method to send the name, email, and password to the endpoints of the registration. Okay, so here I'm going to create a variable that is going to store that const response will be equal to awaits, and then we're using the Axios method. Axios from Axios package. Axios has been imported. Dot post method, and then backend URL. Then we're going to concatenate it, and then we're going to have our endpoints slash API slash user slash register. Okay, so that is if the current state is sign up, right? And then comma, we're going to pass Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z. Okay, so it's supposed to be space, comma, and then we're going to pass an object that is going to take the name property, the email property, and the password. The name, email, and password values. Okay, so here we're going to check if this code is successful. If response dot data dot success, and then we're going to set token to response. We're going to generate a token for this user that just wants to register. So response dot data dot token. Okay, and then we're going to have a toast notification, toast the success, response the data dot message. Okay, else we're going to use an else just in case if there is a failure. We want to use toast dot error, response dot data dot message. Okay, and for try catch block, and if this state is not the sign up state, if the current state is not for sign up, so here we're going to have an else statement here. Else, we're going to make another API call that is going to send the email and password alone, that is going to allow the user to log in. So here we're going to have const response will be equal to await axios dot post method, open your bracket, backend URL, and then we're going to concatenate it, and we're going to get our API endpoints user slash login, and also another object for the values email and passwords. Okay. Also, we're going to do the same thing if response dot. Okay, so instead of having to rewrite this, I'm just going to copy this and paste it right here. Okay, if response dot data dot success, that is if the API call is successful, we want to set token to the token that the user already has. Then we want to display post notification to show that the user has logged in successfully. Else, we should display another post notification to show that there is an error. Okay, now for the console.log, for the catch block, we're going to console.log the error for debugging, and also we're going to use the toast notification toast.error error.message. Okay, so before we test this, we need to open our backend, and then in our user controllers, right? This is for login user. Okay, so if this is a match, right? Response.json, success is true, the token, but we need to pass the message, right? So this is going to take message login successful, add a comma. Okay, and for register user as well, if response.json is true, then we want to add a message as well. So here, message if you just created an account created successfully, add a comma. Okay, so now we have a message that will be displayed if the user is able to create an account, and we have a message that will be displayed if the user is able to log in successfully. So now let's test our login for the image. Okay, so now let's try to create an account. Let's create an account here. I'm going to name the account sample, and it's just going to be sample at gmail.com. Sample1, let me just give it sample1 at gmail.com, and the password as well. Let me give it a simple password. Okay, if I click on sign up now, okay, it's showing us that the request failed with status code 404. So let's try to debug this and see what the problem is. Okay, so let's go to our code again. We are getting our token from shop contest, set token, navigate. Okay, the backend URL, we're supposed to get it from our app because this is where we're declaring the value. So I think this should be the problem. Back to login. So I'm going to delete this backend URL here, and then I'm going to import backend URL from the app. Okay, so I guess this is going to work. Okay, so now let's see now. Let's try to create an account. I'll give it the same name, sample. Then I'm going to use sample1 at gmail.com, and the password is going to be sample123456. And so if I click on sign up, it's showing us that the account is created successfully. Okay, so now let's try to log in. So I'm just going to copy this password here. Now if we click on login, we'll have it right here with the password. If we click on sign in, so success is a function. Okay, so we need to sign out first before we can log in. Okay, so let's fix that. Let's make sure that we're able to log out and then we're able to relog in again. So if I click on account now, and let's just say I reload this to sample1 at gmail.com, and the password is going to be password. Oh, this is a lot. So let's see, sample 12345 and click on sign in. Incorrect password entered. Okay, let me click on sign in again. Incorrect password. Okay, so what is the password again? Sample 12345 and click on sign in. Okay, so basically this is working, because if it is not, we're not going to be getting incorrect passwords. Okay, so I'm going to create another account now, and I'm going to give it demo. So let's see, demo at gmail.com, and the password is going to be, if I click on sign up now, account created successfully. So if I refresh this page now, and let's say I want to log in, so demo at gmail.com, and then the password. So if I click on sign in, login successful. Okay, so the logic here is working perfectly well. So the next thing we need to work on now is to ensure that when our user is logged in, they should be redirected to the home page, not that they should just remain on the login page. They should redirect them automatically to the home page. So after the onSubmit function here, we're going to use the use effects. Okay, so we're going to create a function within this, and then we're going to use an if statement to check if the token is available. Then we want to navigate to the home page, and then we're going to close this. So here we're going to pass token, we're going to pass a dependency area, and it's going to be token. So if the token is available, that means if the user is logged in, if the user already has an account, then we want to navigate to the home page. So let's try that out now. So the same thing I used, demo at gmail.com, the password. If I click on sign up, showing me that login successful, or the password is not strong enough, no problem. This is just a sample. So login is successful and the user is redirected directly to our home page. So now that our user is logged in, if the user tries to create an account again, the page is not going to show. Okay, so now we need to work on the function that is going to undo login out. So I'm just going to close login, close user controllers, and then let me close my backend file. Now we're going to close the pages. We'll open our components to the navigation bar, because that is where the logout is. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is to extract token from shop context. Okay, so here token and set token from shop context. Okay, and then we're going to create a function that is going to undo logging out. So here I'm going to create const. I'm going to name it logout. Okay, so if the user is logged out, we want to navigate to login. We want to ensure that the user logs in. So slash login, we're navigating to login. And also we're going to set our token to empty string. Okay, and then right here where the logout is, we're going to use an onClick method and then we're going to call the function logout. Okay, so now our user is still logged in. If we click on logout, it will navigate directly to the login page. Okay, so let me log in again. Demo at gmail.com. The password. If I click on sign in, login successful. Okay, so there's something that we need to. If I refresh now, we are no longer logged in. You can see now that we can access the login. Okay, we need to ensure that the login, our token for each user, is stored in the local storage. Okay, we need to ensure that no matter how they refresh, the token will be stored in that person's local storage in their own computer. So right here for the logouts, if the user is going to log out, we want to remove the token right from their local storage. So here we're just going to have local storage dot remove item, then it's going to remove the token. Okay, so the user will be completely logged out. Now back to our login page. Open the pages, open login. Okay, so after the success message here in our tools notification, we're going to use local storage dot set item, and then we're going to have the token, comma, response dot data dot token. Okay, and we're going to do the same thing. This is for sign up, right? So I'm just going to copy this and paste it here. Okay, so no matter how our user refreshes, the token has been saved in the local storage unless the user decides to log out, unless the user clicks on the logout option. So let's try this. Let's see this in action. So here, let's try to log in. Demo at gmail.com, and then the password. So if I click on sign in, our user has been logged in successfully. So no matter how you refresh, the user is still right here. Okay, unless the user decides to click on logout, then they will be redirected to the login page again. So now that we're done with the login and logout functionality, the next thing we're going to work on is our carts API. So the idea is to ensure that when the user logs in and add products to their carts, the carts will be saved in our database, and also we can see the carts data at our admin panel. We can receive the carts data in the admin panel. So we'll head back to our VS Code. Now I'm going to close all of this. Now we're going to open our backend file. Okay, so in the controllers, we're going to create a carts controller. So I'm going to create a new file, carts controllers.js. So here we're going to have three functions. And the first function will be to add to carts. We're going to have update carts and also get user carts. Okay, so here I'm going to create a function. It's going to be an asynchronous function. Const add to carts async. Then we're going to pass the parameter request and respond. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it 3 times. So the second function will be to update carts. So here, updates. And the last one is going to be get user carts. So here, get user carts. And now we're going to export all of the functions. Export, add to carts, update carts, and get user carts. So for all of these functions, we're going to create a route for them. And then in the route folder, we're going to create a new file, cart routes.js. So first off, we need to import Express from Express package. Express. And then we're going to import all of the functions for the cart controllers. So add to cart from controllers.js. And then here we need the update cart and get user cart. So I'm just going to add a comma here, and then we're going to paste it right here. So let me close this so that we can have a bigger screen. So now we're going to create the cart router. Cart router will be equals to express dot router. So with these functions, we're going to create multiple endpoints. So cart router dot, this is going to take a post method, and then we're going to create the endpoint. So this is get, and this will be for get user cards. And then the other one dot posts, and this is going to, the endpoint is going to be for add, and here we're going to add to carts. And the third one is going to be to update the carts. So here we're going to give the endpoints updates, and we're going to call the update count function. Now we need to export the cart router. So export default cart router. So now we're going to open our server.js file, and here we're going to add app.use, and for the router it's going to be /API/carts, and we're going to add the cart router. Okay, so the cart router here has been imported. So we're going to create the middleware now. With the middleware, we can now authenticate user. So here we're going to create, this is going to be alt.js. So for this middleware, we're going to authenticate user to ensure that only a registered user can add item to the cart. Only if token is available, only if we've already generated token for the user when the user creates an account, or if the user already has a token when they log in their account, only those users can add to carts. So first we're going to import JWT from JSON web token, and then we're going to create an asynchronous arrow function to authenticate the user. So const alt user will be equal to async, and the parameter is going to be request and send, and then request respond next. The next is going to be the callback function. Okay, so we're going to create this. Now we're going to get the user token from the header. So here const token will be equals to request.headers. Okay, and then if we're going to check if the token is available. So if the token is not available, that's what we're checking. Then we're going to return response.json, then success will be false. And then we're going to add the message, and the message is going to be login to add items to carts. Okay. So the idea of this if statement is if the token is not available, that means if the person is not a registered user, the person does not create an account, or the person does not log in and they want to add item to carts, they're going to get this message. The success will be false, and the message will be login to add item to carts. So for users that have token already, we're going to decode their code, and then we want to decode their token. So here const token underscore the code will be equal to jwt.verify, and then we're going to provide our token here and the jwt secrets. So here process.env.jwt underscore secrets. So with the decoded token, we're going to get the user ID, So next is to add the user's ID, requests.body.user ID. Oh, so it's going to be requests.body.user ID will be equal to token underscore the code dot ID. So we're going to call the next function. So next. So if there's any error, the catch block will be executed. So this is going to be console.log error, and we're going to generate a response as well. And the success here will be false, and the message will be error.message. Then right here, we need to export the authentication. Export default alt user. Okay, so now we've exported this entire logic right here. So the next thing we're going to do is to add this authentication logic in the cart routes. So whenever the user wants to add products, get user cards of this product, they should be authenticated. So here we're going to have alt user. Okay, it has imported from this middleware right here, and then this as well, alt user, and also we're going to have it here, alt user. So now let's add the logic in the add to cart function. So here we're going to use the try catch block. So in the catch block, in the try block, we need to get the user ID first. So const user ID will be equals to request.body. Okay, and also we need the item ID. So item ID, which is also the product ID, and then we need to get the size as well. So with the user ID, we're going to find the user in our user model, and then we're going to store it in our user data. So here I'm going to have const user data will be equals to await user model dot find by ID, because we want to find the user by ID. And then we're going to pass the user ID, because we want to find the user by ID using their ID. So here the user model has been imported here, so we're going to add .js right here. So from the user data now, after we've found that particular user by their ID in the user model, we're going to extract their cart data. We're going to extract the cart items. Okay, if we're looking for users by their ID using user ID right here. So once we get the user ID, we want to extract their cart. We want to get all of the items that they are adding to their cart, and then we're going to store it in cart data. So here we're going to have let cart data equal to await user data. There should be a space, await user data dot cart data. Okay, so now we're going to use an if statement to check if the user actually exists. So if, okay, here we're checking if the user does not exist, if user data is not available, then we're going to generate a response. So return response dot status to be 404, error 404 dot JSON. Then we'll create an object, success false, and then we're going to have a message, user not found. And we close this so that we can have a bigger space. So the next thing we're going to do is to check if the product with the given item ID already exists in our cart data. So here we're going to check cart data, item ID. So if we also need to check if the product exists, then we want to check if the selected size is already in the cart. So we're going to use another if statement to check if the product exists. We want to check if the selected size is already in the cart. So here, if cart data, we're using the item ID. So now I want to check for the size. And then if the size exists, then we're going to increase the quantity by 1. So here, cart data, item ID, size will be plus equals 1. Then we're going to use an else statement here. So if the size does not exist, we're going to initialize the size with the quantity of 1. Okay, else cart data with the item ID. We're going to initialize the size here with 1. Okay, so here, this code here is checking if the product exists. We want to check if the selected size is already in the cart. And then we're using an else statement to check if the size does not exist. We want to initialize the size of the quantity by 1. And also here, okay, this is supposed to be else, ELSE. Okay, here as well, we'll use an else statement to check if the product does not exist in the cart. We want to add it with the selected size and set the quantity to 1. So here, cart data, item ID will be equals to, here we're going to create an object and we're going to add the size by 1. Okay. So after this if else statement, we're going to update the user's cart data in the database using the user's ID. So here we're going to have await user model dot find by ID and update. So here find by ID and update. Here we're going to pass the user ID and then an object cart data. Okay. So we're updating the user's cart data in the database using the user ID. And also the next thing we're going to do is to generate a response to indicate the success, and then we're going to add a confirmation message. So here, response.json, JSON, will create one object, success, give a space, success is going to be true, and then the message is going to be product added to carts. Okay, so if there's any error with our try block, the catch block is going to give a message console.log error, and here we're going to generate the response as well. Response.json, success here would be false. We're going to have a message, and it's going to be error.message. Okay, so we've added the logic to add to carts. Now we need to add the logic to update our carts. Okay, so we're going to use the try catch block. In the try block, first we need to get our user ID, the item ID, and the size and the quantity from the request.body. We want to get it from request.body. So here we're just going to the structure const user ID, comma, item ID, size, quantity will be equals to request.body. And then we're going to fetch the user's data from the database using their ID. So here we're going to create a variable called user data will be equal to await user model dot find by ID user ID. If we're able to get the user's ID, then we're going to retrieve the user's current cart data. So here, and we're going to store it in cart data. Let cart data be equal to await user data dot cart data. And then we need to update the specified product size with the new quantity in the cart. Okay, so right here, we're going to update cart data, the item ID with the size to be equal to quantity. Then the next thing I'm going to do is to save the updated card data back to the database of the user. So here we're going to have await user model dot find by ID and updates user ID. Then we're going to create one object card data. Okay. So if there's any error with our, let me just clear this space. If there's any error with our try block, then we're going to log the error at the console. So here console.log error, and then we need to generate a response to send a failure response with the error message. So here response.json would be success false, message would be error.message. Okay, so now we're done with this. Okay, also we need to generate a response here. If after we've saved the updated card, we need to send a response to indicate that the card has been updated. So here response.json success will be true, and then we're going to have a message, and it's going to be cart updated. Cart updated. Okay, so we're having an error here. This is supposed to be in brackets. This as well is supposed to be a bracket. Okay, not a curly braces. Okay, now we're done with this update cards. Now to get our user's cards, we're going to use the try catch block. So try catch block. So the try block, we need to get our user's ID from request.body. So const user ID will be equal to requests.body. So first we need to fetch the user's data from the database using their ID. So here, and then we're going to save it in the user data variable. So const user data will be equal to await user model dot find by ID will be equal to, and then we're going to pass our user ID. Okay, and then we need to check if the user exists in the database. Then we're going to generate a response. So we're going to check if the user doesn't exist, let's generate a response. So user data. So if user data does not exist, so we're going to set the failure message. We're going to return response.json, and then write here success is false, and then message User not found. Okay. After this, we need to retrieve, if the user is found, we need to retrieve the user's cat data. So in this case, no await is needed here because cat data is a direct property of user data. So now let's retrieve our user's cat data. So here, const cat data will equals user data dot cat data. And then we need to send in success response along with the user's cat data. So response dot JSON success will be true. Then we're going to send the cat data. So if there's any error with our try block, we're going to log our error in the cat block. So here, log to console error, and also we're going to generate a response to send a failure message. So here, response.json success is false. Message is going to be error.message. So now that we're done with the logic of adding to carts, updating carts, and getting user cards, we need to connect our database to the front end. So I'm just going to close all of this and then close the backend. So now I'm going to open the SRC folder and then the context folder. Now here, so right here in our shop context, we have a function that is handling the add to cart already. So right here, so now we're going to check if the user is logged in, then they can add to cart. So here, for us to know if the user is logged in, we need to check if the token is available. Then they can add to cart. Then we will now call the API. So first, we need to use the try catch block, and in the try block, we're going to use await axios dot post method, and then we're going to have the backend URL, and then we're going to concatenate the API endpoints. Okay, so this will be slash API slash cart slash add. And then right here, we're going to create two objects so that first we're going to provide the product ID and then the size. And also, let me close this. We're going to have the headers, which is going to store the token. Okay. So with this code, our product will be added to database only if the token is available. And then if there is any error with the try block, we're going to have console.log error, and then we're going to display toast notification, toast.error, error.message. Now let's test if this logic is working. So now let's try if the logic is working. This is our front end now with the 5 products that we've added. So let's say we want to add this product to cart. If I click on this size and I click on add to cart, the product has been added to cart, right? And if we view our cart page, we're going to see the products here as well. Now let's try viewing. Now if you view our database here, we're using this email. This is the email that we logged into. Let me log into another email. Okay, so let me log out now. We've created another email, example@gmail.com, and then the password. Let me just enter the password. I click on sign in, login successful. Okay, so I've added one product to carts here. Okay, so now let's see I'm going to refresh here. So if we view this cat data now, okay, we're not getting anything in the cat data. Let's see the reason. So this code here looks perfect. Let's check the backend. So I think the authentication right here. Okay, this one is supposed to be token decode.id. Okay, that's ID. Now our backend is restarting. Now let's see if this is going to work now. So if we check our database now, let's add another product. I'll come back to the home page. We are still logged in, right? If we click on this product and then we select this size and add it to cart, it has been added to cart. Sorry, I'm just pressing take time. Okay, so now let's check our database. We're going to refresh. Now the email is example. So if we check the cart data, we're getting our cart objects. Okay, so this is it. Okay, so this is the cart data in the cart object. That means the logic is working. So I'm going to close this and then close our backend folder as well. Then we can now continue with our code. So since the API, the logic for the add to carts is working, we can now get the carts in our database. We need to work on the update quantity to ensure that whenever the user updates the quantity of item in the carts, we also get the updated quantity in our database. So right here, we're going to use the if statements. We want to check if token is available, then we're logged in. So here, we're going to use a try catch block. And in the try block, we're going to call the API. So here, we'll get await axios.posts, then our backend URL. And we're going to concatenate the API endpoint. So API slash cat slash updates. Okay. And then we're going to create one object here. And we're going to provide the item ID, size, quantity. And then we're going to add the headers. And the headers, we're going to send our token. Okay. So let me close this so that we can see it. And if there's an error with the try block, we're going to use the catch block. So console.log error, and we're going to generate a toast notification as well, error.message. So the next thing we're going to do now is to ensure that whenever we reload our web page, we want to ensure that the card is still updated. So here I'm going to create an asynchronous array function, and I'm going to name it get user card. So here const get user cards. So we're going to check if it is successful. So if response dot data dot success, then we're going to set cart items to response dot data dot cart data. And then if there's any error in the process, so I'm just going to copy this for the catch block. So now I'm going to copy this function. So here we're going to paste the get cart data, and then to send the token, we're going to use local storage dot get item, and then we're going to send the token right there. So now let's test if this is working. Right now we have one item in our cart. If we increase the quantity of the item to 5, and then in our MongoDB, if we refresh, so in the database, this is the account we used to log in. If we click on cart data, And then right here, we're seeing that the quantity has changed. The size is the large size and the quantity is 5. Okay, so that means this is its large size and the quantity here is 5. So that means that this logic is working. We're getting the updated cards in our database. This is the email. This is the email for the user use. This is our decoded password here, and we're getting the updated cards in the database. So let's try adding other items to carts. Let's say we want to add this item to our carts, and then we're selecting the medium size, add to cart. Product has been added successfully. We have the product here in our cart. So I'm just going to refresh the database and let's see if we're going to get the second product in the database. So back to this user, we're getting, so here we're getting 2 items right here. Okay, showing that we have the first one is the large size and the quantity is 5, and the second one is the medium size and the quantity is 1. And then if we update the quantity of the second one to 3, let's refresh again. And then we're going to check the cart data. So this has been updated to 3. Okay, let's see if we delete the item in the cart, if it's going to reflect in the database. So I'm going to click on this trash icon here. It has been deleted here. Now let's refresh our database. And then if we check the cart data here, okay, let me refresh again. Okay, we've refreshed again. Let's check. So the quantity is showing 0. Okay, so the idea behind this is working. So the next thing we're going to do now is to write the code for our order. So when the user selects, let me show you. So when this is an order right here, this is the carts page. So we want to ensure that when the user, let me proceed to checkout. When the user selects a payment option and then they fill in this shipping address and they click on this place order button, the order and the user details like the entries here, the payment option and the shipping address will be stored in our database, and then we can access it from the admin panel. Also, when the user clicks on this place order, we want to redirect the user to the order pages, where order page where they can see all the orders that they've made. So now first off we need to create an API in the backend that is going to undo all of this logic, and then we're going to link the API with the front end where our user can see all of the orders, and also we're going to link the API with the admin panel so that the admin will see all of the orders that the user has placed and can update the order status. Okay, so let's start. So now we're going to open the backend, and then in our models we're going to create order models. Okay, so here, new file, order models.js. So the first thing we're going to do is to import Mongoose from Mongoose package, and then we're going to define a schema for the order collection using Mongoose. So here, const order schema will be equal to new Mongoose dot schema. Okay, and then we'll open our brackets, then a curly braces. So here we're going to define the schema for the order collections. So first we're going to start with the ID of the user who placed the order. So here, user ID, and then the type is going to be a string, required will be true. Okay. Next thing we're going to have, we have the comma. Next thing we're going to have is going to be the items in the order, and it's going to be in form of an array. So we need an array containing the details of the item in the corner, in the orders. So here, items, the type will be an array, required will will be true as well. Also, we need the total amount for the order. So the amount, the type is going to be number, required will be true as well. Also, we need the address, and it's going to contain an object for the delivery address details. So the address is an object containing the delivery address details. So here, address, the type here is going to be objects, required will be true as well. Also, we need the status. So by default, the other status, we need the other status when created. Okay, so by default, it's going to be order placed. So here, status, the type will be string, required will be set to true, and then by default, it's going to be order placed. Also, we need the payment method. Okay, this is going to store the method of payment. For example, maybe cash on delivery, online payment, and other payment methods. So here we're going to have payment method. The type will be string, required will be true. And then we need the payment that will indicate whether the payment is completed. Okay, so here we're going to have payments, the type here is going to be boolean, required will be true as well, and then by default it's going to be set to false. And also we need the date, okay, the timestamp that represents when the order was placed. So here, dates, the type will be number, required will be true. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do now is to create the order model if it doesn't already exist. If the model exists, we're going to reuse it to avoid overwriting in cases of multiple imports. So here we're going to create our order model, const order model will be equals to mongoose dot models dot order or mongoose dot model. Here we're going to have order, and then here we're going to pass our order schema. And then we're going to export the order model. So here, export defaults order model. So now that we're done with our order models, next thing we're going to do is to create our order controllers. So here we're going to have order controllers. Control.js. Okay, so for our order controllers, here we're going to write all of the logic that's going to undo the method of payment. We're going to write the logic for placing order using Stripe, placing order using Razorpay, getting all orders data for the admin panel. We're also going to write the logic that will undo the user order data for Frontend, and also the logic that would work on the update order status for admin panel. So here now all we're going to do is to create an asynchronous function for each of these logics. So first we're going to start with all the order data for the admin panel. So here const all orders will be equals to async requests and respond. So this one here, let me write the comment. This is going to be for all orders data for admin panel. So here we're going to have order data for admin panel, and then we're going to create another function for the order data for the front end. So here when we write these comments, order data for front end. So we're going to create a function, an asynchronous function, user orders will be equal to async this is going to be request and respond. Okay, and then the next one is going to be for placing order using cache on delivery method. So here const place order will be equal to async requests and respond will be the parameters. This function is going to handle placing order using cache on delivery. And then the next one is going to be placing order using Stripe. So here const place order Stripe will be equals to async request and respond. And then we're going to have a function that will undo placing order using razor pay. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it here. So this one is going to be for razor pay. And here we're going to have razor pay. Also, we're going to create the function that would undo updating the order status from the admin panel. So here, undo updating status from admin panel. Okay, so here we're going to have const update status will be equals to async request and respond. Okay, so now that we've created all of the function, before writing the logic, we need to export each of them. So we're going to export. The first one is all orders. So here, all order. Here we're going to have place order. And then the next one is going to be place order with razor pay. And another one is going to be place order with Stripe. Place order with Stripe. Let me add. And then user orders and update status as well. So here, user orders and update status. Okay, what is the problem here? User orders. So now that we've created the other controllers, we need to create the routes for each of the functions. So here in our routes, we're going to create the other routes. So first we're going to import Express from Express package. And then we're going to import all of the functions that we've created here. Okay, so here we're just going to import user orders from the order controllers. So you're going to add .js here. Okay, so I'm just going to copy all of this here, and then we're going to paste it right here. And also we have this left, the update status as well. So we're going to copy this, and then we're going to paste it here. So let me just collapse this so that we can have a much bigger space. Now we're going to create the order router. So here, const order router be equal to express dot router. So we start creating the route for each of the functions. So here, order router dot, we're using the post method. This is going to be for the admin features. Okay, we're going to create the route for the admin features. So here, admin features. So order router dot post method. Oh, this is going to be outside of it. Open your bracket. Then the endpoint is going to be lists. And then we're going to have all orders here. Okay, so for the admin to see all of the orders, we need to authenticate the user. And then we've already done that here in the middleware that we have here for admin authentication that we have here. Okay, so we need to import the authentication. So here we're going to import admin authentication, admin auth from the middleware. Admin auth.js. Okay, so right here, before all others, we're going to add admin authentication to it. Okay, also we need to create the endpoint for the update status. So here, order router dot posts. Then we'll pass the endpoint, which is going to be status. Admin authentication is required to update the order status. And here we're going to pass the update status function. Okay, so now we're going to create the router for the endpoint for our payment features as well. So here this is going to be for payment features. Order router dot posts. So the endpoint is going to be place. So place order. So we want only users that has been authenticated to place order. So here we're going to use this middleware here, this alt user. So we're using the middleware here. Okay, so I'm just going to import alt user from the middleware / alt.js. Okay, so here we're using the alt user authentication. Then here we're going to pass place order, and this place order is for the cash on delivery payment method. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing. Order router dot post method, and this is going to be for the Stripe, for users that want to use Stripe. We're going to ensure that we authenticate the user, and here we're going to pass the place order Stripe function. We're going to do for the third one as well, order router dot post method, and this is going to have razor p, that is for the endpoints. Alt user, want to authenticate the user as well. and then we're going to pass place order using user P. Now we're going to create the endpoint for our user as well. So here, let me write this comment, user feature. So here we're going to have order router dot post methods, and the endpoint is going to be user orders. Users that can check the orders from the front end need to be authenticated as well. So here I'm going to pass alt user, and then we're going to pass user orders function. So now that we're done creating the order routes in our server.js, we need to include the order router. So first, we're going to import order router. We're going to export this order router here. So here, we're going to export defaults order router. Okay, so back here in our server.js, I'm going to import the order router from the order router file. Okay, and after our cat router, we're going to add app.use into, then we're going to create our endpoint here for the router, for the order router /order, and then we're going to add it. So here we're going to pass order router. Okay, so now that we're done with this, we're going to head back to our other controllers so that we can write the logic for each of the functions that were created. So first we're going to start with the all orders, which is for the order list for our admin panel. So now we're going to start with the try catch block. So here, try catch, and then in our try block, first we're going to fetch all the orders from the database using the order model. So here, const order model, const orders will be equal to await order model. So here, order model dot find, and then we're going to pass an empty object. Okay, so here we're going to add .js here to make it complete since our order model has been imported. And then the next line, we're going to send a success response to our clients, including that will include the received order. So we're generating a response here to send a success message. So right here, response.json, open the bracket, create an object, success will be true, and then we're going to send in the orders as well. Now for the cat block, if there's any error with the try block, we're going to log the error to the console for debugging. So here we're going to have console.log error, and also we need to generate another response to send a failure message with the error. So response.json, create an object, success here will be false, and then the message is going to be error.message. Okay, so this is the logic that will work for other data for the admin panel. Now we need to create the logic for the other data for our front end. So here as well, we're going to use the try catch block. So here we're going to type in try, then I'm going to select this. So the first thing we're going to do here is to extract the user ID from the request body. So const user ID will be equal to request.body. Now that we've extracted the user's ID from the request.body, we need to find all the orders in the database that belongs to a specific user, to that user that we requested their user ID. So I'm going to create a variable that is going to store that. So const orders will be equal to await order model dot find, Then we'll create an object user ID. Okay. Now, after finding all of the orders in the database that belongs to the specific users, we need to send a response message to the client, and it's also going to include the user's order. So here we're going to have response.json. Success will be true, and then we're going to pass the orders. So in the catch block, if there's any error, we're going to log the error. So here console.log error, and also we need to send a failure message if. So here response.json. Success here will be false, and then message will be error that message. So this is the logic that would undo our user order. So the first thing we did was to extract the user ID from request.body. Then here we're finding all of the orders in the database that belongs to that specified user, and then here we're generating a response. So now the next thing we're going to do is to, let's see. So the next thing here is to write the logic for placing order using cash on delivery. So here we're using our try catch block. We're starting with the try catch block as usual. So try catch block. So in the try block, we need to destructure the data from the request.body. So here we're going to have const user ID, comma, items, comma, amounts, comma, address, space will be equals to request dot body. Okay. Next thing that we're going to do is to prepare the order data object. So here const order data will be equals to. So in the object, we're going to add the ID of the user placing the order. So here we're going to have user ID, comma. Then we're going to have the list of items in the order. So here items, comma. Also, we're going to have the total amount for the order. Here we're going to have amount, and then we're going to add the delivery address. So this is going to take address. Also, we need to add the payment method, and we're going to set it to cash on delivery. So here payment method is going to be COD. That is like an acronym for cash on delivery. And also we're going to add, we need to indicate that the payment status. False will be for unpaid. So here payment, we're going to set it to false. Also we need the current timestamp for the order. So the dates, here we're going to have dates dot now. Okay. So after preparing the order data object, the next thing we're going to do, let me add this. So the next thing we're going to do is to create a new order document using the order model. So here we're going to have const new order will be equal to new order model into order data. And then we're going to save the new order data to our database. So here we're going to have await new order dot save. And also we're going to clear the user's cards by updating their cards to an empty object. So here we're going to have await user model. It has imported user model here. So here user model dot find by ID and updates. Here we're going to have the user ID, and also we're going to create an object where we're going to enter the cards data and we're going to set it to an empty object. So now that we're done with this, we need to send a success response to the client. So here we're generating a response.json, create an object, and the object success is going to be true, and then the message is going to be order placed. Okay, so if there's an error with our catch block, then if there's an error with our try block, the catch block is going to we're going to log the error to the console for debugging. So here log to console.log error, and also we need to send a failure message with the error message. So here response.json success is going to be false, message is going to be error.message. So now that we're done with the logic for the place order, we're going to write the logic for place order with Stripe and place order with Razorpay, but we're going to come to that later. So let's write the logic to update the status. So first we're going to use our try catch block. So here try, so try, we're going to select the try catch block. So in the try block, the first thing we're going to do is to extract the order ID and the status from request.body. So here const order ID and the status be equal to request.body. And then we're going to update the status of the specified order in the database. So here we're going to have await order model dot find by ID and updates. Then here we're going to pass the specified order ID, and here we're going to create an object where we're going to have the status. So next thing we're going to do is to generate a response to the client indicating that the status was updated. So here we're going to have response.json success true, and then message is going to be status updated. Okay, so if there's any error, the catch block is going to. So here I'm just going to copy this instead of having to retype, and then I'm going to paste it here in the catch block. Okay, so now that we're done with these other controllers, I said earlier that we're going to come back to place order with Stripe and place order with Middleware. So now that we're done with all of this, next thing we're going to do is to open our front end, and then we can now write the logic for the front end. So here we're going to close all of this at the back end. And now I'm going to start with the front end. So I'm closing the back end. Then we're going to start with the front end. First, in our checkout, we need to update few things in the checkout. We need to create a state variable that's going to store our payment method, be it cash on delivery, be it payment with Stripe, or be it payment with Razorpay. We need to create a state variable for that. So right here, we're going to create const method set method, then equals to use states, and we're going to initialize it with cash on delivery COD. Okay, and also right here, so we've done for this. Here we've written the code that will undo the form inputs and update the state accordingly. That is what we have here. Okay, so this is for the name of the input field, right? And this is the current value in the input field. And this here is to update the form data state with the new value for the corresponding field. Okay, and also here we've created the function that will undo the onSubmit handler. So the first code here is to prevent default submission behavior, and then we're using the try catch block as well. So the first code here, we initialize an array to store the items included in the order, and then for this other code here, we're using a for loop to loop through the cat items object, which organizes item by product ID and size. Okay, and for this other for loop right here, we will create for each product ID, we want to iterate over the sizes and their respective quantities. Okay, and also we're using an if statement here to check if the quantity for the current size is greater than 0. Okay, and then right here, we want to find the product details in the product array using the product ID. Okay, then for this if statement here, we want to check if the details are found, add the sizes and quantity to the item, and also here we assign the size to the item, and also for this other line here, we're assigning the quantity to the item, and for the last line here, we want to add the items to the other items array. Okay, so here we're preparing the complete order data, where the address we're getting it from our form data, the items we're getting it from our other items, and then the amount we're getting it from the getCartAmount function that we have in our shop context, and we're adding the delivery fee to it as well. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do now is we created a state variable here. Okay, so right here in our UI, we're going to use the state variable. Here we have the image for Stripe, we have the image for Razorpay, and we have the image for cash on delivery. Okay, so we're going to use, so in each of the divs here, we're going to use an on click to show that when the user clicks on the first one, which is Stripe, we want to set the method to Stripe. Okay, so right here, let me do it here. We're going to have an on click. So create an arrow function, and then we're going to pass set method. It's going to be Stripe. Okay, and then the class name here, we are going to change it. Okay, so what we're going to do now is in here, I just need to delete all of this. Okay, so now I'm going to use open a curly braces. In the curly braces, I'm going to use a backtick. So we want to have payments option. Okay, and then we're going to have followed by $sign. Then we're going to open another curly braces. So here we're going to use a ternary operator to check if the method is Stripe, then it should be selected. If not, we want to have an empty string. So here, method, if is equal to Stripe, then we want to have it as selected. Okay, else we want to have an empty string. Okay, so let me collapse this so that we'll have a much larger screen. So that is the idea behind this. If this method is Stripe here, we're using is an ternary operator here to check if the method, we're checking for the payment option. So if the method is Stripe, we want it to be selected. If the user selects the Stripe method, right, we want it to follow, we want to show that this is selected. If it is not, it should be an empty array. Okay, so we're going to do that for each of them. So the best thing here is to copy this, and then right here I'm going to paste it. Okay, so for this other one, if the method is Razorpay, okay, the here as well, I'm going to change it to Razorpay. Okay, and for the third one, right here, I'm going to paste this. If the method here is cash on delivery, COD, we're setting the method to cash on delivery here. Okay, if we check our browser now, let's see, can you see? If I select Razorpay, this is showing another color. If I select cash on delivery, as you can see now, the code is working. Now let's continue. So based on the method that we're dealing with here, we are going to use a switch case to write the cases for each of the methods. So right here, before this catch block, after this let order, in the on submit handler function, before the catch block right here, we're going to use the switch. We're going to use the switch statement. Okay, so here what we want to deal with is the method. So now we need to write the API call for our cash on delivery. We're starting with cash on delivery, right? So we need to make the case for cash on delivery. So the first case here is going to be for COD, which is going to be cash on delivery. So in cash on delivery, I'm going to create a variable for response. Const response will be equal to await Axios from Axios package dot post method. And then we're going to have the backend URL. So the backend URL has been imported and the Axios has also been imported. So here we're going to have the backend URL, and then we're going to concatenate it with our API. So slash API slash order slash place. Okay, this is for placing order using the cash on delivery. Okay, so we created the API right here. Let me show you the route, our order route. Okay, so this is it right here. Okay, and then our server.js as well. We already have the API here. Okay, so let me just close this back and then continue. And then I'm going to close this as well. So place, and then we're going to add the comma, and also we're going to send in our other data. So here, other data, and then we are going to need our tokens here. Headers token. Okay, but here we're going to import our token, so we're going to get the token from shop context. So here I'm just going to add token. Okay. So now we're going to log it in the console. So console.log response.data. So now we have this is the shopping website. So let's log out first, and then we're going to log in again just to test sample at gmail.com. We have an account for sample at gmail.com already stored in our database, and then I'm going to enter the password. So if I click on sign in, login successful. Okay, so now let's select this product right here, and then we're going to add select the size, then we're going to add it to carts. The product has been added to carts. Okay, if we click on the carts page, this is the product here. If we click on proceed to checkout, we're selecting cash on delivery by default. And then the first name, this is Zubi. Last name, I'm just going to select this. Email, sample, street address, fill in the city, the states, zip code, and then the country. So now if I click on place order, now let's check our console. If I click on inspect now, click on the console, we have an object here and it's showing us that the success is true, order has been placed. Okay, that means that this is working. So now let's check our database if it is stored. So here MongoDB Atlas, let me just click on whichever one that comes to. Oh, what is this? Let me retype MongoDB. So I'll still in our folder full stack e-commerce. So it's loading the product overview. Click on browse collection. Okay, so now we have the orders here. Okay, so if we check the orders, I have tried to place the order twice. Okay, so this is the first one I placed without recording. This is the other one right here that I placed just now that is showing us order placed. Okay, we have the item. It's just one item here. So we have the ID, the name, the price, description, the image is 2. Now, if you check the address object, you're going to see the first name, you're going to see the last name, the email, the street address, the city, the zip code, the country, state, phone number, and the status is order placed. Okay, payment method as well is cash on delivery, and the payment for now is false, and the date as well is here. So that means the logic is actually working. So let's continue. So now that this is working, we'll head back to our code. So I'm just going to turn this to a comment. Now we're going to use an if statement. If response dot data dot success, and then in the if statement we're going to set cart items to an empty object, and then we want to navigate so we're going to use navigate, but first we need to import it from our shop context. Okay, so here we're going to have navigate, and just close this. So right here we want to navigate the user to our orders page. Okay, and then we're going to use an else statement just in case if anything goes wrong. We're displaying the error message using toast notification. So here, toast.error. Do we have toast before? No, we don't. So we need to import toast. Toast from React Toastify dot error. It's going to be response dot data dot message. Okay, so this is it right here. But we've not yet created the orders page. So right here in our pages, we're going to create a new folder, and it's going to be for order. Okay, and then in the folder we're going to create the GSX and CSS file. So here order.gsx, rafc, and also we're going to create order.css. So here order.css. Okay, so now let's test again. Let's add this lady sexy wear. Let's select the size, and then we'll add it to cart. The product has been added to cart. Click on the cart page, and then click on proceed to checkout. We're using cash on delivery, so the name, just the sample, street address, city, state, the country, the zip code. So if this is successful, let me see. Set cart items is not a function. Let's see. Okay, so let's go back. Set cart items. We imported set cart items right here. Right. Let's see if we actually expected it. Let me just close all of this backend. Okay. So in our context, shop context, let's see, products, delivery, cart items, currency, search term, or this search term, add to cart, all of that. Okay. So we did not export set cart items. Okay. Okay, so let's fill this detail again. This is the sample. Okay. Country, zip code. Now if we click on place order, we're going to be redirected to this other page. Okay, we're going to be, so that means this code is working. So I'm just going to close this shop context, and then we can now start with the orders itself. Okay, close the login. Now let's start with the order. So the first thing we're going to do here is to extract our backend URL, token, and currency from shop context. So here const backend URL. Okay, we're getting the backend URL from the app, right? So we're not going to extract that here. Const token, and then currency will be equals to use context shop context. Okay, and then let's extract backend URL. Const backend URL is going to be equals to, oh no, we're supposed to be getting it here. Imports backend URL from app. Okay. So now that we've extracted our token and the currency from shop context, we need to create a state variable that is going to manage the other data. So here, const other data, and then the setter function sets other data, and then it will be equals to use states to be an empty array. We're going to initialize it with an empty array. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do now is to create an asynchronous function that is going to undo loading the other data. Okay. So here I'm going to give the name load other data. Load other data will be equal to async arrow function. Okay. As usual, we're going to start with our try catch block. So try catch. In the try block, we're going to check if token is not available, it should return null. Okay. So if token is not available, return null. Okay. So next thing we're going to do is to get our user orders from our database. So here, const response will be equal to await axios dot posts. We're going to have our backend URL, and then we're going to concatenate it with our API endpoint slash API. So here slash API slash order slash user orders. Okay, user orders, and then right here we're going to add a comma. This is going to take an empty object, and then we'll have another object. Headers is going to be token. Okay. So here we're going to have console.log response.data. But before that, in our app, we need to add the route to match the location for our orders. So here, I'm just going to copy this, and then I'm going to place it here. So this is going to be for orders, just as it is here when we're navigating to the orders page. So this is going to be for orders, and the component that we want to mount here is going to be orders, and it has been imported right here. Okay, so back to our order. So we're going to use effects to ensure that once we mount this order page, the load order data is going to run, and then the dependency array is going to be our token. So here, use effects. We're creating an arrow function here. Load order data, the function, and then for the dependency array, it's going to be token. Okay, so let's test this. We want to see if we're getting this response, if we're getting the orders in our console. So back to this page now, we're on the order page. We already placed orders before. So if I click on inspect now, and I click on console, showing us an object, and here it's showing us orders. We've already ordered 4 items. So this is the ID of the item, the user ID, and all of that. So let's check this third one, which is the very last one. The address is here. We're getting the address, the city, the country, email, first name, last name, phone number, state, street, zip code. We're getting the amount, we're getting the dates in real time, and then we're getting the item itself, the name of the item, and all of that. So If I expand this also, the category is women, the date as well, the description, the image. We have two images right here that are saved in Cloudinary. And then we have the name of the item, we have the price, we have the quantity, okay, and then we have the size. Here we have three sizes, so we selected just one size. Then the ID as well. So let me just close all of this so that we can go to. So the order is working perfectly well. As you can see, order is placed, payment method, cash on delivery. This is the user ID, this is the item ID. So this is working. We can now move on to the next thing. So now let's continue with our code. So this is going to be a comment here. So since it's working, we're going to use our if statement to check if response dot data dot success, open a curly braces. So the first thing we need to do here is to initialize an empty array to store all the individual order items. So here we're going to have let all other items, let all others item be equal to an empty array, and then we're going to iterate over each order that we're getting from our response. Okay, so here response dot data dot orders dot map, passing in order. We're going to create an arrow function here, and then in this iteration we're also going to iterate over each item in the current order. So here we're going to have order dot items dot map, we'll pass item, create an arrow function. Okay, so we need to add additional properties from the order of each item. So the first thing, we're going to assign the order status to the item. So here item, we're assigning the status will be equal to order dot status. Okay, and also we need to assign the order payment status to the item. So here order items payments will be equal to order dot payments. Okay, so this is supposed to be out. This is a typo error. Control X. This is equal to, okay, and then we need to assign the order's payment method to the item as well. So here item, here we're going to have payment methods to be equal to order dot payments methods. Come on, why am I making the same mistake again and again? Control X. Okay. Also, we need to assign the order's dates to the item. Okay, so here item, we have the dates equals to order dot dates. Okay, so all the modified item, we need to add the modified items to the array of all orders. So here all orders item dot push, we're using the push method, then we're passing in the item. Okay, so another thing we're going to do here is to reverse the array of all orders items. So reverse the array of all orders item to display the most recent orders first. So what we want to do is to display the most recent orders. So if the user orders, if we have like 10 users, we want to display the current order, like the most recent order first. So here we're going to set orders data in this all orders item dot reverse. Okay, so we're using the reverse method here as well. Okay, So the catch block here, if there's an error, log error. Okay. So now that we're done with the logic that is going to undo if token is not available, it should return null. Here we want to get all of the orders from the backend, which we have already tested and is working. Here, if it is successful, if we're able to get all of the orders from our backend, we want to initialize an empty array to store the individual orders item, and then we're iterating over each orders right here. We're iterating over each orders in the response, and also here we're iterating over each other's in the current order, and then we're going to map over this. Okay, and then right here we're adding the additional properties from the order to each item, such as assigning the order status to the item, also assigning the payment status to the item, or assigning the payment method to the item, and also assigning the order date to the item. Now here as well, we're adding the modified item to the array of the order item, and here we're using the reverse method to reverse the orders item so that only the most recent order will show first. Okay, so now that we're done with this, we can now work on the UI right here. So now I'm going to create a div tag with a class name of orders container. So here, orders container. In the order container, we're going to have our title for orders. So I'll create another div tag for order title. In the order title, we're going to use an h1 tag, and it's going to take my orders. After the title, we're going to have another div tag. So in this div tag, we're going to map over our order data. Okay, so here order data dot map. The parameter we're going to pass the item and the index number. Then we're going to create an arrow function. So the first one, we're going to have a div tag. Let me close this div tag. So before we write any code in between the div tag, we need to pass the key, which is going to be the index, and it will also have a class name, and it's going to be the order item container. Okay, so here we're going to have another div tag with a class name of order item details. So here dot order item details. So after the order item details, we're going to create another div tag for the order item status container. Okay, so let's start with this order item details. In the order item details, we're going to show the image of the item. So I'm just going to have an image tag here. And then I'm going to replace this with curly braces. And then it's going to be the item dot image. And I want to use the first image in the array. Okay. And I'm also going to give it a class name. So it's going to take class name of item image, order item image. After the image, we're going to have a div tag. So within this div tag, we're going to have the item name. So here we're going to have a p tag with a class name of order item name, the item name, and then it is going to take item dot name. After the name, we're going to create another div tag for the order item info. So here dot order item info, and this is going to contain the currency. So here we're going to have the currency. Oh, it should be a p tag. We need 3 p tags. Okay, so the first one is going to be for price, so we need the currency. So here we're going to have item dot price. Okay, so we have a little error here. This is not supposed to be a curly braces. supposed to be a bracket. Then we're going to replace it here as well. Okay, so do well to replace yours. So we have the item dot price, and the second one is going to take the quantity. So here, quantity. Okay, and it's going to take item dot quantity. Okay, so after the quantity, we're going to have the size. So size item dot size. So after the infos, we need the dates and the payment method. So I'm going to create two p tags. The first one is going to be for the date. So here we're going to have dates with a span tag here, and we're going to write the date function. So open your curly braces. Okay, so we're using the new dates method. Okay, so item dot date. So local string. So now we need the payment method. So right here we're going to have payments. Let's just have payments. And then I'll use a span tag. So here we're going to have item dot payments. It should be in curly braces. Item dot payment method. So we're done with this other info details part. We need the status container. So first off, we need to create another div tag, and I'm going to give it a class name of other item status. Within this, we're going to have two p tags. The first p tag is going to be the status indicator. So right here, I'm just going to give this a class name of status indicator. And then the second one is going to be the item dot status. After this, in this same container, we're going to have our button to track the order. So this is going to be the track order button, and it's going to take the text track order. Okay, so we want to ensure that once you click on this button, we call the load order data function. So here on click, we're going to call the load order data function. So this is all of the orders we have so far in our orders page. Okay, we have the name, the price, the quantity, the size, the dates with the time as well. We have the payment method, cash on delivery, order is placed, and we have the button to track the order. Okay, so let's style this. So let's style this now. We have our order.css already. So I'm just going to import ./order.css. Okay, so we're going to start with the orders container. So padding top is going to be 3 rem, and then border top is going to be 2 rem. So we're going to reduce this padding top to 2 rem, and then our orders title, we have an h1 tag here. So here orders title h1 tag, font size is going to be 30 pixels. Okay, now we have the order item container. So back here, padding will take 1 rem by 0, and then border top will take 1 pixel solid ash with this color code. Okay, and then we're going to have the border bottom as well, and it's going to be the same thing. So I'm just going to put this here, and then the text color is going to have this color code. display would be flex direction would be colon with a gap of 1 rem. And then we have the other items details. Display is going to be flex, and then align items flex starts, gap of 1.5 rem with a font size of 0.9 rem. And then we have the other item image. So the width here is going to be 4 rem. Okay, so this is what we have now. Okay, let's continue. And then we have the other item name. The font width of this is going to be 600, and then the font size would be 1 rem. Then we have the other item info, which includes the currency, the price, quantity, and size. So display here would be flex. Align all the items at the center with a gap of 0.7 rem. Margin top here will be 0.5 rem. And the font size is going to take 1 rem. Okay, so let's just adjust this to like 1.2 rem. Or else we have this other item dates and other item payment. So I'm just going to give this to class name. Oh, so this is going to take a class name of other item. The first one is going to take dates. The second one is going to take payments. Okay, so for other item dates and other item payments, I'm going to style them together, comma. Let me copy this other one right here. Margin top for both will be 0.5 rem. And then we have the other item status container. Okay, so right here, display for this would be flex. Justify content space between with a width of 100%. And then we have the other item status. So for the other item status, display here would be flex. Align items at the center with a gap of 0.5 rem. Status indicator. The width would be 0.5 rem. The height will be the same thing. And then border radius is going to be 50% with a background color of this color code. Okay, let's just see, since we've been using red for some time. And then we have the track order button. So for this track order button, the border will take 1 pixel solid with this color code. Padding will take 0.5 rem for the height, 1 rem for the width. The font size will take let's just make it 1 rem, and the font width would be 500, while the border radius will be 2. Let's just make it 1 rem. So this is what we have now. We need a little touch. Okay, so here we've added the gap here, and the other item details, we've added it as 8 rem. Okay, let's see. So this width 100%. Let's just add a gap of 6 rem. Let's see what we have. And then flex direction column. This is not display flex. Okay, so this is what we have now. Let's just add gap to it. So right here, we're going to add gap of, let's say, 6 rem as well. Okay, so let's add justify content, space between. So for the button, we're going to, let's just comment this padding. So the width is going to take 35 pixels, and then let's set the height to about 150 pixels. Yeah, this should do it. And we want the item to be at the center, so align center. Oh, the width will be 150 pixels. I made a mistake. And the height is going to be 35 pixels. So let's see. Alright, so this is what we have. So when you hover on it, let's work on the hover effect as well. When you hover on it, dot track button hover, let the background color be red. Let's see. Okay. So now that we're done with the orders page at the front end, we need to write the code for the orders page at the back end, at the admin, so that when the user places an order here at the front end, the user is able to see all of the list of the orders that they've placed. Okay, we also need to ensure that the admin gets all of this order at the admin panel. So let's get to that now. So I'm just going to close all of this, everything relating to front end, and then close the folder itself. And then we're going to open our admin folder. In our pages, we have the orders page. So let's open this. So now that we're on the orders page for the admin panel, the first thing we're going to do is to create a state variable that is going to store the list of orders, and we're going to initialize it with an empty array. So here, const orders, and a setter function to update it. Set orders will be equals to use states empty array, and then the next thing we're going to do is to create a function that will fetch all the orders from our server, from the database basically. So I'm going to name the function fetch all orders. To be an asynchronous function, async. We're creating an arrow function here. So first off, we need to check if the token is not available. We're going to return null without making any request. So if token is not available, then return null. But here we need to pass our, right here, we need to pass our token as a props. Okay, so if token is not available, we want to return null. Now the next thing we're going to do is to use our try catch block. So try catch. In the try block, we're going to make a post request to fetch the list of orders from our database. So I'm going to create a variable that's going to store that. So const response will be equal to await using axios dot post method. Then we open our brackets. First we need our backend URL. So here backend URL. So we need to import our backend URL from our app file. Import backend URL from app. So backend URL, and then we're going to concatenate it with our API endpoint for listing orders. So slash API slash order slash lists. Then what the comma. Then here we're going to have an empty object because nobody data is sent to this request. We'll add another comma, and here we're going to include the authentication token in the request headers. So here headers, then we're going to pass our token. Let me collapse this so that we can have a larger screen. Okay, so we need to check if the request indicates success, or we should console.log first. So right here we're going to log in Oh, we're going to log to our console. So here response dot data. But first we need to import our Axios. So import Axios from Axios package. And then also we're going to use the use effect tool to fetch orders when component mounts or when the token changes. So after the fetch orders function, right here, we're going to use effects. And then in here, I'm going to create an arrow function, and we're going to call the fetch all orders function. And for the dependency array, we're going to use the token. Okay, so to ensure that whenever the effect runs, whenever the token changes, that is why we're passing token as the dependency array. So here I've logged response.data in the console. So let's see now what the orders page in our admin. If I click on inspect, so right here in the console, if we open it, okay, we need to log in. So here I want to log in. Then right here I'm going to enter the password. Now if we inspect again and then we click on the console here, if we click on this object, we're getting the 7 orders that we've placed from the front end. Okay, so we have 7 arrays here. Let's see the last one. So we have the address, and you can see all of this is present: the city, the country, the email, first name, last name, phone number, state, street, zip code. Everything is right here in the address. And then we have the items. It's showing the category, the dates, the description, the image, the name of the item, the price, the quantity, and all of the sizes that are available. Okay, and showing the payment method, status, and the user ID as well, and the ID. So this logic is working. Okay, so back to our code. We can now continue since this logic is working perfectly well. So the next thing we're going to do now, I'm just going to turn this to a comment. I'm going to comment this. And now we're going to use an if statement to check if the response indicates success. We want to update the state with the retrieved orders. So here, if response dot data dot success, then we want to update the state with the retrieved orders. Set orders going to be response dot data dot orders. And then else, just in case if it goes otherwise, we're going to show an error using toast notification. So here, toast dot error. Then I want to have response dot data dot message. So we're going to import this toast as well. So import toasts from React Toastify. Okay. Now for our catch block, if there's any error with during the API request, our catch block is going to undo it. So here as well, toast.error error.message. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do now is to design our UI. Okay. So let's start designing. Let me collapse this. So first I'm going to create an H3 tag with a class name of order title. And here it's going to have orders. Let me just have it as all orders. And then we're going to have a div tag with a class name of order container. In the order container, we're going to map over all of our orders that were fetched from the backend, from our database. We're using this set orders to update all of these orders, right? This here is a state variable. Again, the orders is the state variable, and the set orders is a setter function that is going to always update the orders whenever we get anything from our backend. So now I want to map over all the orders.map. And then we're going to pass order and the index number. So here we're going to create a div tag. Let me close this div tag here. And then I'm going to give you the class name of order card, and the key is going to be the index number. In between, within this order card, we're going to have the order details, another div tag for order details. In our order details, we're going to have the user order details. So here, I'm going to create another div tag for user order details. And then we're going to have the order address for the user, another div tag for order address. And also, we're going to have another div tag. And also, we're going to have the other items. And then we're going to have the payments methods. Okay, so for the user order details, here we need the customer's name. So we create the p tag, and I'm going to give you the class name of order customer. And this is going to take the span tag, customer. And here we're going to have order dot address dot first name, and also the last name as well. So I'm just going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it side by side. This is going to be for last name. So after this first name and last name, we're going to create another p tag for the phone number. So here first we need a span tag, and here is going to be telephone. After the span tag, we're going to have the country set. So I'm just pasting what I copied right from here. So order.address.phone. So after the phone number, we need we created a div tag for the order address. So in the order address, we need the shipping address. So right here, okay, the shipping address will actually be inside the user order details. So it will be after this. Okay, so we're going to have a span tag first, and it's going to be shipping. To take this text, shipping address, and here we're going to have order dot address dot city, and also we need the state, the country, and the zip code. So I'm just going to copy this and then paste it. So this is going to be for the states, this is going to be for the country, and then this is going to be for the zip code. Okay, so we're using order.address dot the values because we are getting all of this, all the details that we need from address. Okay, our address earlier on is an array that is storing all of these values: first name, city, phone, and all of every other thing. Okay, so here let me uncomment so that I can show you what I'm trying to explain. So we're getting this response of data now. So you're going to see why we're using dot address. So here, let me show you. Inspect. We click on the console here. Right here, this is our orders dots. All the info that we're getting from the I think the sixth one is more explanatory. Okay, I filled that form well. All the info that we're getting from the form at the front end for shipping address, we're storing them inside this address. Okay, so that's why we're using orders dot address so that we can access all the values here. Okay, the state, the street, the zip code. Okay, so let's continue. So back to our code, we're done with the order address. Now for the order items, we're going to map over the order dot items dot map. Okay, we're mapping over this now, and then I'm going to show you why. Item, we're passing item and then index number. Okay, so let me just create a div tag here, and then let's close the div. Now let's go back to our console. Let's inspect again. Click on console. We have an object, right? 7. The first thing we did, we mapped over, we're getting the shipping address from this address object. Now we want to get the items, the item that the user is ordering from these items here. Okay, so that's why we're mapping over the order.items. This is the items here. We want to get the product name, which is the name that is here. We want to get the size, and we want to get the quantity from this array here. So that's why we're mapping over it. We did not map over the address because this is stored in form of an object, while this is stored in form of an array. Okay, so back to our code now. So for this div tag, I'm going to give it a class name of order item, and then we'll pass the key. It's going to be index. So here we're going to have 3 p tags, and also the 3 p tag is going to take 3 span tags. So the first span tag is going to be for the product, which is going to be the product name. The second one is going to be for quantity, and the last one is going to be for size. So for the product name, we're going to get item dot name, and then for the quantity, we're going to have item dot quantity, and then for the size as well, it's going to be item dot size, item dot size. Okay. So after our order item, we need the payment method. So in the payment method as well, we need 4 p tags. So for each of the p tags, we need a span tag as well. So the first span tag is going to take items. The second one will be the method of payment, while the third one is going to be the payment, and the last one is going to be the dates that the user made the order. Okay, so for the first one, after the items here, we're going to have order dot items dot length. Okay, so the second one is going to be item order dot payment method. The third is going to be, we're going to use a ternary operator to check if order dot payment okay, so here if order dot payment is done, or pending. Okay, and the last one we're going to use the dates. So here we're going to use the new dates method. Here is going to be order dot dates dot to local string method. Okay, so after this payment method, we're still inside the order details container. Yeah, we're still inside the order details container. So here, after this, we're going to have the order amount. So it's going to be a p tag, or let's just make it an h2 tag with the class name of order amount. So here, first we need the currency. I just imported the currency now from app, okay, because we've declared our currency in the app file, and then we need the order dot amount. After the order amount, we need the select options here so that we can update user status. So here, select. So I'm just going to remove this. The class name is going to be order status. Okay. And for the options, we're going to be needing 5 options. So the first value here is going to be order placed. The second value will be packing. The third value will be shipped. The third would be for out for delivery, and the last one will be delivered. So these are all of the processes that most e-commerce websites go through. They want to ensure the customer that they've received the order, so the status is going to be order placed. While they are packing it, they need to update the customer that they are packing, if it is shipped, if it is out for delivery, and if it is delivered. So now, for this select option, we need to create a function that is going to undo the status updates for each order. So after our fetch order function right here, this is where it stops. We're going to create a function that is going to undo updating the status. So here, const, I'm going to name it status handler. DLER, and it's going to be an asynchronous function. Async equals to async. So we need to pass the event of changing the options. We're going to pass it as parameter, and then the order ID. Okay, so here we'll create an arrow function, and now let's go. First, we're using the try catch block. In the try block, we're going to make a post request to update the status of the order. Okay, so I'm going to create a variable const response will be equal to await Axios from Axios package dot post for post request, open our bracket, need our backend URL, and then we're going to concatenate it with the API endpoint for updating order status. So here, /API/order/status. Then we're going to add a comma. Also, we need to send order ID and the new status in the request body. So here, we're going to create an object, order ID, we're sending, and then the status. So for our status, we want it to be the event.target.value. Okay. So for the event is going to be the change. When we change any of the option, then we want to target the value. Okay. Also, we're going to include the authentication token in the request headers. So here, headers, and then token. Okay, so let me format this. Let me format this document. Okay, so I believe we're seeing this properly now. So after this, if this is successful, we're going to or use an if statement here to check if response dot data dot success. Then we want to refresh the order list. So here await fetch all orders. So for this catch block, if there's any error with the try block, we're going to log the error for the ball game. So okay, log and the console error, and then toast dot error will be response dot data dot message. Okay, so this is the function that will undo updating the status for an order. Okay, so I'm going to copy this function here, and then in our select tag right here, this is where we need this function. Okay, Control Z, that was a mistake. So here the event is going to be an unchanged, and then I'm going to pass events here while we create another function, and then we're going to call status handler, and also we're going to pass event order dot underscore id. Okay, so for the order id, order dot underscore id, and also we're going to pass the value for the order dot status. Okay, now let's test this and see if our code is working. Before testing, we need to style so that it's going to look good. So let's style orders.css. First off, we need to import .orders.css. Okay, so let's do this real quick. For the order title, font size will be 1.5 rem, and then margin bottom here should be 20 pixels. The font width should be bold, and then the color would be this color code. Okay, and then we have the order container. Now for the order container, display is going to be grid template columns, repeat to with a gap of 20 pixels. And then we have our order card right here. So for our order card, display will be flex direction will be column, gap of 15 pixels, padding of 20 pixels. Okay, margin would be 15 pixels, and then the border would be 2 pixels solid with this color code. Border radius will take 5 pixels, and the font size will be 14 pixels. The text color will take this color code, color, and then so now we're going to style the order details. So for our order details, display here would be grid. Display is going to be flex, not grid. Flex direction, column with a gap of 10 pixels. And then we have the user order details. So for our user order details, we're going to add the padding of 10 pixels. Okay. And then we have the other customer. For the other customer, margin top will be 10 pixels. And then margin bottom will be 5 pixels. Now we have span tags in our order card. So right here, that's order card span. The font size will be 1 rem. The font width will be 600, and the color will be this color code. Also, we have the order address, the order items. So for the other customers, no, for the order items and the payment method, we're going to add. So let me just copy and paste it here, comma. For payment method as well, we're going to add a border top of 1 pixel solid with this color code, and then we're going to add a padding of 10 pixels. Also, we need to change the font size here to 1 rem, and then the font size of our span should just be like 1.2 rem. We're going to come back to that later. So after this payment method, we have the order amount. We need this text at the center. So for order amount, text align, center, font size should be about 1.4 rem, and then the color should just be red. And then we're going to have the order status. The class name is right here. For our order status, padding will be 10 pixels. Font width will be 500. Border radius will take 4 pixels. And the border will be 1 pixel solid DDD. And the background color will take this color code. Cursor here, the pointer. And then the text color would be black. Black, no. Let's just choose another color. Okay, so for the options, we're here to place the text that will be displayed on the option. So here, parking, I'll paste it here. Shipped, I'll paste it right here as well. Out for delivery, paste it here. And then delivered, I'll paste it here as well. Okay, so let's see what we have. This is what we have now. Okay, so you can see the customer's name, the telephone number, the shipping address. So this is it. We have the customers, the telephone, shipping, products, quantity size, the item, the method, the payments, and the dates. So our code is working right here. Okay, so this product says children sample here. This product says kids. You can see, so we can view the orders in the admin panel, and we can also, okay, we can also add to products. We can also add products. We can list products. We can add our orders. We can view our orders, sorry. And then we can log out as well. If you click on log out, it will take you back to this form. So this code is working. Now we need to test if this status handler is working. Okay, so let's log in again. So back here, let me enter this password and then the email, the admin email. If I click on login, we've been logged in. So now let's test for this order here. Okay, so back on the orders page, we need to ensure that our user can check their orders directly. instead of having to order again before they can view their orders page. So now let's test, but before that we need to test if this is working. So if we click on for this, let's do for this second address, kids wear, let's see, this is kids clothes, this is kids wear, $48. Okay, let me select out for delivery. If we click on track order here, it's showing that it's out for delivery. Okay, so this idea is working, the code is working. For this lady sexy wear as well, this other one here, let's say we want to say it's being shipped. Here, if I click on track order, okay, not this, okay, this is this other one, it's showing here that it's being shipped. Okay, so let me update this one as well. For this kids clothes, let's say delivered. Back here, we're going to see it. Where is it? What did we set to delivered now? This kids clothes. So this kids clothes, if I click on track order, it's showing that it's delivered. Okay, so the status handler is working perfectly well. So the next thing we need to do now is to ensure that our user can view their orders page when they click on orders here, although orders is not listed here. So let's add orders to the list in our account icon, and this account I'm going to change it to login or sign up. So let's do that. So now I'm going to close this orders right here, close the admin folder, close the backend, and then I'm going to open the front end. Now in the components we have our navigation bar. So right here in the account icon, this user icon that we have here, in the drop down we're going to add here, I'm going to change it to login or sign up / sign up. Okay, now I'm going to create another link tag, and this link tag will be to for orders. So let me copy this class name. Here we're going to have orders, and then the link to / orders. Okay, let's see. Have the GSS. What do we have? We have orders here. Let me just copy this so that there won't be any mistake. And then I'm going to paste it here, orders, so that we can view our orders page directly. So now let me go back to the home page, and then if I click on orders, we're going to be redirected to our orders page. Okay, and I've changed this to login or sign up. We have orders here and we have logouts here. So our code is working. We can update our order, we can place more order, we can add more items, and then we can track the order. Okay, so let me just change this to packing. Here we're going to see it, track order. This is showing that it's packing. Okay, it has refreshed and updated itself. Okay, so here we're seeing that it is packing. So this code is working. So the next thing we're going to do now is to ensure that our user can make payments with Stripe and Razorpay. So that's what we're going to work on now. So the next thing we're going to do now is to create our Stripe payments gateway. So all this while we'll be making payments in the checkout page. We'll be selecting cash on delivery. We've wrote the code for making payments with cash on delivery, but now we need to write the code for making payments with Stripe. So first thing you're going to do is visit the Stripe website. So just press Stripe, and now here you're going to click on this. Okay, and then you'll be redirected to this beautiful website. I'm going to recreate this website. I'll try and make a video on this. It's really cool. Okay, so let's not digress. Okay, so you're going to click on sign in. But right now, I already have an account with Stripe, so it's just going to take me to my dashboard. So let's just use a new browser. Let's say Stripe. Okay. So now if you click on this, and then if you click on sign in, okay, so you'll be redirected to this website. So if you don't have an account, just click on create accounts, and then you're going to see this page. So you're just going to follow through, create an account with Stripe. Once you have an account, then you'll be led to your dashboard where you're going to get the secret key and the publishable key. But for this tutorial, we're using the secret key. Once you've created this account successfully, so this is the kind of dashboard you're going to see. This is actually a test. Okay, so here is where you're going to get your secret key, and then you're going to copy the secret key. So then you get back to your code. So back to the code now. We're done with the snapper. Let me just close. So open our backend folder. Okay, click on the env, and then you're going to create another environment variable, and it's going to be stripe underscore secrets underscore key will be equal to the secret key that you copied in the dashboard. Make sure you copy the secret key and not the publishable key. Okay, so I've copied my secret key here, and now I'm going to write the code. So first we're going to open our orders controller. So here we'll open the orders controller. So this is where we're going to write the code for Stripe, for placing order with Stripe. But before that, we need to import. We need to first import. Oh, this is caps lock. Import Stripe from Stripe. Okay, and then we're going to initialize the gateway. So here const Stripe will be equals to new Stripe. This Stripe will be in caps. The S will be cap 2. Then we're getting it from process dot env dot stripe secret key. Okay, and also we're going to create our global variables that we're going to be using, and then we're going to add a delivery chart as well. So you see why. So here first, let me write a comment for global variables, and then here const currency. So the currency is going to be in US dollars. You can use the currency of your choice depending on the country you're from either, sorry. And then we're going to add the delivery charge. So here we're just adding 12 as the delivery charge. Okay, so back to the code. So right here we're going to write our code. So the code I want to write in this place order Stripe function is going to set up the Stripe checkout session for processing payments, including the product details, prices, and a delivery charge. And then we're going to redirect URL. Once it's successful, we're redirecting the URL to the order page. And if it is not successful, we want to redirect the URL to the cart page. So let's get into all of that. So first, we're going to use our try catch block. So here, try catch. In the try block, we're going to destructure data from request.body. Okay, so just like we did right here, that we destructured the user ID, items, amounts, address from request.body. So I'm just going to copy this straight up. Then I'm going to paste it there. And also we need to get the origin, that is the URL, okay, for the website that's trying to access Stripe. So here, origin will be equals to requests.headers. We're getting this from request.headers. And then we're going to create our order data. We've already created our order data here in this place order using cash on delivery. So I'm just going to copy it. But we need to change the payment method, right? So let me copy it here. And then I'm going to change the payment method to Stripe. So here we know the drill already. This is the ID of the user. placing the order. This is the list of items in the order. This is the total amount for the order. This is the delivery address. This is what is storing the delivery address, right? All of those, all the forms that the user is going to fill in the checkout. So this is it right here. This is the payment method that we've set here to Stripe, and this is indicating that the payment status. And here, this is going to be for the current timestamp. Okay, and then we're going to create a new order document using the order model. Okay, so we did the same thing here, and also we need to save the order to the database. So I'm just going to copy these two as well. Copy and then paste. Okay, so the very next thing we're going to do now is to map through the items to create an array. To create a line items array compatible with Stripe API. Okay, so here I'm going to have consts, and I'm going to give it line underscore items will be equal to items dot map, and then we'll pass the individual item, create an arrow function right here, and then we're going to create an object. Okay, so first we need the information about pricing and the products. Okay, so here we're going to have price data, and this we're going to create another object here. So first up, we're going to have our currency space currency. Okay, so this currency, this will be the currency for the payments. In this case, we're using US dollars. Okay, and then we're going to have our product data, which is going to be the product name. So here we're just going to have product data, and it's going to be name item dot name. Okay, and also right here I'll add a comma. So we need the product price in the smallest currency. In the smallest currency units, it can be in cents since we're using US dollars. So here the unit amounts is going to be item the price times 100. Okay, and then we need the quantity here. So this is going to be the quantity of the products purchased. So here quantity will be item dot quantity. Okay, so now that we're done with this mapping through the items array to create a line item that is compatible with the Stripe API, we need to add a delivery charge as an additional line item. Okay, so after this line item here, we're going to have line items dot push. Then we're going to create another object. First, price data. Then we're going to have the currency as well, and it's going to be currency. And then we're going to have the product data as well. And in the product data, we need to the name of the additional charge. That's going to be the delivery charge. So the name here is going to be delivery charge. And also the unit amounts is going to be delivery charge times 100. And also we need the quantity, just like we have it up there. So quantity here is going to be 1. Okay, so after all of this, the next thing we're going to do is to create a Stripe checkout session with the collected line items. Okay, so right here, posts session. Where do I have a triple session? A triple S. So here awaits Stripe dot checkouts dot sessions dot creates, and then we're going to create an object. So first we need to create a success URL. We need a URL to redirect the user after successful payment. So that's what I mean by success URL. So I'm just going to give you, as the name implies, success URL. So here we're using a backtick, okay, and then a dollar sign, and then we'll open our curly braces. We'll pass the origin, okay, slash verify at the question mark. So here we're going to check if the success SUCC, if the success is equals to true, and order ID is equal to dollar sign, another curly braces, new order.id dot underscore ID. Okay. Then here I'm going to add a comma. Also, we're going to create the URL to redirect the user after cancelled payments. Okay. So this is going to be cancel URL. I'm just going to copy what I used here, and I'm just going to change a little. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here. So here is going to be if success is false. Okay. And also we're going to add the array of line item, which is the product and delivery charge. So line items is going to be here, add a comma, and also the payment mode for the session. Okay. So mode payments. Okay. So now we need to send the checkout session URL to the front end for redirection. So response.json, open your brackets, and the curly braces success. If success is true, right, we're going to have the session URL. And here is going to be session URL. Oh, session underscore URL. Okay. So for the catch block, it's going to be the same. We're going to log the error, and here we're going to generate the response. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it here. Okay, so for generating a response here, success is true. The session URL is going to be session. Okay, this is supposed to be dots, not underscore URL. Session.url. Okay. Alright, so now let's see. First off, so in our front end here, so let me just close this. In the front end, so we're going to open our checkout page. So in the pages, let me close the component. In the pages, in the checkout page right here, we have the first case, which is the cash on delivery. So after this break here, we're going to have another case, and it's going to be for Stripe. Okay. So I'm going to add a colon. Now we need to write the API for Stripe. So, oh, there shouldn't be any colon here. So Stripe. So here const response Stripe, right, will be equals to await axios dot post method. Then we're going to have our backend URL. We'll concatenate it with our endpoints for Stripe. Okay, so slash API slash order slash Stripe, comma, and then we're going to send in our order data as well. Order data And also we're going to send in our token for authentication. Headers token. Okay, so we're going to use our if statement to check. If statements, if response stripe dot data dot success, then consts session URL will be equal to response stripe dot data, response stripe dot data. And then we need to replace our window location to the session URL. So window dot location dot replace session URL. Else toast.error. We need to generate toast.error will be response stripe dot data dot message. Okay, so let's try if this is working. If I click on this main section here, and then I select this, and then I select this size, add to carts. Product has been added to carts. Click on my carts page, click on proceed to checkout, and then I select stripe. Then I fill in all of this. And I click on place order. Now you see we're right here. Okay, we're on the stripe page. So this is the payments page right here. So if I click on this back here, as you can see, success here is false. Okay, that is the cancel URL that we created earlier. Okay, so let's try this again. Let's say I click on women, and then I select one of these, and then I select this. I want to add this to carts. This product has been added to carts. So this product has been added to carts. This is the third product. So we have this product now on our carts page. If we click on proceed to checkout, and then we select stripe. So I'm just going to fill in the details, the email, just a random phone number, city, Lagos, Nigeria. This is just like random. If I click on place order, log in to add items to carts. Okay, so I've already logged out. So let's log in now. Okay, so this means that if a user doesn't have an account with your website, they cannot place an order. So here I'm just going to have sample ads. I already have this account. I created an account here with sample@gmail.com. So let's just log in. So if I click on sign in now, login success. Okay, so now I've logged in. As you can see, the cart is showing nothing. So let's just come to the kids section here, and then let's select this products, and then select this size, add it to carts, product added to carts. And then if I click on the carts page, now I'm here on the carts page, click on proceed to checkout, select stripe, enter the name, the email, the phone number, the city, country, and then the zip code. So with stripe now, if I click on place order, I'll be redirected to the stripe page. Okay, so the delivery charge is here, $12, and the name of the product is kids black sweater, and it's for $45. So the sum of this is $57. Okay, so if you're paying with cards, so I'm just going to get the any dummy card number. So here, dummy card payments for stripe. Okay, so click on this test card. Oh, that was a mistake. That's not what I was going to click on. Okay, so click on this test card stripe documentation, and then you'll be redirected to this website. So right here in this website, you want to test the card by country, right? So click on cards by country. Since we're using US dollars, so I'm just going to copy this card number here back to our page. So back to our checkout page. Let me just enter any email, and the card number that I copied, I'm going to paste it here. So you can just enter any month of your choice. So I'm going to choose 2nd of 25 for like the expiry, and the CVC, I'm just going to do 123. Enter like, and the name on the card is going to be USD. So remember that the card number is US. So select the country that matches with it. So right here, I'm going to click on United States. So I'm just going to enter a random zip code. Okay, since this is just testing, as you can see, it's test mode. So click on pay. As you can see, it is processing. So once the payment is done, you would be success here is true. For the verification, success is true. Okay, so you'll be redirected to this empty page. Okay, so the next thing we want to do now is to ensure that if the payment is successful, the user, once the verification is successful, once we've verified that this user has actually made payment, the user should be redirected to the others page. Okay, and if the payment is not successful, and also they should get a toast notification on top here. And also, if the payment is not successful, they should be redirected back to the cards page. Okay, so that they will try to make the payment again, and they also get a toast notification that payment was not successful. So let's get to that. So right here in our orders controllers, we're going to create a verification. Okay, so this orders controllers. So after the payment, the Stripe payment gateway, we're going to verify payment. So here, verify Stripe payments. Okay, so right here, I'm going to get the order ID, the success URL, and the user ID. So const order ID, comma, success, comma, user ID. I'm going to get that. Oh, before all of these, command Ctrl X. I need to create a function first. So I'm going to create a function that will handle the verification. Const verify Stripe, and it's going to be an asynchronous function also. It will request and respond as well. Okay, so I'm now going to paste all of this back. So this will be equal to request dot body. Okay. So after this, we're going to use the try catch block. Okay, to write our code and undo the error as well. So in the try block, we're going to check if the success is true. That means if payment is successful. So here, if success equals true, then await order model dot find by ID and updates. Find by ID and updates order ID, comma, payments true. So what we're basically doing here is we're sending into our database that we're updating the order model that our payment here is true. Okay, and also we're sending our order ID, and then await order model dot find by ID and update as well. User ID, comma, and then the cart data will be set to empty. So here, cart data will be an empty object. Okay, and then we're going to generate the response to show that this is successful. So here success is true. Okay. Just if otherwise, we're going to use an else statement. Await other model dot find by ID and delete the other ID. Okay. And then we generate another failure message response here. Success is false. Okay. And then for our console, it's just going to be the same thing right here. Okay, so that we can use this verify stripe in every other place, I'm just going to add it to this our exports here. And then we're going to create a route for it in our other route. Here we're going to import it here, comma, add a comma, and then let me write a comment. This is to verify stripe payments here. We're creating the API endpoints. So other router dot post method slash verify stripe. Okay, comma. We need to authenticate the user as well. So we add auth user, and then we're using verify stripe right here. Okay. Okay, so we've created the controllers, the verify stripe function, and then the route as well. So back to our front end. In our pages, we're going to create the verify file. So here, verify .gsx. So here, RFC, of course, easiest and fastest. And then in our app, I'm just going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it here. Oh, come on. What kind of mistake is this? So I'm going to rename this. The V should be in caps lock. Verify, and here as well. So this is going to be verify. This as well will be capital letter. Okay, so I guess we're done with this. Now back to our app.css, back to our app.gsx. I'm going to copy this here and then create the route for our verification. So here I'm going to give it verify, and then right here as well, it's going to take the verify from our pages. Okay, and it has been imported right here. Okay, this is verify fy. Okay, back here. So right here, the first thing we're going to do is to extract navigate token and set that item from our shop context. Okay, so here const navigate, comma, token for authentication, comma, set count items be equals to use context shop context. Okay, so both use context and shop context has been imported. So the navigate is basically a function to redirect the user to different page. The token is for authentication to verify the user identity, and the set cart items, as we know, is a function to update the cart items in our context. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do now is to create a React Router hook to access necessary query parameters that we have in our URL. Okay, like when I made, like here, right here, this is what we want to access, this verify right here. Okay, and also as you can see, this verify page is already showing. Okay, so now I'm going to create a state variable that's going to manage this. Search params, basically set parameters, and here a setter function set search params. And that will be equals to use search params from React DOM. Okay. And then the next step is to retrieve the query parameter from the URL. So we're going to have the const success will be equal to search params dot get. So in the parameter, we want to search if it is successful, and also const order ID will be equal to, so the ID of this is going to be the ID of the order being verified, and for the success it will indicate whether the payment was successful, right? So here search params as well dot get order ID. Okay, we're getting our order ID with new order dot underscore ID. We know that already. Okay, and now we need to write the function to verify the payment status using the backend API. Okay, so const verify payments. I'm just going to name it verify payments will be equal to async, create an arrow function. Now our try catch block, the use. Okay, try catch. In the try block, we're going to check if the user is authenticated. So if the token is available, we're going to put it next to it. But if it's not, we want to exit early. So if token is not available, return null. Okay. And if it is, we want to send a post request to verify the Stripe payment status. So here, const response will be equal to await Axios from Axios package dot post method. Okay, we're going to have our backend URL, and then we're going to concatenate it with the endpoints to verify Stripe API slash order slash verify Stripe. Okay, and then we're going to send the success and order ID as payload. So here I'm going to add a comma, and then success, comma, order ID, comma, and also we need to include the authentication token in the headers. So here, headers will be token. Okay. So after this, if the payment verification is successful, we need to clear the cart item as the order has been replaced, and then we need to redirect the user to the orders page. So here if response dot data dot success, then set cart items will be an empty array, will be an empty object. We're going to set an empty object, then navigate to orders page. Okay, and also we want to display a toast notification, a toast message to say that the order was placed successfully or payment was successful. So here, toast dot success payment successful. Okay, and then an else statement as well. Else, if the payment verification fails, right, we need to redirect the user to the cart page. So navigate slash cart, and also we're going to display an error message using the toast notification as well. Order field or payment field. Okay, and then our catch block here, console.log, just in case if there's any issue with the, and also we're going to display an error message using toast notification as well. So here toast.error is going to be error.message. So let's see this in action. Let's see if this verification logic is going to work once we place another using Stripe. Okay. Okay, so right now this is saying that verify payment is declared, but its value is never right. So we're going to use effect to run the verify payment function when the component mounts. So right here, we're going to use effects. Okay, create another function, and then we're going to call the verify payments. And right here, we're going to pass token as the dependency array to ensure the effect reruns even if the token changes. Okay, that means if another user logs in, if the token changes, we want to ensure that this verify payment function is working. Okay, so here I'm just going to delete this verify real quick. So let's test this now. I'm going to click on the main section. We don't have a lot of products in here because we're here to add, so we're going to add later on. Click on the size and then click on the carts page. Click on proceed to checkout, select Stripe, the name, street address, the city. So click on place order, and then we'll be redirected to this checkout page. So this Stripe payments page. So we're paying with card. The email, we're just using support@email.com. I'll paste this dummy card number. Let's say we want to use 11th of 25 here, 123. The name on the card, and then because we're using US dollars and we're using the United States dummy card. So if I click on pay now, and then the payment is processing. Okay. As you can see, it's showing here the order placed successfully, and it is redirecting us to the orders page. Okay, so you can see here, order placed successfully. Okay, so let's give it a try again. Let's say we want to place an order that won't be successful. Click on add to carts. Okay, click on proceed to checkout. Stripe payment method. Usually, let me just add sample, street name, city, country, zip code. Click on place order, and then let's say I click back, order failed right here, and it is leading us back to the carts page. Okay, so this code, this entire idea is working. Okay, so this is it, this is working. So this entire code is working. We have all of this working right now. You can log in or sign up, click on your orders page. You can track your order. You can log out. You can click on the carts page. We have this categories here. We have this filtering method right here as well. Back to the home page. All of this is working. Okay, guys, do not forget to subscribe. So in the next video, we're going to learn how to deploy this website so that you can share the link with others and they can see what you've worked on. Okay, so that is what we're going to do in the next video. Guys, do not forget to subscribe. Your subscription, your likes, your shares, your comments means a lot. Please drop it in the comment section what you want me to build next, and I promise I'll try my best to work on it. Okay, guys, thank you so much. God bless you.